Captured, Book 2 of the KC Warlock Weekly. Written by M.N. Jolly. Narrated by Nicola Hamilton. Dedication. To my wife. Marrying you was the best decision I've ever made. Chapter 1. December 7th, just past midnight. Levy? Cottonmouth. I'm in trouble. I blinked a couple times, my sluggish brain catching up with Lydia's words. The night had gotten away from me. Hognose, where are you? I closed my laptop and got to my feet. Her breath came in quick gasps, like she'd been running. In my car, driving. I've got a tail, a big SUV. Don't call the council. I wouldn't. I smacked my palm to the side of my head, trying to shake my brain into working. I couldn't find my keys, and my thoughts were still foggy from exhaustion. Okay, stay calm. Did you call Garrett? He's on his way to... Shit! Tires squealed at a migraine-inducing pitch, and I winced away from my phone until the sound died away. Are you okay? Nearly went into a ditch, Lydia said. But I lost them getting off the highway. You know the Western Auto Building? Hard not to, I replied, dropping to my knees to look for my left shoe. Is that where you're going? Next apartment building down. You can't miss it. The call dropped. Shit. My phone still had a signal. Her end had been the one to die. It didn't even ring when I called back, going directly to voicemail. I shoved the phone into my back pocket and reached under the couch, grabbing my other shoe. I still needed my keys. Up until the last few minutes, the night had been a good one. I'd caught the writing bug around 7, or maybe it had caught me. Rather than sleep, I'd mowed my way through articles. I'd finished 2 days' worth of work in about 6 hours. The hyperfocus left my body a little stiff, but the buzz that came from diving so intensely into a project made physical concerns a non-issue. That was until I suddenly needed to rush to aid a friend. Adrenaline had to fight through fatigued limbs and mind fog, and I just couldn't find my goddamn keys. Frowning, I patted my pocket. My keys jingled. Oh, right. I almost assembled my work bag, but I had no time. Lydia needed my help. What kind of help she needed was beyond me. If it came to a physical confrontation, I'd be almost useless, and if it came to a magical one, I'd be an outright burden. I typically served as more of a hitting the books, doing research kind of assistant, but Lydia needed me, and I wouldn't abandon her. Grabbing my helmet, I took the stairs 3 at a time and flew out of my apartment building into the cool night air. I jumped on my motorcycle, slammed the keys into its ignition, and gunned it. Only a mile lay between my apartment and the Western Auto Building, and traffic was dead past midnight on a Monday, even in the crossroads. Stoplights were the biggest hassle, blocking my way for an infuriating amount of time given the complete lack of crossing cars. I quickly lost patience, adopting a not technically illegal strategy where I weaved through the crossroads, taking right turns and cutting through cross streets that had only stop signs. There was an enemy on the road somewhere, and I watched keenly for them. Only a handful of cars crossed my path, and none were SUVs. An iconic piece of the Kansas City skyline, the huge neon sign atop the Western Auto Building served as a beacon while I rode. Pulling up beneath the flashing yellow and red arrow, I scanned the street for Lydia's car. She'd parked her hatchback haphazardly by the sidewalk half a block up. Dropping the kickstand, I got off my bike and removed my helmet. "Lydia?" I called. My voice echoed slightly in the chasm between buildings. At least I wouldn't be completely defenseless. I unzipped the leather pouch on the back of my bike and took out a canister of pepper spray, as well as a green crystal the size of a baseball. One for physical threats, one for magical. both defensive tools that'd buy me enough time to flee. I hoped. The door on Lydia's vehicle opened without resistance. I reached in to turn on the dome light, but when I pushed the switch, it stayed off. I frowned, then tried the button to lock the door. It was similarly ineffective, though I could still move the switch on the handle to lock the door manually. A few more quick tests produced the same results. The headlights, the odometer display, even the horn did nothing at all. This car was utterly dead. I could rub a couple balloons together and generate more of a charge. That didn't come about naturally, and given my line of work, the conclusion was obvious. The car had been cursed. While I was pondering how I could find Lydia, the squeal of tires caught my attention. I spun, going for the pepper spray in my pocket. No need. The sound came from Garrett's truck, peeling down the street. He blew through a red light, braked hard enough to make his tires screech, and parked in the closest available space. Jumping out of the vehicle, keys in hand, he shouted, "Did you find her?" "No." I jogged towards him. "Her car's here, but it's been fried. If it means anything, it doesn't look like there was a struggle." Garrett blew right past me, sprinting to a door across from Lydia's car. It led to a 5/1 luxury apartment with a coffee shop on the ground level, the kind of lodging that had grown up like mushrooms in the city in the past decade. Shoving his key into the lock, Garrett didn't wait for me, and I nearly got locked out. I got my foot in the door and ran after him, catching up while he pounded on the elevator call button. "Do you have an apartment here?" I asked. "Yes." "Why?" "Panic room." He didn't explain further, and I decided to ask my questions after we found Lydia. The elevator dinged, and we got in, riding up to the 3rd floor. This time, I had prepared for his burst of speed and kept up, following him down the hallway and to the right. Skidding to a stop at the end apartment, he raised his key to the deadbolt, but the key didn't go in. I guessed that someone had jammed glue or gum into the lock, but Garrett let out a breath of relief. "Okay. She's okay." I frowned and stepped closer. The magic sizzled off the door like the buzz of power from high-current electricity lines. So strong even I could detect it. "What is that?" "Panic room," he said again, as though those 2 words explained everything. Noting my raised eyebrows and readiness to ask follow-up questions, he clarified. "It's a force field, and it can only be raised from the inside. You pop an emergency latch and the ward goes up. Lydia made it inside before they got to her." I sighed, glad she was safe. "She called me about 15 minutes ago," I said. "She used our snake code, said that there were men following her, and then the call died." Out of paranoia over someone hexing our calls, we'd put together a code phrase. If we didn't mention a type of snake at all, our words couldn't be trusted. Cottonmouth was the password for Code Red. "She called me too. It didn't drop though. She told me what was going on and hung up." He took a pair of rune-etched rings from his pocket, then slipped one onto his thumb and the other on his pinky. Garrett raised his hand to his head as though miming a phone call and said, "Lydia, are you all right?" No response. "Lydia," Garrett repeated. He adjusted one of the rings and tried again. "Lydia, can you hear me?" Still nothing. "How does that communicator work?" I asked. "Could someone be jamming it?" "Maybe," he said. Taking out his cell phone, he punched in a number. "We've got a backup landline." The phone rang loud and clear on the other side of the ward, a chiptune version of the Major General's song. It went to the answering machine. Lydia's voice floated through the door, modulated by a cheap speaker. "I'm afraid I can't come to the phone right now, but you know the drill. Leave a message after the what's it." Beep. Garrett hung up. "Some kind of EMP curse knocked out her car," I said. Maybe it took out her phone too. Then it wouldn't ring. I bit my tongue, annoyed that I'd missed something so obvious. Maybe she fell asleep in a few minutes and slept through the phone ringing. Another bad idea for me. I was on a roll. Is there any way she could leave without lowering the ward? No, he said. If anyone could leave, they could enter. Everything's controlled internally. The ward stays up until she drops it or until sunrise. So, I said. Garrett swallowed. So, she's hurt. Unconscious and unable to answer the phone or call out. He didn't mention the possibility that she'd been killed, and I didn't point it out. I may have been sleepy, and my brain didn't feel up to speed, but I wasn't totally devoid of tact. You said the wall stays up until sunrise, I asked, checking my phone. It was a little past 1. Sunrise wouldn't come for a good 5 hours. Yeah, he confirmed, balling his fists. We'll need to get her to the hospital as soon as the ward drops. I frowned and put my hand in my pocket. I've got a cleansing crystal. Would that disrupt the ward? This ward could take a javelin missile and it'd stand, Garrett said. All you'd accomplish is breaking the crystal. I was out of ideas. Someone had come after Lydia, followed her all the way to this building, fried her car, and somehow knocked her out. If Garrett won't acknowledge the other option, I won't either. At any rate, she'd locked the doors and wasn't responding. She's okay, I said, in a flimsy attempt to be reassuring. For now, Garrett said. Levy, think about this. If they're comfortable coming after Lydia once, then they'll be comfortable doing it again. He had a point, but for once I had a decent response. Then we'll just have to find out who did this and stop them. Trust me, Lydia will be safe. Okay, maybe it wasn't a decent response given what had really gone down that night, but it sounded good at the time. Chapter 2. Garrett recapped what he knew, but he didn't know much. Lydia was at the reading room, he explained. She got there fine. As far as I can tell, nothing seemed wrong to her. She stayed a little after close, talking to Mariah, then she texted to see if I wanted her to pick up food on her way back. Then, a few minutes later, she called and said someone was tailing her. The reading room was a popular watering hole amongst the magically inclined folks in Kansas City. Lydia didn't strike me as much of a drinker, but it was also a social hangout, a place where people went and talked freely about magical problems, and Lydia did strike me as a social creature. Did she give a description? I asked, taking out my phone and typing while I spoke. My call with her got cut off. 2 pursuers. She thinks they were both men. Garrett paced the length of the hall, clenching and unclenching his fists, full of relatable nervous energy. Driving a black SUV. She saw them at the reading room, but thought nothing of it until they got behind her on the highway. Anything else? I took another note, organizing my thoughts as best I could under the circumstances. If I'd be using my head on an empty tank, I would just have to be meticulous to compensate. Any details she passed along? Garrett pursed his lips and shook his head. Obviously, she had suspicions, since she called you. But no, she was in a hurry and didn't know anything for certain. These bastards. Once I get my hands on them, they won't even get to the council. It wasn't much of a lead, but it gave me what I needed to start digging. Hopefully, I'd be asking Lydia myself in a few hours. My phone dinged, and I checked the display. Mariah's up. She's working late on some potions, says I can come over and talk. Good, Garrett said. I'll stay here and keep an eye out in case someone comes around hoping the ward drops early and they can get at her. I'll be back before sunrise, I promised. and I'll keep you posted. I left the apartment building, glad to be away from the tension. Waiting 5 more hours until sunrise with Garrett and trying to stay awake while he came apart from stress might have pushed me into a complete shutdown. I needed to be moving, and even if Mariah didn't know anything, this kept me moving. I watched the street as I went to my bike, mindful of an ambush. None came. Even so, I stayed alert as I hopped on my bike and rode away. Built during Prohibition, the reading room was an honest-to-goodness speakeasy and one of the oldest bars in the city. If you ever found it, tucked inside an old brick warehouse in the West Bottoms and buried down a long, skinny staircase to the basement, you could get whatever you wanted. Cocktails, beer, friendly conversation, and of course, homemade potions. Or, well, not homemade. Mariah didn't make the potions herself, despite advertising them as such. That was our secret, though. As far as the city knew, the reading room sold homemade potions. The bar had closed at 1, so Mariah met me at the side door and ushered me inside. "Thanks for waiting up," I said. Mariah locked the door. "I stayed up for Lydia." We weren't exactly friends. Maybe because I'd broken into her office, maybe because I'd accused her of murder, maybe because I knew about her deception with the potions she sold. Probably all three. We walked towards the stairs, past the distillery portion of the building where she made small batch whiskey. That, at least, she produced in-house. "She's injured in their safe house," I said. "But we can't get to her." Mariah's eyebrows shot up in panic for a moment. Oh no. You think she's hurt?" "She's not answering when we try to talk to her, and Garrett says there's no way in or out of his force field," I explained. "Sorry I couldn't say this over text. We're paranoid about hexes." "I understand," Mariah said. "But what do you need me for? Another potion?" I stopped at the top of the stairs, holding up a hand to shield my eyes from a glowing red welcome sign. "I don't follow." "I can brew it up tonight. Have it ready with plenty of time," she said. Mistaking the confused look on my face, she glared and said, "I can still brew one potion at a time. I just can't do it in bulk." "I don't know what you're talking about," I said. "What potion?" "Oh." Mariah's expression might have been readable to someone else, but I only saw a mix of muddled emotions I'd never identify in a million years. She turned to walk down the stairs, talking over her shoulder. "Never mind. What do you need from me?" Curiosity drove me to ask about the potion, but I had more important problems. I followed her down, taking care not to bop my head on the low ceiling at the base of the steps. "Lydia said someone was following her. I had hoped you might have a security camera or something showing them." "I remember them." She walked over to the bar. Authentic candles lit the place, a gorgeous addition to the lighting and a fire hazard. I almost suggested that Mariah pick up some of the fake plastic ones that ran on batteries and looked reasonably authentic at a glance, but it wasn't a good time. "Big guys. 2 of them. Not local." I didn't have my notepad on me, so I took out my phone to write this down. "You're sure they weren't local?" I didn't recognize them. Mariah bent down, grabbing a laptop from a low shelf. "They weren't local." Mariah had ironclad faith in her knowledge of the locals, and I trusted that faith. "I don't know if they were muggers just looking for an easy target or if they were after Lydia specifically. Did you notice them acting shifty?" "Not shifty, but they didn't leave until right at closing time, when I ousted the 2 of them. They were quiet." Mariah pointed to a small table in the corner. "Sat over there." "Well, let's hope you got a clear view of their faces." "It'll take a minute. My camera system's been around since the Pilgrims." Mariah plugged a cable in and opened her computer, cased in worn, yellowed plastic. Catching my eye, she added, "I just use this for the cameras." I smirked, but I was in no position to cast stones. The formatting software I used for my paper was about as ancient as her laptop. If it worked, its age didn't really matter. We waited for the computer to boot, and then for the software itself to load. I opened my mouth to speak a couple times, finally settling on what I would say. "I think you should tell Garrett and Lydia where you're getting your potions." She gave me a level look. I couldn't read what she meant by it. "They trust you a lot," I continued. "Lydia about slugged Garrett a few weeks back because he implied—" I'd gone about this conversation backwards, but it was too late to start over. Mariah said, "I'll decide how I run my business, Levy. Keep your nose out or I'll ban you again." She looked back down at her laptop, half ignoring me. We want your help," I said. "That business last summer isn't over. Remember, your brewing rig isn't the only thing that got trashed. His workshop got tossed. Maggie's definitely having someone undercut her prices. I've found plenty of other local shops that got undercut one way or another. Lydia, Garrett, and I are working to make sure that the perps see justice for what they did. And so they can't strike at us again, and they already struck tonight," Mariah said, not looking at me. "Yeah," I agreed. "Probably." "No, not probably." She spun around the computer, showing me 4 low-res black and white video feeds arranged on the screen. "Watch the guy on the left." I obeyed. One camera sat outside, pointed at the door, recording from across the street. The other cameras were all inside, showing the hall, the bar proper, and the distillery. 2 men in pants and button-down shirts walked down the hall. One had on a ball cap that was turned just right so that the brim always hung between him and the nearest camera. He was tall and husky, walking with his shoulders slouched forward. The other had short, dark hair and a narrow, angular face that he didn't bother to hide. They entered the bar, took a seat, and ordered drinks. "What am I looking at?" I asked. "Here's them leaving," Mariah said, scrubbing the timeline forward. They left. Ballcap's face didn't show clearly, but the other one was easy to see in the camera feed. They got outside, and only then did I get a good view of the big one's face. Round and a bit lopsided, like he'd been hit a few too many times and it had knocked his face out of proportion. "Odd he stopped hiding his face," I said. "Good luck for us, though." "People miss that camera," Mariah replied. "It's high up, across the street. Keep watching." The other one turned, looked around for a moment, and then his face blinked. His narrow, angular features vanished, replaced by the face of a man 10 years older with softer features and a layer of stubble. He walked with his companion out of frame, presumably to get into their car and wait. "A shapeshifter?" I asked. "Or a great illusion," she said. "Magic, either way. That's no random mugger." "Can you send me that footage?" "It'll take a minute to pull it off here, but yes, I think I've got a thumb drive it'll copy onto." She pressed a couple keys and bent to search the drawer for the thumb drive. While she did, I chewed on my cheek. I hadn't wanted to have this conversation yet, but if thugs were being sent after Lydia, then our time was running too short to play it slow. I tried persuasion again. "This isn't just about protecting our hides, or business, or politics, or whatever else." "I'd hope not, because if that's your whole sales pitch, I'm not buying." "It's about Andrea," I said. "Whoever put her in harm's way, they still haven't met any consequences for their actions. It's been 6 months, and the case has been languishing on the council's desk." "They charged the counselor, didn't they?" she asked. Not yet, and even if they do, she's not the only player. She was working for someone, or she wouldn't have been in Andrea's backyard. I shook my head. Are you even breaking even on your potion sales anymore? Mariah plugged the thumb drive into her ancient laptop. She spoke very quietly. How about you worry about your newsletter, and you let me worry about my bar? I'm not trying to be a dick, I said, leaning against the back counter. You never try, you're just a dick. That's not fair. I rubbed at my eyes, trying to salvage the conversation. I know our first meeting was a bad first impression, but you've got to cut me some slack there. I wasn't in a good mental state. I just found Andrea's body. You accused me of killing her. Mariah glanced at me, quirking an eyebrow. Yeah, I remember. Sorry, I pinched the bridge of my nose and thought about my response, considering my words for a good 20 seconds. Okay, I'm a dick. I'll accept that, but can we agree that I'm not totally a shithead? Not totally, Mariah conceded. I just want to help fix the shit that's broken in this city, I said. I don't always do it right, but I'm trying. And Garrett and Lydia are trying, and they're not dicks. Lydia's not, at any rate, Mariah mused, leaning against the back bar and inspecting me thoughtfully. Jury's still out for Garrett. There are half a dozen companies that came to town this year, I said. And whatever you think of me, I've never had anyone murdered for profit. All six, all playing the blame game, denying responsibility, and in the meantime, nobody's facing justice. We want to fix that. Fix it how? I've got a Commonwealth lawyer digging into the back-end zoning that happened when the well was installed, I explained, glad to at least have her interest. Her name's Emma. She's piecing together the timeline to find out who made the first move on Kansas City. If we find out who acted first, we'll know who knew that KC was about to be a profitable site for production. The side of Mariah's mouth quirked skeptically, and she looked me up and down. What do you need me for? Because I think it's going sideways fast, and I ground my teeth. And we can't fix problems that two of us don't know about. Garrett and Lydia have been arguing in circles about why you were able to replace your potion brewing rig after it was sabotaged, why nobody tried to stop you. They think it's a conspiracy. They don't know you're not making your own potions. Mariah scowled. So you're going to expose me. This hadn't been how I wanted our conversation to go. Only if you say I can, but it'd be a huge help. Lydia and Garrett trust you completely. They'd understand. She picked up my particular word choice. Lydia and Garrett trust me, not you. I chewed on my answer. How do you want me to answer that? You find out one detail and you think you know me, she said. When have I lied to you, Levy? Name one time. You told me you were working late on potions. That's why you were still up, but your potion rig is broken, I pointed out. What were you really up to? Asshole, she replied, turning back to the computer and starting the transfer. And you expect me to trust you? It wasn't the most tactful answer, but fatigue had drained my willingness to care. I can still make potions on my stove. I just can't make them in bulk, Mariah said. I make a potion for Lydia every month, and some of the ingredients need to be prepared in advance of a full moon. I wasn't lying, asshole. While the footage copied, the clip of the two thugs replayed from the beginning, earlier than what I'd seen before. They pulled up to the curb, parked, and got out of their SUV. I frowned. Something about the footage struck me as wrong. They had on the same clothes and glanced surreptitiously at their surroundings, with the one thug hiding his face and the other not bothering. Did they visit twice? No? Why? Why didn't you show me this clip before? I asked. The tall, heavy-set one looked up and started walking away from the door, inspecting the building, where they scope out the outside of the building before coming in. That's not a clip, Mariah told me, standing up. It's just showing the live feed. I swallowed. They're back. The big one walked out of frame while the shapeshifter stood at the door jiggling the handle. You locked the door, right? I asked. It's hardly pick-proof, she replied, crouching. Shit, I said. Is there a back door here? Of course, Mariah pointed. This place is up to code. It'd be a fire hazard without. You're welcome to run. I blinked. You're not leaving? She looked at the camera feed, her expression stony and furious. If they want to do something to the reading room, they'll have to go through me. Okay. I set my shoulders. Then I'm staying too. Mariah nodded her head slightly. A second later, a crash rang from outside and the lights went out. Chapter 3. August 30th, a few months before. The sun had dropped below the trees on Garrett's property, but wasn't yet beneath the horizon, and it gave plenty of light to work by. We were in the perfect brink between seasons. Warm enough I got away with wearing a t-shirt, but cool enough that I didn't feel sweaty and gross after a day of manual labor. I got on the other side of a wooden crate, waiting for Ben to give me a nod. Ready? Ready. I lifted, lowering the crate down from his truck bed to the floor of Garrett's newly finished garage. Is that the last of them? I asked, stretching my back. Ben glanced around. Looks like. Evan's car is empty and he was the last one to leave the warehouse. I inspected our work. 24 heavy crates and a whole trove of smaller boxes and parts, all laid out in the garage, ready for a craftsman to start assembly and installation. A satisfying result from an afternoon's work. Our spirits were all high. The bonfire Garrett had built helped that along. The positive sentiment projections being broadcast from his rune table probably didn't hurt, granting anyone who opted in a mild, pleasant high, like alcohol without the disorientation. Though, for those who wanted the disorientation, a cooler of beer sat by the garage. With the unloading done, I finally allowed myself to take a proper break, strolling over to the fire with Ben. We stepped up and warmed our hands from a safe distance, just in time to run into Lydia passing out steamy drinks. Thanks again, Lydia said, passing Ben and me each a paper cup. I didn't do much. I accepted the cup gratefully, taking a sip. Homemade cocoa. Delicious. I'm not great at heavy lifting, but I did what I could. Speak for yourself. If we're getting paid in cocoa, I'll take all the credit I can get, Ben said, draining half his cup in one swig. Lydia rolled her eyes. Levy, you put up the ad asking for help. We were expecting a handful of friends to show up, not our own personal army. Oh, that. Well, yeah, I just wanted to pitch in however I could. It's the least I could do after you helped me out last summer. I shrugged. Well, we got lucky on that. After they decided not to pursue you for anything, I guess we just got forgotten in the mix. She looked around. You didn't have to go all out like this. Really, this is no problem. I wanted to get out of the office, and I'm glad to pitch in and help a friend. Truth be told, I had just been trying to think of a way to fill an ad slot that had recently opened up and remembered Garrett talking about the load-in. I'd put in a note asking for hands to help move the equipment. People had shown up. I hadn't expected this sort of turnout, but I kept that detail to myself. Tact. I was getting better at it. Up until recently, Garrett had been the best, and only, professional enchanter in the city, using his impressive home business to do anything from basic spells to long-distance casting. It had been 2 months since a rogue counselor had trashed his workshop in an attempt to sabotage his business, just in time for a new well of magical power to arrive in the city. The bad guys had intended to leave him on the back foot while big competition moved in, taking up all the air in the room before he could return his business to operational status. From what I understood, Garrett's fight still raged with his insurance company to get a payout for the destroyed equipment, and he didn't have the option to order things in piecemeal and get it all installed over time. Not if he wanted to have any clients left when business got back up and running. He'd opened a line of credit from the bank and rush-ordered parts to replace what had been destroyed. 2 delays and an argument with the shipping company later, his new enchanting rigs had wound up in a warehouse downtown with no delivery company to take it the last couple miles to his shop. So that's what Ben, myself, and a baker's dozen other friends and acquaintances in the community had been doing all day. Some people showed up earlier and then had to leave. Others stuck around for a couple hours in the afternoon. But between 17 people, 10 cars and trucks, Garrett's four-wheeler, and Evan, the only person who'd thought to bring a dolly, we'd made an afternoon of the project and gotten it all done. "How long will it take to get it all installed?" I asked, looking at the boxes and fittings that were arranged in front of Garrett's garage shop. The cage that Garrett used as part of his paranoia ward, the spell that spooked trespassers into thinking a monster was after them, had been put into service as additional storage, a tarp thrown over the top and excess boxes piled inside so they couldn't be stolen. 3 weeks, if he rushes, Lydia said. Knowing Garrett, he'll get it done in 2. Faster if he gets someone to help him. Someone. Ben raised an eyebrow. You don't do enchanting work? I can't. I'm not licensed, she said, looking away from us. I'm an accountant. Hey, I'm not licensed either, I pointed out. I took a look at one of the practice tests a few days ago and just about went cross-eyed. That's because you were looking at it without reading the prep material, Ben pointed out, midway through a sip of the cocoa. It's complicated, sure, but it all makes sense if you start on page 1. He's right, you know, Lydia added. The written part of the exam's trivial. I shrugged. My point is, not everyone needs to sling spells around. Yeah, Lydia sighed. I guess she didn't agree, but she dropped the subject. I'm going to make sure everyone's got a drink, but I just wanted to say thanks again. Of course, I nodded, lifting my paper cup in a miniature toast. As Lydia walked away, Garrett replaced her. He wore an expression I rarely saw on him. A grin. Levy, you really pulled a rabbit out of your hat this time, he said, clapping me on the shoulder. I flinched away from the contact, but smiled back. No, magic tricks are Ben's department now. I just asked for help. Chuckling, Garrett said, Still, I can't thank you enough. Things are finally getting back to normal, and I've got a whole mess of business lined up as soon as I can get things running again. Couldn't have done it without you. I stumbled over my words. It really wasn't out of my way. Ben laughed. Levy, you know you can just accept a thank you, right? I blushed, but Garrett moved smoothly on to another topic. Ben, how'd your test go? Beaming, Ben reached for his wallet, digging out a laminated card. You're looking at the proud holder of a learner's permit. I got my practice wand and everything. Give me some time, I'll be a proper wizard. Congratulations, Garrett said, reaching out his hand. I'm amazed. That I passed? The test wasn't that bad, Ben said, exchanging grips. No, that you got through the citizenship paperwork in just a couple months, Garrett replied. Dealing with Commonwealth bureaucracy is typically the most painful thing a person can do this side of masochism. Ben shrugged, casually accepting the praise. I'm a fast study. I'm going to make the rounds, Garrett said. But thank you, again. I nodded, then paused. Before I leave, I did want to ask you a few questions. Realizing I wanted a cover, I added, for the paper. This'll make a good lifestyle story. Ben glanced at me sidelong, but Garrett didn't notice. Sure, whatever you need. I should probably get headed out too, Ben decided. I've got work in the morning. Of course, get some rest. I stepped forward, hesitating for a moment, unsure if we were going to embrace or not. We'd been seeing each other on and off, spending my rare free evenings together and getting coffee for work-study dates, but I still didn't know where we stood on goodbyes or displays of affection. I felt reasonably sure that a firm handshake wasn't the way to go, but beyond that, I had no clue. Ben thankfully took the lead and leaned in, planting a kiss on my cheek. See you later. See ya, I repeated. He left, and I resigned myself to mingle for a bit until everyone else had left. I wanted privacy for what I had to say to Garrett and didn't want to rush everyone off Garrett's property after all their help. So, I enjoyed the fire. It was nice. I couldn't fill the time with work and I couldn't leave, so I coerced myself into relaxing. I chatted with my friend Evan. I talked with a few people I barely knew but who subscribed to my paper. I had another cup of cocoa. The sky had turned inky black by the time that Garrett began to cheerfully but stubbornly insist that he had to get to work, chasing off the last handful of stragglers. The final set of taillights rolled down the driveway while he shut up the garage and Lydia smothered the fire. So, Garrett walked up to join us, clapping his hands together to remove a bit of dust. You wanted to get a statement from me for the paper about the barn raising, right? That was a lie, I admitted. It's not for the paper, and it's not about the barn raising. Garrett and Lydia both looked at me sharply, then made eye contact with each other. Then what is it? Did you see the headline on yesterday's paper? I asked. I knew they had a subscription, but it was naive to assume that everyone who bought my paper read it all the way through. That judge with the Commonwealth threw out a lawsuit by Andrea's sister, Lydia said. I read it. His name is Justice Altair. He's the head judge for this whole region, I clarified, filling in details for Garrett. Andrea's sister brought a suit against the 6 corporations who moved into Kansas City last summer, but he threw it out for lack of evidence. Garrett glared furiously, and even though he didn't intend the look for me, I still cringed away. Isn't it obvious that they're responsible? They knew about the well long before it became public information. Andrea got killed to cover up what they knew. What more does he need? He's not entirely wrong, I said. Counselor Murray hasn't admitted anything about her connection to the scheme, and she's the one who pulled the trigger. More to the point, the council is dragging their feet hard. Of course they are. Lydia frowned at the dying embers. If they dig into the case, they'll find more evidence to incriminate one of their colleagues. They're probably getting paid off, Garrett added angrily. So what you're telling me is nobody's going to see real justice for what happened. Not at all. Nobody's going to see real justice unless we make it happen. I let my statement hang in the air for a few seconds before I continued. It's not just about Andrea. It's about you and Mariah and everyone else who had their businesses sabotaged. At least Mariah got her potion rig up and running again before the well was installed, Lydia said. She didn't seem to have an interruption in sales. That wasn't true, but I kept my mouth shut about the secret. The point is, they hurt a lot of people to pad their bottom line. and nobody's doing anything about it. I think we should do something about it." Garrett grimaced. "Why do you want us?" "Because you've got more at stake than most, and you know the business," I said. "I can try to do this on my own, but I'm just one guy. You've got more industry connections than me. You'll see things I can't." Looking past me, Garrett had a silent conversation with Lydia that I couldn't hope to understand, all in glances and eye movement. She finally made the decision for both of them. "Okay, Levy, we'll do it." "On one condition," Garrett added. "We do this safe. I can't risk any retaliation on our shoulders if you screw something up." "Of course." We shook on it. Chapter 4. December 7th, 2 a.m. If the reading room had low lighting before, it was now positively shady. The candles were great for mood lighting, but a few dozen little flames struggled to provide real illumination on their own. The crackling, static spell turned the bar arid, and a sudden onset of dry mouth overtook me. My mouth watered, but there were more pressing concerns than just thirst. I crouched low, peering just over the edge of the bar. "What's the plan?" "Do you have a weapon?" Mariah replied. I patted my pocket. "Pepper spray." She shot me some kind of look, but I couldn't make it out in the dimness. "I mean a real weapon." "It's good pepper spray?" I offered. "Or I've got a cleansing crystal, too." Mariah groaned and knelt while I took out my phone. Garrett couldn't get here in time, but sending out a distress call would still... My phone was utterly dead. It didn't even show a symbol indicating the lack of charge when I pushed the on button. Cursing myself for not noticing, I glanced over at the laptop that Mariah used for security. Its status matched my phone. Powerless. All electronics in the bar, and probably in the whole building, were shot. If I had any doubts that these were the thugs who'd gone after Lydia, their signature spell confirmed it. Mariah reached under the bar and took out a wooden stave as long as my arm. The stave tapered wide at one end, and she rested that end on her shoulder as though it were a shotgun. "What if they just toss a firebomb down here and burn us out?" I whispered. "Sprinklers," she replied. "Shh." I shut my mouth, listening intently. Footsteps and voices became clear. Whoever was talking had an accent I couldn't place. Not quite local, but not distinct enough for me to pick up the region. "Mundane security, but there may still be some magical traps afoot. Stay cautious." "What if she's still here?" another voice asked, with something like a New Yorker's accent. "Then you'll deal with her." "We're not supposed to..." "Would you shut up? If she is here, you'll give us away." A few seconds pause, and then Yorkie shouted down the stairs. "Hello? Is anyone still here?" Mariah put a finger to her lips, ducking down lower behind the bar. I followed suit, pressing my back to a stack of milk crates and tucking my legs close to my body. We hid there, next to the liquor and spirits that weren't display shelf material. Mostly cheap, strong vodka. "What the hell was that?" "If she's here, she already heard us, so we may as well..." "Let's just get the laptop and get out of here." 2 sets of footsteps came down the stairwell. I took shallow breaths and clenched my fists, desperately hoping we wouldn't be seen in the dark. As they reached the landing, a light began to shine. I initially mistook it for a flashlight, but it shone at the wrong angle. Too stable, too red. The welcome light above the stairwell entrance. One set of footsteps grew closer, and another light flickered to life. One of the overhead chandeliers. As the figures stopped by the bar, one of Mariah's many neon beer lights came to life, releasing a static buzz like an old tube TV. The red light at the stairwell dimmed, meanwhile, so the only sources of light were directly around the figure. A hand waved over the bar about 8 feet down from us. I tensed, but Mariah held still while an LED strip above the mixing counter and a refrigerator came to life. The very top of his head reflected in the mirror. I recognized the big guy from the security footage and on a hunch pegged him as Yorkie. He moved down the bar, hand out. One beer light died and another came to life. An aura of functioning electronics surrounded him as he stalked the speakeasy. The cash register's LED blinked on, and finally, nearly straight above me, the laptop Maggie used for her security cameras came to life. "Found it," Yorkie said, reaching down and snatching the laptop. "Good," the other one, the shapeshifter, said. "Wipe the drive." Yorkie grumbled. "What I'm doing here isn't magic, never mind. This computer's a dinosaur. It'll need a minute to boot before I can wipe the drive. You got me?" Shifty's tone seethed with annoyance. "Fine, just hurry." Yorkie leaned on the counter, his weight making the bar creak while he waited for the computer to resurrect itself. Above me, a sign from the 70s reading, "Free beer tomorrow," blinked a couple times and stayed lit. I glanced at Mariah, who clutched her stave to her chest. I silently thanked the refrigerator for running, its gentle whir covering my noisy breathing. Bing! My eyes widened, and my heart stopped while the phone in my pocket played its own booting up chiptune. I took out the device and pressed down the power button hard, killing the boot sequence, but the damage had already been done. The two figures shifted slightly. Neither spoke. Mariah shot a furious glare at me, jaw tight, knuckles white on her stave. Shifty spoke like nothing had happened. "Are you done with the wipe?" "Just about," Yorkie replied. His tone was too measured, at odds with Shifty's casual tone. "We should go right away, before anyone knows we're here." Damn it. I couldn't let them leave without getting more information. Besides, my gut told me they were going to leave and set up an ambush, or maybe just try to burn us out. I had to act first. Scooting to the side, I reached the power strip that fed Mariah's sundry devices, her fridge, laptop, and a string of LED strips. Yanking it out of the wall, I listened, ensuring that the whir of the fridge never stopped. The power wasn't coming from any outlet, but from Yorkie himself. Unplugging each appliance from the strip, I plugged the strip into itself. The red indicator light on its switch continued to glow. Perfect. Reaching across the floor, I grabbed an overproof bottle of vodka, stood and spun. "Don't move." Yorkie and Shifty both flinched back, not expecting my action. I was pleased to see that neither had a gun pointed at me. They stared, and I stared back. "Who the hell are you?" Yorkie asked. I opened my mouth to respond, then stopped. He doesn't know me? I just assumed that anyone gunning for Lydia would probably have me next on their hit list. If they had a personal vendetta, they would certainly know my face, which led me to an alternative conclusion. They were hired muscle, kept in the dark about everything except their specific objective. It doesn't matter. I adjusted my grip on the power strip, hoping my theory would pan out. The point is, I don't want to hurt you. They exchanged glances. "Hurt us," Shifty said. "I don't think that's a concern." I moved on from the threat. "You came here to wipe that computer, right? Well, you're too late anyways. We already uploaded a copy to the cloud. You can't delete it." Uh-huh. Yorkie looked at the laptop. "This brick doesn't have a Wi-Fi connection. How'd you upload it?" "Hardwire," I lied. Show me the Ethernet cable. I hadn't expected a lick of tech savviness from Yorkie, but given his apparent specialty in electrical magic, I should have. I swallowed. Okay, fine, but this doesn't have to go sideways. Just take the laptop and go. Yorkie set down the computer on the bar. He stood within arm's reach of me, too close for comfort, but I lacked space to back away. I couldn't help myself. My eyes darted down to Mariah, hoping she had a better plan than my own asinine idea. Yorkie took the opening, darting forward to grab my jacket collar. I made a noise like, "Huh," and he yanked back, dragging me bodily over the counter. I managed to keep my grip on both bottle and power strip at first, but when he twisted and slammed me to the ground, my vision swam and my grip went slack, dropping both. Magically experienced, tech-smart, and strong? That just wasn't fair. Shifty stepped up to the bar while Yorkie dropped down atop me, planting a knee in my belly. I wheezed, fumbling for the cleansing crystal in my pocket, hoping that he had supernatural strength. If his power came naturally, I wouldn't do much except hamper his electricity spell. The crystal grew hot and cracked in my pocket as soon as I activated it. The lights barely flickered before Yorkie's magic reasserted its full strength, unhampered by my dispelling efforts. "Do we kill him?" Yorkie asked, keeping me in place on the floor, helpless. "Orders are to leave no trace," Shifty replied, looming by the bar. "We'll have to weight the body and drop it in the river. Try not to get blood anywhere. DNA can—" "Let him go." Mariah stood, surrounded by a halo of beer lights, her stave braced against her shoulder. She kept the business end pointed straight at Shifty, and though I didn't know what magic she could do with the stave, the threat of an aimed weapon was clear. Both the thugs recognized the greater danger and shifted their focus away from me, though Yorkie kept his weight planted on my gut, pinning me painfully. Shifty's eyes darted around the room, searching for any more hiding spots that someone might pop out of. "You're the barkeep." "I'm the barkeep with a gun to your head," she said. I reached out weakly, groaning in pain. "Well, barkeep," Shifty said, taking a step closer to Mariah. "Why don't you drop the weapon?" "And let you hurt Levy?" she asked. "Not likely. Let him go, or I'll put you both down." "If you could stop us, you would have already," Shifty said. "Now, set down the weapon and we might not have to kill you." "Mariah," I groaned. "I'm sorry." Yorkie frowned down at me. I hefted the vodka bottle in my hand, aimed to the best of my ability, and chucked it in a clumsy attack. It went right past Shifty's head, missing him by several feet. He started to smirk, then a tinkle of broken glass led to a whispering whoop of a sudden fire as the overproof spirit bottle broke and spilled onto a candle by the stairs, blocking the one exit. A torrent of fire raged, stealing everyone's attention. Yorkie stumbled back, getting to his feet, and Shifty shot a glare my way. "What are you playing at?" he demanded. "Are you trying to kill us all?" I shook my head, grinning stupidly. He followed my gaze down to the power strip I'd slipped around his foot a minute ago when he'd stepped up to the bar. A half-dozen electrical outlets hung from his ankle like a tail. Then the fire's heat set off the sprinkler, bathing the room in tepid water. The candles went out, our clothes got drenched, and I rolled away from Shifty as fast as I could before the water sloshed down his leg. His eyes widened, and he moved to kick off the power strip, but electricity moved faster than him. The current generated by Yorkie's magic jolted violently out of the power strip, took a shortcut through the water from the sprinkler system, and jumped straight into Shifty's legs. The shapeshifter dropped to the ground, convulsing. I shoved with my legs to get back and away, scooting until I made it underneath a booth table, as far away from the danger as the confined space would allow. It was a strange sight. The electrocution broke Shifty's concentration, and his false face melted into smoke, revealing another beneath it, younger and pudgier. That face, too, vanished, replaced with the face of an old man, and another with a heavy scratch over his cheek, and another and another. Yorkie yelled and moved to help his companion. He didn't react to the shocks, grabbing the power strip and flinging it away. But a spell from Mariah hit him squarely between the shoulder blades and dropped him to the ground as though he'd been struck with a 10-pound medicine ball. His spell died without a word. The chandelier, beer lights, everything went black. There weren't even candles, not with the sudden deluge from the sprinkler system. Mariah swore, and scrambling footsteps pounded up the stairs. A few seconds later, a crackling noise split the room, and a chemical glow emerged from a stick in Mariah's hand, casting strange shadows through the falling drops of water. The two thugs were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 5. I sat on the curb in front of the reading room's street-side entrance and panted for air. Though the danger had passed a while earlier, my body had yet to ratchet down from its fight-or-flight mode. While Mariah engaged in a call with her insurance agent, I told myself that the panic was over. "Levy," she snapped. I turned to face her. "What? Did you not hear? Never mind. Here." She extended the battery pack I'd lent her from my bike's emergency kit. I'd gotten lucky and parked outside of the EMP spell's radius, preserving the battery's charge. I took it and plugged the cable into my cell, avoiding Mariah's face. "I'm sorry. I know my plan was stupid." "Levy?" She leaned against the door, running a hand through her hair. "What exactly were you thinking with that cleansing crystal?" "I wanted to disrupt his spell for a minute," I explained. "Last summer, I had a handful of crystals that saved my hide when the counselors came after me." "Last summer, we didn't have a well of power about a mile away," Mariah reminded. I hadn't considered that. With the source of power in the middle of the city, my misused crystals wouldn't stand a chance. "Like I said," I conceded, "my plan was stupid." "Levy, you didn't break in." "No, but if I hadn't been down there, they probably wouldn't have found you. I'm the one who gave us away." Given Mariah's track record of disliking me, I had expected more frustration and anger. Instead, she just slumped, her shoulders heavier than ever. "I'm not mad at you, Levy." "What's your deductible?" I asked, hoping the damages wouldn't be too bad. Getting the thugs in civil court would never happen, but her insurance would hopefully keep things manageable. From what I'd seen in the light of her glow stick, the fire damage itself hadn't been too bad, but the water damage would be nasty. She pursed her lips, but didn't answer the question, instead turning her attention to the waterlogged laptop. "Do you think you can get that working again?" The screen had shattered when it got dropped in the melee, and water saturated the processor. I had my doubts, but if we were lucky, we could potentially salvage the hard drive. "I'll drop it in some rice and see how it goes." My phone screen lit up with a battery charge indicator, and my heart skipped a beat, flashing back to the dark bar. Once it powered on, I checked my messages. I had a text from Garrett. "Any news?" "I need to go," I said. "The sun's going to be up soon, and Garrett might need my help getting Lydia to a hospital." Mariah wrapped her arms around herself. "Hold on a minute." "Okay?" I asked, while she turned and walked back inside. A minute later, she returned with a glass bottle, a creamy red elixir stirring inside. "For Lydia," she explained. "It's a stabilizing potion. It won't fix broken bones or anything, but it reduces fever, clears out pathogens and harmful drugs, and combats blood loss. If she's in a bad state, it'll buy you time to get to the hospital." I accepted the bottle gratefully. Thanks, Mariah. It's not for you. Good luck. I tucked the laptop into the side pouch on my motorcycle's storage, but I didn't leave just yet. Look, do you want some help clearing up the mess? I know Sunday's not for another few days, but I could put up a call for help in the classifieds for you. When Garrett needed help, he got a dozen hands. I bet people would be more than happy to pitch in for their favorite watering hole. I'm not paying you for classified, she balked. I didn't ask for money. It's a favor, I assured her. I'm not asking you for help either, Mariah said. I can handle it. I didn't push. All right, you're welcome to change your mind. Just let me know before Friday. She hesitated. Levy, one more thing. What is it? Looking back at her building, she said, The reading room is a sanctuary. It's older than any of us, and it should be off limits. And they came at it anyways. She returned her gaze to me. If you find who is responsible, and you find a way to hurt them back for what they've done, you call me. I'll be there. It wasn't the total offer of support I'd wanted, but it got my foot in the door. Thanks. Stay safe. You too. I had a little extra time, so I swung by my apartment before meeting Garrett. I changed into dry clothes, picked up my backpack, snagged an energy drink from my fridge, and gave my cat, Worf, a scratch behind the ears. After stowing the waterlogged laptop and potion in my bag, I made the ride back to the safe house, my pace urgent but not rushed. Garrett was frayed like an old rope when I got back. I had to text him to let me in the building, and I almost didn't recognize him on account of the frazzled hair and haggard expression. Did something change? I asked while we walked to the elevator. He shook his head. No. What happened to you? Whoever was following Lydia came back to the reading room, I explained, swallowing. We chased them off, but the laptop with the security footage got soaked. I'm not sure we'll be able to pull pictures of them. Damn it, Garrett said. You didn't get anything on them? I have some leads I can follow up on, I said. Mariah's fine, by the way. He said, good, but I didn't get the sense that his thoughts were on Mariah's well-being. How soon is sunrise? I asked. 5 more minutes, give or take. The shield is dropping any minute now. A concern struck me. What if they come back right as it drops to take another shot at her? Let them, Garrett growled, pacing short circles by the door. I'll be ready. I wasn't so sure, but I slipped my hands into my jacket pockets and didn't argue. I fiddled with the cap on my pepper spray canister, calmed by the touch. A few moments passed. I almost asked a question, then thought better of it, unsure if Garrett was in a conversational mood. I didn't want to stress him out further and accomplish nothing. Then again, maybe it would distract him from his stress for a moment, which would improve things. I went back and forth on the dilemma a couple times in my head before making up my mind. Mariah mentioned something about a potion. He stopped pacing, instantly alert. I mistook it for a reaction to my question, but his attention was on the door. A heartbeat later, a static wave passed over me, my hairs all standing on end. Lydia, Garrett said, lunging for the door and throwing it open. I followed behind, rushing into the small apartment. There were 2 panels built into the wall by the door. A standard security system and a circular silvery plate etched with strange symbols. Garrett ignored them both, even as the electronic security system began to beep. The place only had 3 rooms, and all were tiny. An open area for the kitchen and a little couch which constituted the living room, 1 open door with a bathroom, and 1 closed door that led to the bedroom. Not seeing Lydia, Garrett threw open the bedroom door, running inside. I followed slower, my heart sinking. Just at a glance, I knew what Garrett had yet to confirm. He dropped to his knees, checking under the bed. Frantic now, he ran to the closet, throwing open the door. She's... He spun in a circle, eyes wild. I stuck my head in the bathroom, but there wasn't even a shower curtain up, nowhere for a person to hide. She's not here, I finished. That's impossible. He moved past me, opening the cupboards in a desperate bid to locate Lydia, but it didn't do any good. She wouldn't have fit inside them anyways. He only revealed an open pack of disposable plastic water bottles. How sure are you, I asked, that she couldn't leave once the wall was up? Sure. He ran to the couch, dropping to check the 2-inch space beneath it. His search had grown to impossibly desperate levels. And she couldn't have raised the wall from the outside? I asked. He paused, panting. Damn it. Even if she could, I don't know why she would. You'd need some sort of telekinetic spell, maybe, or... I thought Lydia couldn't do magic, I asked. Lydia doesn't do magic, he said, but there's no reason for it. What if someone else raised the wall to keep her from getting in? I asked. Maybe. He faced me, his eyes wet. Levy, I can't. I stepped up, putting a hand on his shoulder. It felt like an invasion of personal space, but I did what he needed, not what I would have wanted. Listen to me, Garrett. We are going to fix this, I promise, but I need you to stay with me. I stared into his eyes for an uncomfortable second. Okay? His chest heaved. Levy, you don't get it. Lydia, she's sick. She has to take her medicine or she'll die. I'd already assumed it would be urgent, but this put the pressure on. How long do we have? We need her back by tomorrow night, he said. That's the absolute latest. If we don't get her back by then, there'll be no chance. Then we'll hurry, but you can't break down. Lydia needs you to stay strong. We'll find her together, okay? He took a breath. Okay. I didn't waste time, ensuring I understood the situation. So, could someone have raised the wall with magic? He thought for a second, then nodded. Yes. And could they have lowered the wall with magic, run in, and then put it back up after leaving with Lydia? I asked. No, absolutely not. You're sure? He stared at me, swallowing. Not enough power. The spell is a once and done. The shield takes a full month to charge up from ambient power. If it got dropped, it couldn't be raised again. Even with the well? I asked. More magical power would let it charge much faster. Wouldn't that make it charge more quickly? He shook his head. Okay, fair point, but you'd still need at least a week. I took my hand back, thinking. After a second, I turned, walking over to the cupboard he'd thrown open and taking out the case of water. I'm guessing this is for when the wall is up? I asked, plopping the plastic down onto the counter. Why? If nothing can pass through the shield, you'd need something to drink until dawn, I said. So this is for when the wall is up? He nodded. I stuck a finger through the hole that had been cut neatly open, emphasizing that a bottle was missing. Then, leaning towards the bin by the sink, I dug through and found the empty one. I glanced back at Garrett. When was the last time the trash went out here? He shook his head. I don't know, but we don't use disposable bottles normally. Lydia wouldn't have used one unless the sink was off. So someone definitely came in here, I confirmed, tugging another bottle out from the pack. I hadn't had anything that morning except a sickly sweet energy drink. It made no sense. She'd come in here, raised an impenetrable barrier, and then vanished. Why does the wall stay up until sunrise? I asked. Easier, Garrett said. Magic follows nature in a lot of ways. Bad things go away when the sun rises, and energy tends to be reset. It's cheaper and easier to make it follow the sunrise schedule than to fight it. I stopped, partway through popping the cap on the water bottle. What Garrett said might have been true, but his face flickered as he said it. I couldn't fathom why he had lied, but I felt certain all the same he hadn't been straight with me. I sighed. Okay, well, this is a place to start. I'm going to start digging around, find out if anyone saw Lydia last night or heard anything suspicious. You should call the council and probably the police. No, absolutely not. I blinked at Garrett. Look, I don't really like the council, but the council, Garrett shook his head, correcting to, the Commonwealth can't hear about this. And if I called the cops, the council would hear about it eventually. This can't be a story. This stays private, Levy. Why? I looked at him blankly. Anything could be relevant to why she went missing. I need to know so I can find her. Garrett stared at me, his eyes burning with intense fear matched by determination. It stays private. I wasn't sure if he would break into tears or just try to slug me if I pushed the subject. All right. I closed my eyes and drummed my fingers for a moment, thinking. Okay, I think I have some basic thoughts. Let's hear them, Garrett said, walking in small circles around the small apartment. Lydia couldn't call you from her cell because her phone died, knocked out by the EMP. I don't know why they knocked out her phone, but waited until she got here to take out her car, but they didn't, Garrett corrected. A car can run with a dead battery. It just can't start. Right. That made more sense. So everything got taken out at once. She didn't have any way of contacting you, but the landline phone in here still worked. As if to make my point better, I walked to the landline by the bed and picked up the receiver, punching in my phone number. My cell rang. So she got inside but didn't call me, he said. Why? I don't know, I admitted. But she was in here long enough to get a drink at least, and then gone. Someone took her. If they killed her, he said, unproductive anger rising again. I think she's alive. If they wanted to kill her to send a message, why would they take the body? I asked. Thinking about it as coldly as I can, if I wanted to hurt you by killing Lydia, I wouldn't clean up afterward. I didn't go into more detail. I knew what it was like to find a murder scene that you were indirectly responsible for, but I didn't need to inflict that mental image on Garrett. So they kidnapped her. Why haven't they contacted us for ransom? I don't know. I groaned, pressing my palm to the side of my head. Garrett, I'm not some kind of super cop. I don't do this. I'm going off deductions and gut feelings here, but I don't know how career kidnappers operate. My attempt to stay calm, to keep things level so that I wouldn't drive Garrett into a panic, had slipped. I took a breath, slowed myself down. Garrett, I said, I think you should go home. If we don't find her and she gets killed, it'll be my fault, Garrett said, balling up a fist. I'm not going to sit around and let that happen. I don't mean... I took another breath. In through the nose, out through the mouth. If they kidnapped Lydia and are going to contact you, they might have left a note at your home, or used some other communication method that requires you to be there. You should go and wait to be contacted. Garrett's expression told me that he wanted to do anything other than sit down and wait for a phone call, but he followed my lead and took a breath. Okay, I'll go home. And take this, I added, pulling Mariah's laptop from my bag. See if you can recover anything off it. It got soaked, but the drive might be okay. He accepted the computer. Call me as soon as you hear anything. Got it? Got it. If you think of a way someone could have made it through your safe house shield, let me know. Of course. Thanks, Levy. It would be best if he went home and got some sleep, but then we'd need to get someone else to listen for his phone, and besides, he would never agree to that if I suggested it. I stuck around while he left. There weren't any ideas that required me to be in the apartment's safe house. I just didn't have anywhere else better to be. Might as well stay put while I worked the problems. There were two main lines of thought I could follow, but the first was a dead end. Trying to figure out how someone had entered and exited the safe house wouldn't help me. Even if I knew how to do any real magic, I had no idea how Garrett's shield worked. I couldn't test it, and I could only barely theorycraft. An answer there would have to come from Garrett, or at least from someone with more knowledge on the subject than me. So that left me with one other way to go about it. Figure out motive. This really isn't my job, I groaned, as I took out my phone and started tapping out a few notes to myself, organizing what I knew and what I'd guessed. Thought number 1. People had gone after Garrett before. Nobody was being blamed, even as several groups clearly profited from the industrial sabotage and outright murder from last summer. Thought number 2. When Garrett's workshop was trashed, he was one of several local business owners who'd been sabotaged or undercut to pave the way for a new industry that was coming to town, to coincide with Kansas City getting a whole mess of new, improved magical power. Mariah had been hit too, and I'd found a few others in the aftermath who'd been hit in one way or another. Thought number 3. They'd been comfortable with murder as a means of keeping their plan secret. Thought number 4. We were explicitly working to strike back against those groups. Conclusion: someone with money and power got wind of what we were up to, and this is how they retaliated. I'd already guessed at this, but laying out the premises made it more clear, more certain. I still had no idea how our plans had leaked. We had been meticulous and private, but it got me past square one. I had to find out who would be willing to kidnap a woman to keep their business dealings secret, and then I'd find Lydia. With no place better to start, I walked over to the couch, sat down, and got to work. Chapter 6. September 13th, evening. How many people do you suppose they've hurt? I glanced up from the folder I'd been scanning, caught off guard by Lydia's question. Well, these companies didn't just decide to start cutting deals and killing people when they came to KC, Lydia clarified. We'd been sharing court transcripts, the three of us reading in their living room. Over all time. That's a long time, I said. The Talander group's been functioning in one form or another since before the fall of Rome. Garrett grunted, glaring at a paper as though he wished it to catch fire. If I have to keep making sense of this lawyer talk, we can add my death by aneurysm to the list of crimes. Lydia smiled, but persisted. I'm serious, though. You'd think someone would have caught one of these companies at it by now. Find me a 100-year-old company that hasn't had a deadly scandal or two, Garrett suggested. Banana corporations bought up governments. Nobody stopped them. I'm not sure any of the Commonwealth's staple organizations are much worse than anyone else. You're defending them? I asked, surprised. Oh, hell no, Garrett said. But banana sellers aren't going to come trash my shop. I tried to resume reading the court summary in my hand, but I'd grown cross-eyed in the attempt. It was intensely circular, intensely insular, and most of all, intensely boring. Public filings for building permits, public records of the failed lawsuit Andrea's family had made, and none of it helped. I could barely make sense of half the papers. All right, I said, pushing to my feet. I'm calling it. I need to get home and get some rest, and I'm not making any headway here. I'll keep reading a while longer, Lydia said. I might be onto something here, and I don't want to lose that momentum. I perked up, curious. What did you find? She held up a patent schematic and stuck a blue sticker on the top to highlight it for later. This wand design, it's from a company called Wand Design. I read a press release from the very beginning of the year. They said they were planning on shipping 100,000 of these wands by the holiday season, and I just don't see how they plan to make that many. They don't have enough factories with enough power draw to make it happen. Pointing at a section on the paper, she added, This ring here, it's got 6 runes etched with power. Their last model had 4, so that's a 50% increase in power draw and manufacturing complexity, but their manufacturing capabilities remain static. If that's the case, I said, then they were planning on building their new factory all the way back in January, before the Commonwealth had even decided where they'd install the well. It could be a coincidence or something I'm missing, she conceded. But I'm pretty familiar with wands, and I can't imagine any energy-saving methods that'd bring the numbers down to a reasonable level. Companies make mistakes, go over budget, and behind schedule all the time, I said. I agree that it's suspicious, though. For now, we'll assume it wasn't just a mistake. Our previous earliest guess as to when the conspiracy had begun was sometime in March. So her discovery changed the timeline quite a bit if it panned out. Good find, I said. I'll poke into it over the week and see if I can't get anything else out of it. Oh, one more thing, Lydia said. I know we're keeping this group small, but I really don't think a few more hands would hurt. How would you feel about bringing in Mariah or maybe the Cyruses? Gloria and Delilah? I asked. I don't know them too well. Mariah might fit better, but she doesn't care for me too much. I trailed off because Garrett's expression had gone sour. He cut in. We agreed it would stay with just the 3 of us. Which is why I'm making a suggestion, Lydia said, not a decree. We've known Gloria since we were kids. Delilah's good people. No, Garrett said. Lydia set down the papers she'd been reading. What about Mariah? You don't honestly think we can't trust her, do you? We stick with 3 people. You, me, Levy. That's plenty. Any more is a risk. Before Lydia objected again, he added, Not because I don't trust them, but because more people means more room for mistakes. Fine, Lydia conceded. By her expression, I guessed she just wanted to avoid a fight. Garrett glanced my way. Good seeing you, Levy. I took the hint and left. The bike ride home gave me a good chance to wind down before starting a new project. It was getting late, and I could use some sleep, but I'd planned on getting a jump start on next week's paper first. On Ben's insistence, I'd been taking a day off from the paper every week, and I'd begun using that day to dig into the new players in Kansas City. But writing an article for the paper wouldn't count as working on my day off if I did so after midnight. Besides, that lead time would give me more room to work the rest of the week, so it'd even out. I parked my bike and walked up to my apartment building, using the door code to get inside. I lived in a fourth-story apartment, and of course, it had no elevator. The building was too old and far too cheap for that. Taking the stairs up, I checked my phone, pausing in a stairwell to text Ben and ask how his day had been. The light in the hallway, a half flight of steps above me, had burned out. Management had a bad habit of not replacing bulbs, so that didn't strike me as odd, until I noticed the figure leaning in the shadows by my door. My heart started hammering in my chest. Someone was waiting for me. I looked back down the stairs. I could run, but running downstairs would leave me vulnerable, and I imagined myself tripping, falling, breaking a leg while my unannounced visitor stalked me at their leisure. While I watched, they raised something to their mouth, inhaling. A faint orange glow lit up their face. Human. At least, no fangs, no horns. Glasses glinted in the light, a slim, professional design. Their silhouette was casual, relaxed. They weren't looking for a fight. That, or they hadn't yet seen me. I sent another text to Ben. There's someone by my door. I'm not sure if they've noticed me. I don't know what to do. The figure puffed, a gray cloud billowing into the air. I caught a whiff and wrinkled my nose, raising an eyebrow. Bubblegum? It may have been presumptive of me, but I couldn't imagine any assassin coming to my door and passing the time with a bubblegum-flavored vape. Raising my voice, I called up to the shadowed figure. Hey, who are you? The person jumped, then reached up, pulling away an earbud, facing me. Sorry, what did you say? I asked who you were, I said, turning on my phone's flashlight and shining it up the stairs. A woman of average height stood above me, with dark brown hair that ran to her shoulders and a business suit that looked a little wrinkled and worn. My name's Emma Romero. I'm a lawyer. You're Levy, right? Yeah, I said cautiously. Why? I didn't know for sure. I thought you'd be taller, she said. I heard you fought a troll. I ran away from a troll while someone else fought it, I said. There's that thing with the vampire, but for her, I cheated. Look, do I need a lawyer? No, Emma said, shaking her head. I need a reporter. Couldn't you have called? I asked. It's past midnight. There might be an unfriendly ear listening to your phone calls. I'm paranoid about this, and you really should be too. Can we talk inside? I stared up at Emma, considering for a long moment. If she was worried about outside interference, she had my attention. Sure, I just need a minute first. Of course. I heard about your big scoop last summer, and I knew you'd be... Clearing my throat, I made it up the last few stairs. I need a minute, I repeated. Got a lot on my mind. Emma pursed her lips, but nodded. Sorry. I got to the top, unlocked my door, and stepped inside. Come on in. I turned on the lights and walked over to my kitchen cabinet, bending to get the cat food from under the sink. Have a seat if you want. I opened the can, getting Worf's attention almost immediately. My cat prowled in from the other room, rubbing against my legs until I gave him a couple head scratches and set down the can to keep his attention. Once that was done, I texted Ben explaining the false alarm. Only with those tasks complete did I slump at my kitchen table and give Emma my full attention. How can I help you? She cut straight to the chase, pacing on the far side of the table from me. You need to hire me. I've already got a lawyer, I said. Not because I'm a lawyer, because I'm me. I blinked. Go on. I know what you're up to. You and your friends. You're trying to write a story about the shit that happened last summer, right? She asked. Maybe even a book deal, once you get the whole scoop. That's not hard to guess, I said. I've already run articles about it. Yeah, and you've made document requests with the Commonwealth, she pointed out. You may as well be running around with a neon sign saying, "Hey, look at me, I'm causing trouble." Do you think the people that got Andrea killed will have any qualms at all painting a target on your back next? I've been discreet, I objected. She gave me a flat look. Uh-huh, and I just got lucky with my guess. Fair enough. So, what are you offering? I hate these creeps as much as you do, Emma said, finally sitting down across from me. And I can keep your searches private. Heck, I bet you I can do the digging better than you can. I rubbed the back of my neck, uncertain. Some of what I've read has been a bit labyrinthian to decipher. So, let me take you on as a client, Emma said. You'll be protected by attorney-client privilege. I'll be covering your backside, and I can even give you a ball of yarn, if you ask politely. Mythology quips, I grinned. I like you. She leaned over the table, extending her hand. So, we've got a deal? Absolutely. We exchanged grips. Chapter 7. December 7th. Morning. I stared at my phone, my thumb hovering over Ben's name. He wasn't a part of this. I'd kept him away from our planning sessions deliberately, wanting to keep the circle as tight as possible, not wanting to expose him to risk. We were dating. We weren't investigative partners. I didn't want him to feel like an unpaid assistant. I typed up a message anyways. Ben, there's trouble brewing and... Shaking my head, I erased the text. I could bring him in later, but for now he'd only serve as a sounding board. Instead, I tabbed to a different contact and called up Emma Romero. My phone barely got through the first ring before she picked up. What's wrong? I said. Hi? How did you know something was wrong? Because you're calling me at 7 in the morning on a Wednesday. Do I need to clear my schedule? Someone kidnapped Lydia, I said. My day's open. I heard something shift, and I pictured Emma moving her phone to cradle it against her shoulder, and a faint click-clack of a mechanical keyboard echoed. What do you know? 2 thugs. One of them could do some pretty impressive magic. The other was a shapeshifter. I leaned forward on the couch, taking my laptop from my bag to make my own notes. They followed her from a bar. It wasn't random chance. I think it's retaliation for the investigative work we've been doing. That's the only motivation I can think of that makes sense. That's tricksy. I know, I said. There's 6 possible suspects and... No, I mean it's tricksy from my end, Emma explained. A kidnapping for hire plot's not going to show on any books. You want me to double-check your work and make sure you haven't done anything that'll get you in hot water with the Commonwealth? I'm your gal. You want me to look up spell permits and work out a timeline for when these companies move to town? Heck, that's my specialty. But even if someone was scatterbrained enough to pay a mercenary out of a corporate account, I can't just saunter in and ask to see their books. Right. I reached out, snagging the water bottle I'd grabbed earlier, finally popping the cap. I realize you're limited, but I think there's a way you can help anyways. What's that? I briefly explained the safe house and my understanding of how the spell worked. If Garrett isn't missing any security holes in his spell, then there's only one solution I could think of. Someone had enough power saved up or drew it in to rebuild the walls after they grabbed Lydia. Emma didn't respond for a moment, typing something down. Why would they go and do something like that? A head start, I assume, I guessed. Instead of knowing Lydia had been kidnapped 5 hours ago, we were in the dark until sunrise. That's a huge amount of time to get Lydia somewhere far away and cover their tracks. But If we can find out who was working some major magic last night, we might be able to track down our kidnappers. Another bout of typing. I sipped my water while I waited for her to say, "I'll see what rabbits are in my hat, but it's gonna take luck. The sort of power surge you're talking about would definitely need a permit. Otherwise, the council would come a-calling." "It's a start," I said, taking another swig of water. It tasted a little stale from sitting in the cupboard for years, but it was still water. "And there's another question you might be able to answer. You want to know how someone found out about the safe house they built for Lydia?" Emma asked, cutting straight to the point. "Yeah, would that—" I blinked, brain blue-screening for a moment. Something she'd said. No, something else. "You still there?" I shook my head. Yeah. Would that be on the public record?" "Depends on how he built it. I can try," she said. "Sure." I opened my eyes wide, then shut them tight, repeating the process a couple times, confused by the black spots playing in my vision. "Emma, I'm—" My mind fuzzed. My tongue sank like an anchor to the bottom of my mouth. My limbs had a dreamlike weight to them. I tried to ask Emma to call Garrett and get help, but was totally unsure whether I'd said the words out loud. I fell sideways, my shoulder landing on my backpack. At some point, I'd dropped my water bottle. It had sloshed out all over the vinyl flooring. The water. My brain had divorced from my body, running on its own while I struggled to move. A piece fell into place, an explanation for why Lydia hadn't called us. Probably an explanation for why she hadn't struggled, too. I knew I was about to pass out. Distantly, barely audible, a voice said my name on a loop, then a disconnection noise. My phone rang again. I'd been drugged with something potent. I reached down and took my phone, trying to paw at the screen to answer the phone call, but the screen was too blurry to even see who'd called, and my fingers felt too clumsy and thick to use the buttons. I dropped the device and it fell under the couch, out of my reach. I wondered how long this would knock me out. I wondered if it would kill me. I wondered if my mistake would mean the difference between finding Lydia or not. My vision grew darker, but I pawed at my bag, digging inside with an unlikely hope. I would have been better off trying to feel my way through the bag with 2 pairs of mittens on, but my blind groping found me what I'd searched for. I came out with a thick glass potion bottle, creamy liquid floating inside, separated from me only by a plastic cap. I tried to peel it off, but the plastic resisted my grip, and I couldn't get a nail under the cap to pry it away. Grimacing, I bit the cap, removing it with my teeth. Jerking, I splashed some of the potion on my face, but a little ran down my mouth and filled me with energizing power from the magic. Feeling strengthened, I turned the bottle up and poured the potion down my throat. As much ended up on my face as inside me, but I counted my blessings, glad I didn't drop the whole thing. Power burned through my nerves like fire, cleansing the corrupting drugs that had pumped through my bloodstream. A few moments passed. My phone rang again, surreally loud in my earbuds, and this time I had the wherewithal to answer with my voice assistant. "Levy?" Emma asked. "Everything all right there? I think the call dropped." "Drugged Lydia," I slurred, opening and closing my mouth. "They drugged Lydia with the water bottles." "But are you okay?" I sat up. My extremities were tingling, and I felt lightheaded, but I didn't feel ready to pass out. "Yeah." "Good," she said. "I'm going to get cracking on this. I'll let you know what I have by this afternoon, okay?" "Thanks, Emma. You're the best. Talk to you soon." She hung up, and I took a few deep breaths, recovering slowly. The safe house no longer felt like a safe place to be. The drugs in the water had been a trap meant for Lydia, but all the same, I didn't feel as comfortable hanging out here anymore. Standing, I took a few explorative steps, paying special attention to my balance, my focus, my concentration. I felt okay, so I packed up my laptop, swapped headphones for my Bluetooth helmet, and left the apartment. While I walked out to my bike, I called up my digital assistant again. "Computer, call Kennedy." A few rings passed, and then, "What do you want, Levy?" Chipper as always. They probably weren't too happy about their day being interrupted, and neither of us cared for pleasantries. "I need to know about shapeshifters," I said, walking out onto the street. "And I don't have time to do my normal research. Short version, a shapeshifter attacked me a few hours ago, and if I don't find out who, someone close to me could get hurt." "Levy, I'm not an encyclopedia. Just because I know more about magic than you doesn't make me particularly special. If you need Commonwealth something, I'm your person, but I don't have just general magic knowledge or whatever. I'm not an expert." "Well, I'm not sure who to ask," I said, tapping a finger on the outside of my helmet. "I don't have a lot of time, and digging through books won't be fast enough. What can you give me?" "How do you know it was a shifter?" Kennedy asked. "What's going on?" "It's a bit complicated, but I saw their faces. They changed their appearance pretty much at will, I think." "Okay, that's not ideal. There's a lot of types of shifters that fit your description. Did you get any other clues to tell what kind they were?" The hesitance confused me, but I wanted to stay on topic. "I wasn't even aware there were different kinds," I said. "How would you tell them apart?" "A lot of ways," Kennedy said, "but none that I can explain in a quick phone call. Generally, most shifters are just people who know a transformation spell and that got really good at it." "Not a spell," I said, frowning as I got on my bike. I had no particular destination in mind, so I just sat in the seat while I pondered. "I don't think, at least." "That's still not much to go on." "Is there any other way to track down shapeshifters? Does the Commonwealth keep some sort of registry I could look at?" "Christ, Levy, what sort of dictatorship do you think we are?" Kennedy made a noise halfway between a sigh and a groan. "We keep track of licensed magic users, but I wouldn't tell you about who knows shape-shifting spells, and we don't make that information public. I mean, we keep track of dangerous, wild shifters, but the full moon isn't until tomorrow, so whoever attacked you couldn't be—" "Wait, what?" I blinked a couple times, a whole bunch of facts slipping into place in my head. "I'm not giving you access to the lycanthrope directory," Kennedy said, exasperated. "You've been a huge help," I said. "Kennedy, thank you so much. Seriously, you might have just saved a life." "Yeah, great. Big whoop. Can I get back to work now?" "Yes, of course," I said. Thank you. Thank you so—" They hung up on me. I didn't care. I just figured out something obvious, something I probably should have put together the night before, but I wasn't about to berate myself for not being quicker on the draw. I hadn't been thinking about it until now. "Computer," I said, pinging my voice assistant. "Call Garrett." Garrett picked up almost instantly. "Did you find her?" "Hognose," I said, sticking to our code. Now was not the time to get sloppy and let someone hex our calls. "Boa," he groaned, "did you find her?" "No," I said, revving up my bike to get moving. "Why didn't you tell me that Lydia is a werewolf?" Chapter 8. Garrett didn't answer. I almost thought the line had died. "Are you still there?" I asked, sitting on my idling bike. "Yeah," Garrett said, falling silent for another 10 seconds or so. "Where are you?" "Still by the safe house," I replied. I just got home. Come meet me here and we'll talk." I ground my teeth together, frustrated as much by the delay as the secret-keeping. "Fine. I'll be there in 10. He hung up on me, and I sped off, taking a shortcut to the highway. His property was up north, across the river. Kansas City's urban sprawl wasn't as dense as other cities. There were still areas with plenty of trees and open land. Garrett had picked up a little wooded area a couple blocks wide, with a thick ring of trees and foliage surrounding his home. I felt intensely gullible as I pulled in. The isolation and privacy, the gate and the spells built around his property, the enormous steel cage in the front yard. He'd explained it away as part of a trick to ward away trespassers, but now that I'd pieced together the truth, it couldn't have been more obvious. I parked my bike on the gravel drive and walked towards the front door, but the garage door opened before I could knock. Garrett stared at me flatly, his expression unreadable. I turned and marched over. "So," I said, "Lydia." He surveyed the path behind me, then hit the button to close the garage door. "Who told you?" "Nobody told me," I said. "I figured it out while trying to track down information about the shifter that hit your place last night. I'm still at a dead end on that, by the way." "This is private information, Levy," Garrett told me. "You don't tell anyone. Understand?" "Of course. I wouldn't." "No one. Not Ben, not your grandma, nobody." His gaze wasn't wild like it had been. Now it was just hard, even angry. "I know, Garrett." I looked away. He'd done a lot of work in the garage since last time I'd seen it. A new circle was built into the stone floor, and a dozen candles had recently melted down to nubs around it. "You don't want her to end up on the Commonwealth Registry, right?" "No." He stepped forward, jabbing a finger at me. "Levy, she's on the registry. If the Commonwealth finds out that she went missing the day before a full moon, and that all our safety precautions failed, if she transforms before we can find her, they're going to lock her up forever." "But it's not her fault." I shook my head a little, almost unconsciously. "Someone took her. It's not like she was just being careless." Garrett stared at me as though I'd said something unbearably naive. "Levy, they don't care. A potential outbreak is too much to risk, and they won't let me sponsor her anymore. I barely got approval as her caretaker as it is. Nobody can know." I took a deep breath. I wanted to chew Garrett out for lying to me, for treating me like a fool, for assuming I couldn't be trusted with important information. He was hurting, though, and it wouldn't be worth the time to get mad at him right now. I let him keep his rage. Mostly. "You should have told me. A bunch of people could have been put at risk because I didn't know." "Why?" Garrett snapped. "Did you not care enough when it was just Lydia's life on the line?" "What? No." I pressed the palm of my hand to my head in exasperation. "Garrett, this changes everything. Do you think it's a coincidence that she was taken less than 48 hours before the full moon? They know. They probably want to use that pressure to force you into action somehow. They don't need to make up a ticking clock. They've got one that you can't get around." Garrett fell silent for a long moment. For once, he avoided my gaze instead of the other way around. "You're right. I'm sorry." "You're stressed and not thinking straight," I said. "Don't worry about it." "I should worry about it. Lydia's life is on the line. I can't risk stupid mistakes." I didn't argue with him. He was right, and hollow platitudes from me wouldn't help. "Is there anything else you're keeping from me? Anything at all that might be relevant?" "No. That was our big secret." Garrett sighed heavily. "And before you ask, yes, I kept our research team small to help preserve Lydia's privacy. It wouldn't be hard for an enemy to make her condition public and ruin her. I hadn't been about to ask that, but I made a note of it. Did Lydia ask you to protect her privacy like that? Garrett balled his fists. For a moment, I thought he might take a swing at me, and I instinctively stepped backwards. He spoke a second later. So, you haven't found anything? I know they poisoned her, I said. The water in your safe house was drugged, and when I got hit with the spell that knocked out electronics, it gave me awful dry mouth. I'm guessing she went through the same thing, had water once she was safe, and passed out before she could call. The corners of his mouth quirked curiously. How'd you figure that out? I drank the water, I admitted. I had a healing potion from Mariah, otherwise I'd be taking an induced nap right about now. If we weren't sure that this was a setup, that about proves it. They wanted her to go to the safe house. You're sure nobody could slip around your wards if they knew exactly what to prepare for? I don't. Garrett shook his head. Damn it, no point in keeping it a secret. The safe house was for Lydia. If for whatever reason she was stranded too far away from home before a full moon, she would go there and raise the shield so that her transformation could be contained. I didn't design the spell. It's a Commonwealth ritual. Having a safe house is one of the conditions of her freedom. So, anyone who wanted could access the design and practice safecracking it, I concluded. He didn't answer. Answering would mean admitting even more that his secret had left me in the dark. What are the candles for? I asked, changing the subject. I tried a locator spell. He looked down, tapping one of the candles with his foot. I've got a recent blood sample, and I know her aura like the back of my hand, but I couldn't find her anywhere within 50 miles. Either they took her far away, or they're shielding her against tracking. Possibly both. It was a waste of time. Not at all. It's a clue, I said. Maybe not a huge one, but everything helps. What about the security footage? Laptop's fried for sure, he said. I took a look at the circuit board. It's messed up bad. Not just water damaged, there's scorch marks all across it. Damn. Levy. He looked around the garage, an excuse to avoid facing me. If I get a ransom call and they want me to give up investigating with you in order to get Lydia back, I'm going to say yes, and I'll keep my promise. I can't lose her. Do you think she'll keep that promise? I asked. I would be frustrated to lose the help, but I didn't think Lydia would be as passive as Garrett would. If she doesn't, all they'd have to do is prove that Lydia went missing for a day, just before the full moon, and she'll get sent off to an asylum. I might even get arrested for not reporting it, Garrett said. The Commonwealth does not play around. I understand, I said. If I had to work alone, I would. He shook his head. I don't think you do. We work together on this. What if they demand that you take your nose out too? Oh. I avoided answering. It might not come to that. We don't know their specific goals. You said it yourself. The timing matters, Garrett said. Why take her before the full moon, if not to hold it over our heads? I swallowed. Maybe they aren't even going to give you the opportunity. Just let her loose and take you both out and... I stopped. It'd be bad. I didn't need to grind his nose against the point. If they call and tell us to back off, I'm expecting you to do the right thing, Garrett said. Lydia matters more than any grudge. It's not a... I stopped myself. Arguing wouldn't help anyone. I could burn that bridge when we came to it. Out of curiosity, what was the potion you were getting from Mariah? A tranquilizer. Garrett crouched and began picking up the candles, clearing away the work from his failed tracker spell. Drink the bottle, a normal person would sleep through having their fingernails pulled. When she changes, it doesn't knock her out completely, but it makes her lethargic, so she won't hurt herself trying to get out of her cage. I moved to help, picking off a bit of melted wax from the floor and wadding it up. She's that strong? The bars are 2-inch spell-reinforced steel. Anything less and she'd rip them apart, Garrett said. She's not that strong. She's stronger. I swallowed. So, what now? I have a few more options, he said. I can try to feel out any energy that's concealing her aura, but anyone who knows how to conceal an aura probably knows how to cover their tracks when doing spells, so it's moot. I'll keep digging into the suspect list, I said. Figure out who decided to make a move. We'll find her. I don't think he believed me. Chapter 9. I didn't have a destination in mind when I left Garrett's 2-acre property. As long as I got away from him, anywhere would do. Learning about lycanthropy would be important, but Garrett wouldn't be my source on that. He'd already shown he didn't trust me, and for all I knew, he had more secrets that he'd keep if I relied on him. Rather than torture the information out of Garrett, I would get it a different way. With that in mind, I had my next goal. It was time to call in the provisionally licensed cavalry. Computer, call Ben. My digital assistant pinged. Calling Ben less than 3. My phone may have been smart, but it still didn't understand the difference between letters and emoticons I'd added to Ben's contact info. It almost went to voicemail before he picked up. Levy? Are you free? I asked. I could use a favor. Might take all day. Run an errand favor or fight off a vampire favor? He didn't do a good job hiding his excitement, if he even tried. Not exactly vampires, but I'll be there in 20 minutes. Actually, can you meet me at Buck's Books on 39th Street? I'll explain everything once you get there. Sure. See you soon, Snookums. I blinked. My train of thought utterly derailed. Wait, Ben laughed. See you soon, Levy. Oh, he was teasing me. Bye, Ben. Drive safe. Focusing, I pushed past the nagging questions and planned out precisely what to tell Ben. I was done playing by Garrett's rules. I would keep Lydia's secrets. She could share that once we'd rescued her if she chose to. But besides that, I had no intention of holding anything back. By the time I pulled up to the bookshop in question, Ben had already arrived, skimming a paperback while he waited on the corner. The store was open to the public, with the main part of the building run by a friend of the community, someone who happened to know about the paranormal but kept it quiet and didn't participate. The bookshop's 4th floor was hidden by illusions and contained a whole trove of magical texts, from basic instructional primers to ancient tomes. It contained a wealth of knowledge and history, stories and information that could keep me fascinated for a lifetime. Oh, and the owner, Buck, wouldn't let me in. I had never earned a license to do magic, and without the license, most of his texts were off limits. He sometimes brought me a book if the information within wasn't verboten, but letting me into the restricted area? Out of the question. I didn't know if the Commonwealth law dictated his policy or his personal code determined it, but one way or another, it's how he operated. That's where Ben, with his shiny new provisional license, came in. With him, we could get just about any books I knew I needed, and probably a few I didn't know about. We greeted each other with a hug. I'd ultimately determined that hugs were an appropriate gesture, and he said with a smile, "So, where's the monster?" "Someone kidnapped Lydia," I replied. His smile vanished. He could get a thrill from danger when it didn't matter too much, but when a friend's life hung in the balance, that changed matters. "Okay, fill me in." September 27th, evening. We met in the operations center. It was called the operations center because the unfinished basement wasn't nearly as catchy. Garrett had been doing some renovations lately, turning it from a storage space to something more hospitable, though those changes were likely to be put on hold now that his business had once again claimed most of his time. We had a large open space to work with, a low ceiling and support columns spaced every 10 feet or so, boxes stacked off to one side. He unlocked the basement door. Lydia and I went ahead, while he, ever paranoid, double-checked the motion wards to ensure nobody had come down and tampered with anything while he was busy and the army of neighbors were out and helping. Satisfied, he came down and joined us, standing at the planning desk, a card table, while I got out my laptop and Lydia spread out her notes as well as a pack of stickers to use for highlighting. "I've got news," I said, setting my backpack down on the floor. "I've been talking to my lawyer, Emma. She's been digging. Lydia, have you got—" "Thanks." She had the chart we'd assembled, listing the 6 businesses that had come to town when the well was installed, exploiting the new supply of power in Kansas City. I read the names aloud. United Potions Manufacturing, Wand Design, the Tolander Group, ADM Inc., Thaumworks, Wisemart. "That's outdated," Lydia added. "Wisemart rebranded earlier this year. They're just Wizards now." "As if that's not confusing," I said. "Point is, all 6 had advanced knowledge of the well's installation and prepared for it. They knew magic would soon be cheaper and easier before anyone actually living in the city. The question is, how involved had each of them been? Who planned the cover-up and who played along for profit?" Clicking a red pen, I circled a name near the bottom of the list. Wand Design. "According to Emma," I continued, "this is suspect number 1. Garrett leaned over me, frowning at the paper. "They're new blood." "Founded in the 70s, right?" I asked, recalling what I'd read about them. Big boom in the 80s with their utility wands rocketed them up to sit next to the old giants. "The Commonwealth contract didn't hurt," Lydia added, digging for our folder on the company. "They make all the practice wands for anyone learning magic. That's a tidy profit all on its own, not counting their normal sales." "Young," Garrett scratched his chin. "Aggressive, expanding rapidly, and willing to cut deals to make it happen. That all tracks." "I'd bet anything that they're still working with the other groups," I said. "But if this information is right, they found out about the well first and got the ball rolling on sabotaging you and the other locals early. Maybe it was a cooperative plan from the start, paving the way for their industry peers, or maybe they just had to cut everyone into the deal to keep the plan alive. But one way or another, they're the ones to watch." We all stood over the table for a moment, Lydia checking notes, Garrett silent in thought. Lydia pulled out a sheaf of paper that had information about them, pointing. "They've got a local headquarters." "Mm-mm," Garrett said, shaking his head. "We are not doing that." I glanced up. "Doing what?" "We were talking over the week," Lydia explained. Garrett shook his head. "You were talking." "I was talking," she conceded. "If we could get access to their direct communications, maybe their emails, we'd be able to piece together a timeline of events a lot more easily. If we're lucky, there might even be a direct admission of guilt." "But we are not doing that," Garrett said. "Because if we got caught, we'd go to jail. So, we would make sure not to get caught, Lydia shrugged. It'd be a calculated risk, but we'd have real hard proof that they were responsible. I shook my head, even though I agreed. My lawyer is digging on her end, and if we can get enough material together to take legal action, she says she can get access to their emails with a subpoena. That's a paradox, Lydia countered. We can't take legal action without hard proof, and we can't get hard proof without taking legal action. Look, we just need to show that one of these companies is full of crap. Every single one of them claims they didn't know anything illegal was going on, and they were just opening up shop by happenstance. If we can prove one is lying, how long do you think it'll take before they turn on their competitors to shift the blame? You say Wand Design was the thought leader here, so I say we go after them. She had a point. I'd even call it a good point. Checking the notes she'd prepared, I said, my issue isn't a philosophical one, it's a practical one. We're not Ocean's 3 here. How are we going to break in? Pursing her lips, Lydia said, if I come up with a safe, workable plan, are you on board? I'd have to see the plan first, I said. But if it's reasonable, sure. December 7th, morning. So you think it's those Wand Design people? Ben asked. I shrugged. I don't know who it is, and I'm not going to start making guesses just yet. They're my first guess, but we still haven't ruled anyone out yet. He looked up at the bookshop looming over us. So, why are we here? I summarized the morning's events, starting with Lydia calling me and ending at the attack on the reading room. They've got a shapeshifter, and tomorrow's a full moon. I need every book you can get about shapeshifters, especially werewolves and... Lydia, Ben said. I blinked. Wait, how do you know that? The big cage was a clue, and the fact that they've got a fancy magical safe room, Ben pointed out. I guessed at it a while ago, and also, you're a terrible liar. You wouldn't just randomly ask for a book about werewolves. Sheepish, I said, okay, so you can't tell anyone. If the Commonwealth finds out she's missing, she will get sent to an asylum for the rest of her life, and Garrett will go to jail. I'll keep my mouth shut, but you really need a better cover story, Ben said. Or just let me do the talking. Okay, well, we need those books, I said, fishing for my wallet. Can you help me out? He pulled open the door, holding it for me. You even need to ask? I smiled, passing him $62 in cash, everything I had on me. Buck doesn't take credit cards, so just get everything you can about werewolves and shifters in general. Even with those details, I don't think we'll track down that thug, but it's worth trying. He pocketed the cash. Sure. We walked inside, through the tall, narrow shelves of books on every topic, to the stairs in the back. I walked ahead of Ben up the narrow staircase to the more open floor plan of the second story and spotted Buck reading the newspaper. I almost grinned before noticing the KC Star logo at the top. Buck, I waved, walking over. Buck was a heavy-set man, and he'd recently grown a mustache. He glanced up at me, then back at the paper. Levy, how can I help you? I'm just here with Ben, actually, I said. He's buying some books. Buck looked over his glasses at me. Uh-huh. I'll let your boyfriend in. Reaching over, he sipped his coffee, and behind him on the wall, a staircase materialized from the ether. Buck got up from his reading chair and set his paper aside, waving Ben over to go to the restricted section. I waited, with nothing much else to do. Curious, I checked Buck's stack of newspapers. The KC Star, obviously, as well as a couple other local prints. Pleasingly, I found my own at the bottom of the stack, with a few dog-eared pages indicating they'd actually been read. Thanks, Buck, I thought, stepping back and wandering the other shelves to pass the time. I had trouble keeping my theories straight on the mystery. There was just too much that I couldn't quite follow. Magic and monsters and corporate shenanigans were all things I'd faced before, but the who and the why were still puzzling me. We still hadn't received a ransom call. They'd known about the safe house, they'd known where Lydia would be, they'd known she was a werewolf. So what were they planning? While I pondered that, my phone buzzed. An email from my lawyer, Emma. I tabbed it open and grinned. She'd come through for me again. Chapter 10. Emma's email had me so engrossed that I didn't notice Ben coming down the stairs, a stack of books in tow, until he said my name. The email contained a complete, unabridged list of requests to the Commonwealth that had been filed in the Kansas City metro area by our 6 main suspects, dated back for the past 2 weeks and running forward till the end of the month. She'd given me a trove of information. Construction permits, events, zoning, a whole laundry list. Most of it would likely prove to be benign, but I didn't need dozens of criminal actions to find Lydia. I just needed one. And I found it. Levy, hey, I got the books, Ben said, snapping me out of my focus on the email, as well as my handwritten notes cross-referencing it. What's that? It's wand design. I looked up at him, excitement making my head buzz. Or maybe the buzz came from caffeine and sleep deprivation. I didn't care. You can prove it? Ben asked, setting down the books and leaning in to read my notes. Not in front of a judge, but it's a hell of a lead, I said, holding up my notepad. Emma sent me this list. Only 3 requests to the council overlap with yesterday. One of them didn't involve casting spells. General Enchantments is just doing a major sale of magical goods. Of the other 2, one was a week-long deal that ended last night, and the other covers a 3-day period and draws a ton of power. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. It ends on the full moon. And that request was by Wand Design, Ben said. What are they doing? Couldn't say, I admitted. Emma's email was sparse on details. You know how the Commonwealth is about digital communication. They still use fax machines at their offices. Emailing specifics about the community is frowned upon, so she just sent names, dates, and some loose info. We find out what this event is. And we find Lydia, I confirmed. I think. I already texted Emma. She's going to meet us at Garrett's. What books did you get? Ben held up 3 books. They ranged in size from doorstop to tome. Werewolf. Buck says it's the be-all, end-all source for information about werewolves. It's full of first-hand accounts. I mean, the original version is. This copy's the English translation. Then there's Shape-Shifting for Dunces, which I guess somehow doesn't violate any trademarks, and a textbook primer on wards and shields like the one Garrett used for his safe room. I looked between the 3 books and him. There wasn't anything more recent about werewolves? The author of Werewolf witnessed the original blood curse that created wolf-based lycanthropes, Ben said. It's the best information you can get. I frowned, taking the heavy text from him and looking at the cover. I was hoping to get a little more about modern lycanthropes, maybe a legal text about how they're treated by the Commonwealth, but this isn't a bad start. Hey, you only gave me so much cash. I had to make some cuts. Ben shrugged. Should we get going? I'll follow you on my bike, I said. Garrett's expecting us. Everyone else made it to Garrett's house before me. I pulled in just moments behind Ben in his truck. Mariah leaned against her car, arms crossed, staring intently at Emma, who in turn stared intently at her phone. Emma paid me and Ben only a glance before puffing on her neon pink vape pen and returning to her phone, thumb a blur as she shot off a message. "Levy," Mariah said, nodding at me as I took my helmet off. "Mariah," I replied. "Thanks for coming. Bar's closed today. Why'd you ask me along?" "I'll explain once we're inside," I said. "You met Emma, my lawyer?" "I greeted her. She didn't say much," Mariah replied. "She's been helping us." Ben, standing by his truck, added, "You never told me about her." I glanced at Emma, who finally greeted me, though her gaze stayed down while she did. "Hey, I'll be with y'all in a minute." I walked past them, rapping on Garrett's door. He answered, looking past me at the gang, and stood back to let us in. "Downstairs," I said. "We've got a lot of planning to do." "Planning what?" Garrett asked. "Did you find her?" "I don't know where, but I know who," I explained. "You remember the plot Lydia was working on? I think it's time we put it into action." Garrett swallowed, but he'd already resigned himself to do whatever it took, and he didn't argue. Emma said, sticking out her hand as she walked in, though she never looked up from her phone. "Heard a lot about you." "Garrett, same," he replied. I waited for Garrett to shut the door, then waved us down the hall. "Basement's this way." We went down together. Garrett got the lights, and I walked up to the table, ready to start explaining things. The room felt empty, even with 5 of us down there. Lydia had always been the one to handle the organizational side of things, with meticulously organized printouts and papers. Without her, the filing would have to come down to me. I opened up her filing cabinet, fishing through for the file on wand design. While I did, I said, "Everyone take a seat if you want. Emma, what exactly is wand design up to?" "Nominally, a business conference," she said, finally lowering her phone and giving us her full attention. 2 days of setup, then their upper management from all across the country is going to show up. They had to file paperwork because they'll be using a lot of magic for the conference. "What kind of magic?" Ben asked, grabbing one of the 3 folding chairs that leaned against a pillar and setting it by the card table. "A lot of showy stuff," Emma said, sitting down in the chair while Ben grabbed another one. "And an illusion cast over the whole thing for privacy. They're meeting at the Kaufman Center." "Enough magic to cover up an aggressive spell?" I asked. "Something that could punch through a powerful ward and take someone out?" Emma shrugged. "Depends on the spell, but it sure looks that way. With the right hand managing it, you can conceal almost anything except the amount of power you're drawing in, and that could all get waved away." Garrett grumbled. "You're saying Wand Design planned their conference specifically around taking Lydia?" "Could just be lucky timing for them," I admitted. "Wait until they have a plausible cover-up on the right days and then go after us as a bonus." "What does the timing matter?" Emma asked. "What's so special about this time of month?" I looked up at Garrett. "We should just tell her. She's bound by attorney-client privilege. Mariah knows. Ben figured it out on his own a while ago. The secret will still be safe." Garrett shot a glare at Ben. "How did—" "Never mind." Taking a deep breath, he said, "Lydia's been cursed with lycanthropy. Tomorrow night is the full moon." Emma took that in with a quick nod, calculating how that affected the situation. "I don't suppose you're her register caretaker then, Garrett?" He nodded, and she finished the math. "So, all they'd have to do is call in an anonymous tip that Lydia's on the lam. Someone from the council comes around and sees she's missing, and you're both charged with a 742. "Exactly," I said, fishing through the filing cabinet. 742? Ben asked. Reckless endangerment with risk of exposure, Emma and Garrett both said at the same time. Emma added, "Same thing you almost got pinned with last summer, Levy. It's a general charge for if you do something stupid or harebrained with magic that could expose magic to straights, but nobody gets hurt and it stays under wraps. If Lydia did hurt someone, though, it'd be a lot worse." I finally found what I'd been looking for. Lydia's plan for breaking into the wand design offices. I removed the manila folder from the cabinet and peered inside, unable to hide my grin. There was, of course, a large, folded-up blueprint inside, scribbled on with white marker. Removing the paper with a flourish, I slapped it down on the card table. Lydia made this plan with 3 people in mind. We shelved it for being too risky. Now we've got 5. Wand Design's office is open until 5:30. It's 1 now, so that means we've got 3 hours to workshop this into the best possible version we can before we go there and break in. Whoa. Mariah put her hands up, stepping back from the table. I didn't sign up to go to jail. You're welcome to back out, I replied. This is all voluntary, but I think it's the only way to save Lydia. She's being held somewhere, and we know Wand Design is involved. If we can get access to their emails, their files, we can figure out where Lydia's being held and rescue her. All we need is 10 minutes of access to one of their computers and a hard drive to copy things to, and we're set. You don't even know if you'll find what you need. And this is too much risk to ask me to help with grasping at straws, Mariah said. We both know how flimsy your ideas can be when you're desperate, Levy. Garrett stood back from the group, his arms crossed over his chest. Don't do it for Levy. She turned in her seat, lips pressed in a line. Garrett, I'm happy to help you, but I'm not going to prison on a gamble that might help Lydia. Don't do it for Lydia, he said, stepping forward. Do it for Andrea. Mariah's eyes widened, just a touch, and her eyebrows knitted. That's not my responsibility. She died thinking you hated her, Garrett said, stepping forward, looming over Mariah. She died because these assholes valued profit over her life. How many more of your friends are you going to let them hurt? I stepped in, hoping to deflate the tension. Hey, let's calm down. Calm down? Garrett whirled on me. They have Lydia. And yelling won't bring her back, I said. Turning, I faced Mariah in her chair. If you don't want to come along, you can still help indirectly. Help us plan, maybe get us some potions if you've got something that would help us out. Emma raised her hand, then spoke without anyone acknowledging her. Just going to point out she'd still be an accessory. I'll help. Mariah's eyes were burning as she glared at Garrett. Even still, I couldn't help but be glad of her answer. So why don't we go over the plan? Ben asked, sitting forward and cutting through the tension better than I ever could have. Tell us what Lydia was thinking of so we can get started. How are we going to break into the Wand Design offices? I scanned the blueprints to refresh my memory, then cleared my throat. Okay, so it's still rough, but here's what we were thinking. Chapter 11. October 11th, evening. All right, here it is. Lydia took out her notes and passed out printed copies, standing over the table with a triumphant smirk. Here's what? Garrett asked. I read the top line. The plan, with a vinyl sticker of a star next to it, and guessed before Lydia answered. How we're breaking into Wand Design. December 7th, afternoon. Now, I clarified while Emma, Ben, and Mariah read the printouts. We shelved this plan for being too risky, but we also didn't have the same incentive before. I'm going to go down the whole thing. If you see a way to improve, call it out, okay? Okay, Ben said. First note, why is this planned to happen at closing time? Emma asked. That seems like a recipe for trouble. I leaned over, reading the top line of the paper, though I knew the plan pretty well already. Why? Maybe it's just me, but I'm least alert about an hour before close, not right at the end of the day. Plus, what with people leaving early doing their end-of-day cleanup, you're going to have a lot of people in places you don't expect. Emma shrugged. Just seems smarter to do it earlier. I checked the time on my phone. Well, okay, if we go at 4:30, that means we have 2 hours to plan, get everything we need, and get to their office. We'll make it work, Garrett said. 2 hours is plenty. Now, Lydia continued, the basics are pretty simple. Their office building got put up for sale about a year ago. I pulled pictures and even a room layout from the listing. The best office is the one in the northeast corner. It's got full windows and it's the biggest. That's our target. Get in, get on the regional manager's computer, and get out. So we're just going to waltz in and ask, Garrett asked, sitting with his arms crossed. You're moody, she said, holding up the second page of her plans, a proper blueprint with stickers highlighting critical areas. And no, look at the pictures of the warehouse on the first floor. I did, but didn't see what the fuss was about. It just looked like a warehouse to me. Empty shelves waiting to be filled with wands and other sundry magical tools. Garrett glanced at it. What am I looking at? Lydia pointed triumphantly. The fire alarm. That's Lydia's plan? Mariah asked, incredulous. A high school prank? It clears out the building without hurting anyone, I pointed out. And Wand Design's got a 5-star safety rating from the Commonwealth. They do fire drills, so it won't be suspicious, and they take them seriously, so the whole place will clear out. How are we getting into the warehouse? Ben asked. That was a sticking point, I admitted. The dock isn't often left open, except when there's people loading trucks. The door, you need a badge to get through, and the windows don't open. We planned to just wait for the right moment and sneak in through the loading dock. Ben scratched his chin. What if I posed as a pizza delivery guy? We don't want them to even know we were here, I said. They've got cameras. They'll figure it out eventually. Ben studied the photo. And that's another problem, Emma said. They can trace this back to us pretty fast. Another reason why we didn't do this plan, I said. I am hoping that their security cameras were managed on the main server, and when I get to the computer, I can just delete the footage, but I'm not banking on that. I'll think about it, Ben said. Keep going. Lydia pointed at her blueprint of the second story. There's a fire escape here. Normally, the alarm would go off if it got opened, but since the alarm's already going off, it's not a problem. How will we get it open? I asked. An easy spell, Lydia said. Garrett can do it. It's just a push bar on the inside. Just conjure up a bit of force, it'll open for you. I'm not much of an evocator, Garrett argued. I believe in you. She rolled her eyes, dismissing his objection. If you couldn't make a bit of wind, you wouldn't have gotten your license. Once we're in, we just need to get through the office door and we'll be logged in. And if the office door's locked? Garrett asked. That won't be a push bar. Which is why I didn't suggest trying the same spell, Lydia said, smiling through her teeth, though her tone made the annoyance clear. It'll be pretty weak security on an inside office door, and I've been practicing how to pick locks. I can get it. You've been... Garrett started, shaking his head. So, you need me to get the door, and then you'll get the lock. If you can get the lock. And Levy gets the fire alarm, Lydia added. Too dangerous, Garrett started. Way too dangerous, Mariah insisted. and none of us know how to pick locks." "Then we're stuck," I said. "I guess we could just break down the door, but then we'll be leaving behind even more evidence." Garrett coughed into his hand. "Well, can you pick locks?" I asked. "Don't need to," he said. "I didn't tell Lydia about this, but I did a little tinkering in my shop once the idea came up. I may have a better way around the locks." "Uh-huh." I raised an eyebrow. "You just forgot to mention that to Lydia, who's been planning this for a month?" Garrett threw up his hands and stepped back from the table. "I didn't want to encourage her. You have a problem with it, that's fine, but let's stay on track. I can get through the door. You just need a conduit that you can stick to the lock, and I can open it from anywhere within a couple 100 feet." "Okay," I said, pausing. "So that takes care of that. Can you do the door bar spell too?" "No," Garrett said. "I've got to do the lockpick spell from inside a ritual circle. I'm not good enough to evocate it on sight." "So someone else does the spell," I said. "We'll figure it out." "From there," Lydia continued, "all we have to do is get on the computer, copy as many archived emails as we can to a hard drive, and go out the way we came. Meet behind the building and then make like a tree. And get the hell out of there," I finished. She smirked. "What do we do when they find out they were robbed?" Garrett asked. Lydia sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. "They won't be able to trace it back to us." "You're sure?" Garrett pushed to his feet. "What about if a security camera catches our car while we're driving away? Or someone recognizes Levy's face from all that mess last summer?" "So it's a rough draft." Lydia threw her hands in the air. "Garrett, you need to stop this." "Not now," he warned, glancing at me. I caught the look, but didn't have any idea what they were talking about, so I let it pass. "We can't do a thing if you're so paranoid about getting caught that you won't even think about trying something," Lydia said, sitting down and planting her hands on the table. "Here's my plan. Do you think it's going to work or not?" "Not," Garrett said. "Do you think it's a viable start or not?" she asked. "Something we can build from." "Not," Garrett repeated. "There's too many unknowns, too many ways for it to go wrong. The whole plan is reckless, desperate, and—" "We'll do it," Garrett said. "I need to test the lock conduits. It should take me about 20 minutes. "The office is all the way south down in Raytown," I said. "About a 25-minute drive. To get there on time, we'll need to leave in just over an hour and a half." Emma was doing work on her phone again. Her concentration split, but spoke up in the middle of typing. "So then, assignments. We need a getaway driver. Garrett needs to be focused on the lockpicking spell. One person gets in to pull the fire alarm, another does the door bar and gets the hard drive." "Can we do 2 people on the fire alarm?" Ben said. "I've got an idea. They do pickup orders, right?" "No," Garrett said. A statement, though his tone implied a question. "Well, that doesn't matter," Ben said. "If one of us goes up, pretends to be there for a pickup, that act might distract anyone working on the dock while another person sneaks in and gets to the fire alarm. Once the building evacuates, the building will be empty, and we can waltz right out." "I'll drive," Mariah said. "We could use you on the door," I said. "You've got more magic experience than Ben." "This scheme's already so harebrained that I'm thinking of backing out," Mariah said. "Getaway driver's a safe place to be. I'm driving." "I'll sneak inside if one of you distracts the folks on the dock," Emma said. I paused. That means Ben has to get the door, and I've got to be the distraction." Ben sucked air through his teeth, recognizing the issue. "Problem?" Emma asked. "Have you seen me try to act?" I asked. "I'm not really convincing." Emma pursed her lips. "I'll just say you want me on the inside. 18 years of experience sneaking around my parents, I can move quiet-like, and I won't be seen. Then, how hard's that spell? I asked, to open the door. I've seen you do magic, Ben said. You're a better actor. I've got an hour to practice it, I said. I'll see if I can get it down. If I can't, I'll be the distraction. You'll be the man on the inside. Good. Garrett got to his feet. You all know what you'll be doing. I need to go charge the conduits and refresh myself on the lockpick spell. If you've got prep work to do, do it. Mariah stood up next. I'll meet you by the plaza in 2 hours then. I've got an idea for something that might help. A potion? I asked. She raised an eyebrow at me. What else would it be? Right. Obvious question. Okay. I'll text you an address to meet at, I suggested. Emma? If I've got an hour, I'm going to take an hour, Emma said, unless you definitely need me. Do what you need to do, I said. Ben, you're going to show me some magic. I tapped my finger to the side of my head, frustrated with the day's meeting. Garrett had stormed out and refused to discuss things any further, and without him, the energy had stalled. I'm sorry, Lydia said, looking back at the basement stairs. About Garrett, that you have to deal with him like this. Yeah, I said. I'm sorry you have to deal with him like this, too. Lydia looked at me, picking up on my venom. It's not like that. He's terrified, even if you can't see it. It doesn't seem like he respects you, I said. You can see that, right? Levy? Her tone had become harsh. I appreciate the concern, but stop. You don't know what you're talking about right now. I accepted that. Sure. Thank you for saying so. Of course. Thanks for not arguing. She leaned forward, picking up the papers and blueprints, organizing each into neat folded stacks. If Garrett doesn't agree to this, I might have a plan for 2 people. I blinked. Lydia. She focused on her papers while we spoke. I won't make him do anything, but he's not my boss either. If I've got a decent 2-person plan, will you go with me? It's not about him being our boss, I objected, standing to help her put the papers away. It's about us being a team, and anything we do, it'd put him in danger too. If he says no, I say no too, even if I think he's wrong. Stop. Lydia snatched a paper out of my hand. I've got this. You don't know where anything goes. I didn't believe she was that worked up about her filing system. Lydia, I get it. We stick together completely or not at all. She folded up her blueprint, setting it aside. I need to get this cleaned up, Levy. You should go. You're overthinking this, Ben said. Stop trying to move like a machine. I'm not, I objected. I just need to know what I'm supposed to do with my body. I held out the wand, aiming at the plastic cup on the table in front of me. My target. If I could knock the cup towards me, I could open the door to Wand Design's office. The training wand was one of Wand Design's. Allegedly, the wand had been designed for ease of use more than any other wands on the market, but I took amusement in the irony. Magic's not about thought or mechanical skill, Ben said. It's like dance or meditation. The energy has to flow through you. You have to let your mind drift while you focus on the results you want. How do I let my mind drift and focus at the same time? I asked, adjusting my grip on the wand. My elbow bent slightly, my wrist turned so that the wand tilted up. I faced the cup sideways, like a fencer, tried to manage my thoughts to keep them centered on a force of wind that'd appear a few inches behind the cup, blow towards me, and knock it onto the ground. I merely had to flick my wrist, extend my arm, and say, Dist. Nothing. Not even a puff of air. I reset myself to try again. Ben stepped close to me, wrapping his hand around the back of mine. For anyone else, the close contact would send a buzz of unpleasant sensation down my skin, but with him, the touch felt comfortable. "When you write," he said, putting his other hand on my waist, gently aiming my body. "Do you think about the words, or do you think about the story?" "The story when I'm writing," I said, turning my head to look back at him. "The words when I'm editing." "Then this is a first draft." He turned me a little. "Your story is the cup, the wind, and the motion. You're not putting down letters on a page. You're telling a story through magic. Don't think, just do it." "Story," I said. "I can work with that." My body relaxed into his. I whispered the word, thinking of the gale of power and nothing else. "Dist." The cup flew towards me and bounced off my chest, landing on the ground with a plastic rattle. Ben beamed, bringing his guiding arm around me into an embrace. "You're ready." I turned back to face him. "Then let's go do some crime." Chapter 12. I wish we had watches. I crossed my arms over my chest, sitting in the back of Mariah's minivan. Something we could synchronize. "We're not on a to-the-second schedule. It wouldn't matter anyways," Ben pointed out, squeezing my hand. "Are you ready?" I took a breath. "Let's do this." We were in an alley a block away from the Wand Design factory. An illusion hid the minivan's tags, so all we had left to do was cover our faces. "I tweaked the brew a bit last minute," Mariah said, turning in her seat and holding up the cardboard holder with 3 paper coffee cups all sealed with plastic lids. "It's a boiled-down variant of a cosmetics potion. Drink the whole thing while meditating on the face you want to wear. Visualize it clearly. Use a picture if you want. Just don't try to do something too different from your real face. It's a touch-up, not a replacement." Ben, Emma, and I all took our cups, raised them in cheers, and drank. "Focus on the face," I struggled. "Someone who looks sort of like me." I didn't know how to do that. I found myself not so much thinking about a face as much as thinking about a face, running my brain in circles, but I eventually settled on a picture I'd seen on a magazine cover a week prior. Some celebrity face that had a match for my oft unshaved facial hair. Emma changed subtly, the lines of her chin growing sharper and more defined. Ben tried something more dramatic, his eyes shifting to a shade of dull blue, while his cheeks grew pudgy and round. Along with the baggy cargo pants and plaid shirt he'd dressed in, he didn't resemble the Ben I knew in the slightest. "How do I look?" I asked, taking out my phone to check the illusion in the selfie camera. Ben glanced at Mariah, searching for words. I pulled up the image and cringed. My face had become blurry and a bit misshapen, as though I'd moved in the middle of a panoramic photograph. My face didn't just look malformed, but positively wrong. Nobody had mistaken it for something real. "Well," I said, "I'm not supposed to be seen anyways. It'll have to do. Garrett, are you ready?" He sat cross-legged in the back of the minivan, where the seats were folded down to create an open space. A copper ring encircled him, something from his collection of ritual tools. He nodded. "Get that conduit on a lock, I can open it." I nodded, swallowed, and said, "All right, I'll listen for fireworks. Is everyone ready?" "Born ready," Ben replied. The grin on his face had an unnatural cast to it, though maybe I simply wasn't used to his particular quirks appearing on someone else's face. It made me think of an actor doing an uncannily accurate Ben impression. I leaned across the space between our seats, touching my lips to his cheek in a quick peck. "For good luck," I added by way of explanation. He took his turn leaning over the space, returning the kiss on my lips. For better luck. Mariah glanced at us in the mirror. Are you done? Yeah, Ben said, pressing the door button. Let's go. The minivan door moved with a slow whir until it opened enough for Ben to get out. Emma, in the front passenger seat, waited 20 seconds before she opened the door and followed behind. I could only watch from a distance and hope. Ben meandered up to the loading dock and got the attention of the two people rolling boxes into a truck. He produced a paper from his cargo pants, unfolding it. Even at a distance, his puzzled frown stood out starkly. One of the warehouse employees hopped down and scratched his head, inspecting the paper. The conversation went on for another 20 seconds, taking the full attention of both workers. The cold weather helped too, as both had on jackets with the hoods pulled up, cutting their peripheral vision. Neither noticed Emma creep along the other side of the truck, clamber up the dock, and slip inside. Ben's conversation with the two employees turned to an argument, with plenty of angry waving of the paper and his arms. He finally wadded it up and threw it at the lead, turning to storm off in the opposite direction of where we were parked. Emma was in. Now I couldn't even watch. A minute passed. 2. I compulsively checked my phone every few seconds, counting the time in my head. After 3 minutes, my need to fidget won, and I asked, shouldn't she have pulled the alarm by now? Maybe she had to get out of sight for a bit, Mariah said. 3 more minutes, then I'm going to check on her, I said. It only took 1 more. Even a block away, the distinct piercing beep of a fire alarm echoed unmistakably. After a few seconds, people began flooding out of the building, through the open loading dock, the doors, anywhere with an exit. Emma had come through. I had to hand it to Wand Design. Their response was orderly and effective. Nobody rushed out in a panic, but every employee moved with haste and efficiency. Their fire safety drills must have been on point. I'm up, I said, pressing the van door button and waiting the couple seconds for the mechanism to slide open. Rather than approach the dock, I moved around the block towards the back of the building, which faced nothing but trees. The rusty red fire escape had a ladder about 6 feet off the ground inside a wrought iron cage with a padlock on the bottom. The lock would keep trespassers from getting up, but it wasn't a problem for me. I simply slipped Garrett's rune-scribed conduit from my pocket, pressed it against the lock, and waited. Garrett did his work in moments. The lock popped open and the gate fell, granting access to the ladder. Taking one last look to ensure nobody had come around to this side of the building, I hopped up, grabbed the base of the ladder, and began to climb. The rungs had bits of rust and chipped paint that flecked away under my gloves, but I didn't have any trouble reaching the top and getting to the door. Okay, this lock would be trickier. Taking out the borrowed wand, I pressed it against the door. I couldn't feel the power in the air, but I went through the mental steps regardless. 1 breath in to take in the energy, and a breath out to expel my will onto the world. Or something. This is why, I grumbled to myself, I never finished my beginner's course into magic. Dist, I whispered. Nothing happened. I tried again. Dist. In retrospect, maybe I should have done the socializing and Ben could have handled the magic. I tried to imagine playing a character convincingly enough to persuade 2 people that I was anything but a desperate journalist looking to do a crime, and the idea left my head. I went through the motions twice more to the same effect before giving up. I'd begun overthinking again. I stopped focusing, stopped thinking about the way my hand moved with the wand and the physical process in question. I recalled Ben's body against mine, how he moved me to do the magic, and just whispered the word. The door swung like it had been kicked out and bonked me right on the forehead. I stumbled into the railing, staggered by the sudden throb between my eyes, and grinned at my success. Running through the door, I got my bearings. The office floor had been completely abandoned, an ear-piercing wail still echoing through the cubicles and offices. Perfect. Turning, I half-jogged to the corner office. I kept an eye out just in case of stragglers, but saw no one, and my confidence inflated. At the door, I pressed the conduit against the lock, waiting for Garrett to do his work. I didn't hear a click this time. The fire alarm's screech overpowered the quieter noise. After waiting 5 seconds, I tried the handle and found it unlocked. Opening it, I strode inside like the office belonged to me. It had been arranged with a mix of everything from modern technology to antiquity. The glass and steel desk had a razor-thin monitor atop it, but off to the side sat a fax machine, and to the side of the desk an expensive designer pen sat right alongside quill and ink. I took the hard drive out of my pocket and sat down at the desk. It was like I thought. In the haste to flee the fire, nobody had turned off their computers. This one just had the screensaver. Jiggling the mouse, I found a USB port to plug the drive into and got the drive ready. A password screen popped up. That wasn't in the plan. Whoever this office belonged to, Miss Regina Spellman by the placard on the desk, hadn't booted the computer off, but she had logged out. And as a result, my plan to copy the contents of her hard drive came to a complete halt. I checked the drawer for a sticky note, tried a few obvious passwords, even checked the login hint. Nothing. A minute had passed. I didn't have much longer before they realized the fire was fake and people came back inside. I drummed my index finger against the side of my head, trying to guess the password. I couldn't brute force it, but, well, actually, maybe I can. Not the password, but the computer. Crouching, I examined the side of the computer's tower. It had 4 screws holding the plastic casing in place. Seizing a letter opener off the desk, I wedged the point into one screw, frantically twisting it loose. I repeated the process once more, then gave up on subtlety. We weren't making a seamless getaway anyways at this point, so an invisible entry would be pointless. Jimmying the letter opener inside the frame, I flexed it until I got a hand inside the casing, then I jerked hard, snapping the plastic side of the computer tower in half. With access to the innards, I breathed a sigh of relief. The solid-state drive was only held in place by a snap-fit casing. Unplugging 2 cables, I popped the whole thing free. After a moment of reflection, I wedged the broken half of the computer case back into place. It might buy our getaway a few seconds if Miss Spellman didn't immediately notice her computer had been disassembled. The fire alarm stopped wailing. Time to go. I stood, ready to leave the way I'd come in. Then the shouts started. "Spread out. They've got to be in here somewhere." Shit. We'd been made. I dropped to hide behind the desk before anyone spotted me through the office's interior window, sticking my head up just enough to peer over. Someone stood down by the partially ajar fire escape door. My finely tuned instincts clocked him as a security guard right away. I deduced this from clues like his earpiece, the comfortable but practical tactical boots on his feet, and the security lanyard around his neck. I ducked down again. Surely they'd look in here, but if I hid well enough, maybe they'd move on and I could make a break for it. "Movement in your office, ma'am," one of the guards called. Double shit. Hiding wouldn't work, so I made a new plan. Holding the stolen SSD tightly, I got up and ran to the door. If I got around the guard and snaked through the cubicles, I could... As soon as I cleared the office door, a troll slammed into me at the waist with a linebacker's tackle, and I went down. I tried to roll, but was thoroughly pinned and barely squirmed. Not by a troll, just a burly guard with muscles that bulged like crab apples under his skin. A body that straddled the line between bodybuilder and steroids. Certainly strong enough to keep me down, what with my desk job and diet of mostly junk food. Wand design had me dead to rights. Triple shit. Chapter 13. Click. The metal handcuffs locked securely, digging into the skin of my wrists. The chain looped through the frame of a computer chair, so I wasn't going anywhere without dragging the whole chair with me, hands held uncomfortably behind my back all the while. The woman leading the security team sat at her desk and stared at me. She was some 20 years older than I was, though her dyed hair and makeup made it difficult to gauge her age with precision. She wore a weary expression. I had no eye for makeup, but hers seemed old and hastily applied, an attempt to keep up appearances. The hard drive I'd stolen from her computer sat between us on the desk. "Are you Regina?" I asked, glancing from her to the desk's nameplate. "I am," she said. "And you are?" I almost answered out of habit. Almost. "I'm not going to tell you that," I said. "Once that illusion on your face wears off and the cops get here, they'll figure you out pretty quick," she said. "You might as well tell me." Considering my circumstances, she had a point, but I didn't want to give anything up without getting something in return. The cops? Not the council? Arson, breaking and entering, theft, those are all mundane crimes, and we've got plenty of mundane lawyers who will be happy to bury you. She picked up the hard drive, looking it over as though checking to make sure I hadn't tampered with it. We'll loop the council in so they can be sure nothing mystical ends up on official transcripts, but they aren't necessary to send you away for a good 20 years. Arson? My eyes widened. We just pulled the fire alarm. Her gaze shot right at me, triumphant. We? Looking past me, she snapped at one of the two buff security guards standing post at her office door. He's got accomplices. We are already looking for the guy who came around earlier, the guard said. I couldn't see his face since he stood behind me. He couldn't have set the fire, so that means there's at least one more besides him. The guard nodded, stepping out of the room. Ah, I said, swallowing. Good trick. Not a trick, Regina said. Your accomplice did set a fire. Burned half our stock of wand blanks before the sprinklers put it out. That wasn't the plan, I said. We weren't trying to hurt anyone. Oddly noble of you, considering. Now I'm getting a lecture on morality from a kidnapper. I tried to sit forward, but it pulled painfully on my shoulders. I just sat up a little straighter. Hey, whatever I've done, I don't kill people who get in my way. I don't even hurt them. Regina set down the SSD. The lines on her face hardened and she inspected me. Tell that to Roger. I blinked. Who? She laughed, but it didn't reach her eyes. That's right. You wouldn't even know his name. He was just in your way. Standing up from her desk, she jabbed a finger at me. If he dies, I'm going to personally guarantee we find out how you are responsible and that you get the maximum sentence. He's a better man than you'll ever be. Regina, I honestly don't know who you're talking about, I said. I don't know who Roger is, and I definitely didn't hurt him. Just like you didn't set a fire, she demanded, seizing the solid-state drive and holding it up for emphasis. What, just like you didn't break into my office to steal this? I'd been interrogated before, and she didn't scare me as much as the last people, but I flinched back anyways. I didn't know the context, and that confusion spurred me to theorize, to fill in the gaps in the story. Wand design had been broken into before, and I couldn't imagine why. Not when they were the ones who'd planned the kidnapping. Only one possibility stood out. What did I look like last time? I asked, when I hurt Roger. You should know this, she said. If I continued to claim innocence, the conversation was likely to end. "Bear with me. I'm making a point," I said. "What did I look like?" "Longer, lighter hair," she said. "Obviously, you disguised your face then, just like you did today, so our footage of you won't match. You wore all black." And I was alone? My chest grew tighter as I considered the possibility. No accomplices that time? "Just you," Regina said. "Make your point already." "One more question," I said. "I went for the same thing, right? Your computer and this corner office?" "Yeah, only you just copied some files onto a thumb drive. Nothing this dramatic." Frowning, she added, "I'm honestly a bit surprised at the sloppiness of your attempt here. You had to have known we'd be more on alert. I had security gunning for you the instant we got inside." My heart sank. I knew why Lydia had been kidnapped. She'd gotten tired of waiting, broken into wand design on her own, and they'd figured it out. The physical description of her matched. If she wore baggy clothes to hide her frame, she'd have been on her own, and she went after the same target she'd outlined in her plan. I doubted that she'd hurt Roger on purpose, but if it came down to self-defense... "What's your point?" Regina asked. "We're going to get Lydia," I said, "and you're going to regret all of this once we do." In retrospect, I couldn't have said anything worse if I tried. Regina glared at me, turned, and sat back down at her desk. "The cops will be here soon." My bravado shook. I didn't have a way to escape the police, and I'd need to get a new lawyer to deal with straight laws. Escape had to be now or never. Unfortunately, with two thugs looming right behind me and my hands cuffed to a bulky, awkward chair, the odds of that were slim. I took a breath and tried to work the problem without looking like I'd begun working the problem. I counted my issues. My cuffs would keep me from running, and the guards would stop me even if I tried. I had to get outside, get to the getaway van, and escape. While I considered the problem, Regina took the SSD and bent to stick it back into her computer. "I'm surprised," I said, while she slotted it back into place. "You don't need IT help with that?" She turned to face me and gave me the most withering look I'd received all day. "Because I'm a woman?" "Not because—" I started. My hand twitched, but with the cuffs on, I couldn't drum the side of my head. "Because you work for a big magical corporation. I got the sense you were all tech illiterate, stuck a century in the past. You still primarily communicate via fax." "We do that because it's required," she said, sticking the pieces of her computer's frame roughly back into place. "The Commonwealth are the tech illiterate ones. They say fax is more secure, so we use fax. But whenever we can, we use modern communication and design tools. Do you see any other company using a laser cutter to assemble their wands? There's a reason we're the top manufacturer when we've only been public for 30 years. We innovate. Innovating new and exciting ways to commit crimes." I kept the jab to myself. I did have a way around the cuffs. The lockpick conduit sat in my pocket, overlooked by the guards. If Garrett had kept up his connection to the magic, he could get the cuffs off me. If I got the conduit out of my pocket and against the cuffs without the guards noticing. Shifting my arms subtly to the side, I tried to reach my pocket without moving very much, determining the yoga moves I'd need to pull off to get enough reach. If I twisted my body to the left while sticking both hands all the way to the right, I would just get enough reach, but it wouldn't be subtle. What I needed was... The fire alarm began to wail again, piercingly loud. "Hey," one of the guards shouted, not at Regina or I, but at someone in the hall. From a ways behind me, Ben's voice yelped, "Crap." Footsteps pounded, and both guards took out after him. I only listened, but Regina stood and stared at the chase with rapt attention. A diversion. Excellent. I twisted, making a spider walk motion with my fingers to pull my jacket pocket close. Fishing in the pocket, I seized the conduit, pressing it firmly against my cuff. Please, Garrett, tell me you're still there. A panicked heart beat past. I watched Regina, but she still stared past me at the drama with the guards. Click. One side of the cuffs unlocked, enough to free my hands. I would worry about the other side later. For now, I needed to run. Jumping out of the chair, I savored Regina's shocked expression for just an instant before turning and rocketing out of the office. The two guards were nowhere to be seen. My route to the fire escape was clear. 20 paces to the door. I pushed it open, no need for magic from this side, and tried to do a quick slide down the ladder. In my defense, I'd hit my head recently. Plus, sliding down ladders typically works in video games. Since this was real life, I slid maybe one rung down, lost my grip, and fell the remaining 10 feet down and twisted my ankle on the landing. At least I had gotten out of the building. Pushing back to my feet, I limp jogged around the corner just in time for Mariah's van to pull up next to me, the side door open, Emma holding out her arms to catch me. I jumped, got pulled inside, and Mariah hit the gas. Where's Ben? I whipped my head around to look, but he wasn't in the van. Round front, Mariah said. A hope. Clear the door, Garrett added, grabbing my arm and pulling me to the back seat. I fell in a tumble as Mariah braked to turn, shifting around in the open back. She accelerated again. Outside the van were loud shouts of anger and panic, and then Ben lunged inside, knocking Emma over with his jump. Mariah slammed the gas, and we tore down the street. Tires screeched and guards shouted, but we'd made it out. Garrett helped me to sit up. Did you get it? I grabbed one of the handles on the back to steady myself. What? The hard drive. Where is it? He insisted. I shook my head. Security grabbed me and took it. I barely escaped. He slumped back to the far side of the van, utterly defeated. So we did all this for nothing. I shook my head. I'm sorry. Missing the air of failure, Ben cheered as the door shut. That was close. Ben, I said, quiet but firm. We failed. His face fell. Oh, you didn't? I never had a chance. They were ready for the break-in. Security was on me way too fast. That makes sense now that you say it, Emma said. If they already grabbed Lydia, then of course they'd be waiting for retaliation. I shook my head. That wasn't it. They expected us because Lydia already broke in without us. Garrett's eyes shone. I couldn't tell if the tears were from grief or anger. Chapter 14. No, Garrett said after I finished the story of what had happened. You're wrong. The physical description fits, I objected, and we both know Lydia was gunning for action. She knew you would never consent to working as a group and decided to go renegade. I would have, he started. You lied to her about the lockpick, I shot. Don't try to tell me you were willing to budge. The van fell silent, save for the whoosh of highway traffic. We'd made it free and nobody had followed us. The illusion over Mariah's minivan ensured the police couldn't trace it back to her. As far as I knew, we were in the clear, but that was cold comfort. The argument with Garrett had died, but I held on to my anger. Emma, question for you. Yeah, she asked. Why the hell did you set a real fire? I demanded. You could have gotten someone killed. The factory's main output is pretty much tinder, and they've got a great suppression system. There were too many folks chin-wagging around the fire alarm. I couldn't have pulled it without being seen. She shrugged. We were in a rush. I improvised. And you didn't worry about safety? About hurting the employees? Screw 'em, Mariah called back. The whole company is trash. Even if we didn't get what we came for, I'm glad we bloodied their nose on the way out." Emma looked me in the eye and nodded. What she said? "There's a problem with your theory," Garrett said. "Lydia wouldn't hurt anyone." He was right, but the hole didn't sink my theory's ship. I don't know. I didn't get a chance to ask what happened to Roger. Maybe he attacked her and Lydia had to defend herself. Maybe Regina was just looking for an excuse to pin us with more blame. I couldn't tell you one way or another. He stopped arguing. Whether he knew he was wrong or just lacked the energy to fight, he sat back in the van. "Have you tried to find her with a spell?" Ben asked. "Some kind of tracking evocation?" "Yes," Garrett said. "What did you do? Maybe—" "I've tried everything," Garrett snapped. "I've tried with her blood, her hair. I've tried looking for the trace energy of her curse. I'm not some learner still getting my license." "Anything I could assist with?" Ben offered, unfazed by the barbs. "Add an extra voice to the spell and amplify it." "Maybe." If I had a correct reading of his face, Garrett had his doubts, but Ben's offer of straws to grasp gave him a glimmer of hope. "The aura of her curse would be the hardest to conceal. We can try casting a wider net if I've got your help. You've practiced group rituals?" "One of the first things we did in class," Ben confirmed. "I'm no master, but I can pitch in." "Okay." Mariah turned on her blinker and took the exit to Garrett's property. "I'm going home after this," she said. "I can't help with the research, and Lydia's going to need another potion once we get her back. I'll start the brew tonight and make spares. I'll see if I can trace anything back through legal channels," Emma added. "See if they've got any publicly listed properties that would work as a holding cell for Lydia." We had places to check, leads to follow, but after the failed heist, it felt hopeless. Ben asked the question nobody else would. "Do we call the council?" "No," Garrett responded, immediate and venomous. "Absolutely not." "But if we can't find her," Ben said, "isn't it better to get her back on our terms?" "We've still got a day left. We'll think of something," Garrett growled, glaring furiously at Ben. "We are not calling the council." "And what if she hurts someone when she changes?" Ben asked. "Are you comfortable with that?" "Ben," I cut in. They both looked at me. "Stop," I said. "We won't call the council. Probably wouldn't help anyways." With my vote cast, Ben backed down, and Garrett let the heat in his expression die away. Mariah dropped us off and went on her way. Emma left in her tiny sedan a minute later. Ben went to use the bathroom while Garrett prepared the locating ritual. I set up shop in the kitchen, skimming the books Ben had picked up on werewolves, shapeshifters, and magical wards. Werewolf proved to be of little help. Despite the book's pedigree, it taught me little that I didn't already know. Some bits from light research in the past, other bits via pop culture osmosis. Werewolves were people cursed with a form of lycanthropy, who transformed into a ravenous beast on the full moon. They were preternaturally strong and could regenerate rapidly from any injury, though a footnote suggested that their strength didn't come from magical enhancements. Rather, werewolves were always pushing their muscles to the breaking point, able to utilize their full strength in ways that mortal creatures only used in emergencies. Any silver in their bodies slowed down their healing factor until they eventually reached the point where they couldn't regenerate at all. The curse was contagious if bit by a werewolf on the full moon. The author noted that such infection is rare, as most people who get bitten are not in a position where they can escape alive. Most importantly, there was no appealing to a werewolf's humanity. Though werewolves could remember what happened while shifted, they had no control over their mind and were as ravenous and cruel as the most bloodthirsty beast. I took a break to make a cup of coffee around 6, then tried the book on shapeshifters. It proved a dead end. There were just too many varieties and ways to shift one's face. Trying to read the book on wards made me cross-eyed, so I set it aside, rubbing at my eyes. The lack of sleep had crept up on me, taking its toll. Research wasn't helping, and I couldn't think straight. I got up and glanced through the garage door at Ben and Garrett, sitting across from each other in deep meditation. Interrupting would just mess up their flow. My concentration had grown too weak to sit around and focus. I left a note on the fridge, sent Ben a text, and grabbed my bike helmet. I needed to move. The motorcycle purred when I started it up, and I left with no destination in mind. I just barely needed my headlight on, the hint of a sunset on the horizon, and I turned aimlessly down back roads headed in the general direction of the city. "Computer," I said, "play some music." My digital assistant started my playlist of eclectic songs, mostly from the 90s and early aughts. The music helped me focus on the problem, shutting out distracting thoughts. Too many pieces didn't fit. I wouldn't put it past Lydia to break in on her own, but I still didn't know why she'd kept it a secret after the fact. And if Garrett was right, and it wasn't her, who? And we still hadn't figured out how they'd made it through the ward. My guess that the meeting this weekend would cover up any expensive power surges, allowing them to tear down the ward and then build it back up without notice, had its own share of holes. Why bother rebuilding it once they had Lydia? Worst of all, they hadn't called with ransom demands. It didn't look as though we'd be given a chance to back down. Lydia would go to an asylum, and Garrett would go to jail, and that would be the end of it. I took a bridge across the river. The last flecks of evening sun reflected in the still water, while the bright colors and lights of downtown filled my horizon. A bad idea struck me. They wouldn't be that brazen, would they? Diverting my route, I turned to go to the Kaufman Center for the Performing Arts. The building sat on a hill on the southwest side of the city. Two great seashells that each contained a grand auditorium. An obvious choice for a corporate party, grand and beautiful with enough seating for everyone in Wand Design's upper management. Many a company retreat and shareholder meeting had been held there, scheduled between world-class orchestra performances and stage plays. Plus, the rather extensive backstage and basement would probably make a decent place to hide someone, as long as they kept her drugged and unconscious. My silly theory had a lot of holes, but I couldn't resist the temptation to check. I'd probably find the doors locked to begin with, and that'd be the end of it. I hadn't been using my time for anything productive anyways. I rounded the center, getting off my bike a block down from the building, across the street from the entrance to the underground parking garage. Though I doubted I'd accomplish anything, I still played it safe. I had my phone on me, ready to call for help, my pepper spray, my helmet clipped to my belt. If I had to fight, I'd be as well off as I could hope. And if I had to run, I'd be ready to. The parking garage had a bar down to stop cars from entering, but nothing to prevent pedestrian traffic. There was a security guard, but he'd dozed off in his seat, a stroke of luck for my not-quite trespassing excursion. I ducked through to the first floor of the garage. There were two entrances, one to the lower levels of the center, and a second, a floor up, that would go to the entry hall. If the center's security would stop me anywhere, it would be here. The door was unlocked. Immediately, I glanced around, expecting to see someone bringing in instruments or gear or something, a reason to justify leaving the door open. But there was a loading dock around back and no good reason to come here. It could only be a mistake, an oversight by security. Either way, I crept inside, crossing my fingers. I considered leaving. If I went any further, I might get caught, and a voice rang from somewhere backstage, singing. That alone wasn't too much of a surprise in a performance hall. Hundreds of musicians, maybe thousands, practiced there every year. Many of them were singers. Some were mediocre, some were impeccable. Even from a distance, echoing and distorted, this performance stood at the very peak of impeccable. Perfect. Not flawless in the way that you'd get after a week in a studio stitching takes together. Rather, the song filled my ears with character, life, and authenticity, like I'd never heard before. Even calling it singing felt like an insult. The performer didn't sing. He created. A guitar riff supplemented the voice, quiet but assertive in the background of the tune. The strings plucked in my ears. Entrancing. I was walking towards that voice. I had to get closer. My body floated through the back halls of the performance venue, drowning in the sound, pulled in by the quiet reverence. In fear that my footsteps would muddy the noise, I tiptoed around the corner. Longing tugged inside me that I hadn't ever felt. Desire dripping in through my ears for something I couldn't place. Something niggled at the back of my mind, but I pushed it down. I had to get closer, to listen, to understand the source of this music. I forget the song he played. All I remember is that I cried. Hot tears rolling down my cheeks as I felt every emotion at once. I finally found him in a green room, sitting back, eyes shut as he crooned out angelic words. Tall, gorgeous, with an almost weightless air about him, as though his words canceled out gravity. Someone else stood in the room, but I didn't acknowledge them, totally wrapped up in the music's spell. As I stood in the doorway, he opened his eyes, saw me, and flinched. I flinched too, because his eyes were pure, deep red. Chapter 15. I stared, feeling as though I'd walked in on something illicit, something not meant for my eyes to see. Though he'd reacted to seeing me, his song continued without the tiniest hitch. I needed to know what he was, an angel or something its equal to produce such beauty. I opened my mouth to ask, but my speech felt slow and thick in my throat. I'd become a child, having trouble pronouncing the words properly. To ask a question was to interrupt divine grace with pathetic noise. I remained silent. My body surged forward, the weight of tiredness redoubling itself on my shoulders. I wanted to relax, not to sleep, but to recharge until I didn't feel like I was struggling to stay afloat. I took a step closer, compelled. It's magic. It was obvious now that I considered it. The music couldn't have come from mortal means, and now that I knew it, I could fight it. I could interrupt, I could stop him, I could leave. But any of those measures would stop the music. I let it play a little longer. Magical though it might have been, it was still too beautiful to end prematurely. It didn't matter if I stayed to listen, or if I took another step closer. Knowing of the magic in the air, I saw him truly. He employed his masterful voice with a forked tongue and lips too wide to be human. The claws on his hands were more delicate than the pads of fingers, more able to play the correct notes. I'd never seen a siren before, but it stood to reason that they existed. Demons were real, after all. Once the song is over, he's going to hurt me, I thought. I knew the stories, the threat he represented. I would have to cut it short, right before the song ended. It would take timing. I couldn't end it too early or I'd miss out on the majority of the melody. The siren got to his feet. I worried it meant he would end his song, but he kept playing. He just took a step closer. If I let him get within striking distance, it would end poorly. Those claws on his fingers were wicked sharp. He could tear out my throat in one slash. I would have to keep my eye out and break away just before the trap closed permanently around me. Until then, there wouldn't be any harm in listening. That made sense to my muddled, enchanted brain. The song kept going, and the fog around my thoughts grew thicker, more inscrutable. The desire to flee, to act, faded. Something bad would happen soon. But it couldn't happen while the music played. In the music, I found safety. We both took a step closer, bringing me into danger. I didn't care. I'd die to hear this song's end. Still, no matter how much the music lulled me out of consciousness, no power in the universe could completely turn off the analytical part of my brain. It might have been dulled, slow, and numb from the enchantment, but the constantly running stream of consciousness in my head created an insurmountable drip of background questions. I wonder why he's here, I considered as he plucked out the notes of the song's chorus. It's got to be some sort of trap. Once the song ended, and if I survived, I'd deal with the trap. I would figure something out. We took another step closer. I could almost reach out and touch him. Why would there be a trap for me? Why here? They couldn't know I'd be here. The final verse started to play. I wasn't sure how I knew that. I just did. He must be here about Lydia. That finally gave me pause. It was an obvious concept, even painfully obvious, but with my addled brain working in low gear, it had taken me a while to arrive there. I would die to hear the end of the achingly beautiful song. I would risk myself for that privilege. But I wasn't the only one at risk. If I died here, Lydia would be left on her own. My own life could be spent, but I'd not abandon my friend. With that to center my will, I focused and fought. My mind cleared, bucking the enchantment with painful completeness. No psychic backlash hit me, no splitting migraine occurred as a result of freeing myself. But the song had lost its beauty, and that separation struck me like a dagger. My heart ached to hear the end, to submit once again to the magic, but I couldn't make someone else pay the price for my ticket. I heard it for what it was. Rasping, dry, like a man deprived of water for days who'd been forced to speak. It wasn't beauty that the siren channeled. It was desperation, hunger. He hadn't yet realized what had happened. His song continued, grating against my ears, the guitar hopelessly out of tune. I finally recognized how close to death I'd come as I analyzed my choices. I had one edge. The siren couldn't tell that I'd cleared my head. I didn't know how much longer it'd be before he struck, but I would take every second I had. To keep this, I tried to keep my face even, fighting my expression into something that appeared dazed. The siren was so preoccupied with his own song that he failed to notice my bad acting. Flight? He was a predator. Even though he used underhanded tactics to restrain his victims, he'd likely still have power over me in a fight. Those claws on his fingers weren't decorative, and something malicious and inhuman danced in his eyes. He could kill, and he would kill. Fight. I had time for a sucker punch and the right tool for it. I'd made a childishly simple choice of weapon against monsters and magic, but most monsters, the siren included, had eyes, and that made them vulnerable. He stood only a couple feet away, warbling the last shaky notes of his song. Whatever attack he had planned, it would be moments away. Shifting, I slipped my hand into my jacket pocket. fiddling with the plastic tube I'd stashed away. It was a little longer than my thumb, with a red cap that had to be turned before it could be removed, child-proofed. I manipulated it with my fingers, struggling with the tamper-proof lid. He looked down at me, the last guitar notes fading. My time had run out. Dropping his guitar, it cracked on the floor with a clang, and he reached his clawed hand towards me, ready to strike. I wouldn't get another chance. I stepped back, out of reach of his hand, surprising the siren as his claw met air. In the same instant, I threw out my hand, pointed the tube right at his eyes, and ejected the complete can of pepper spray. Only it wasn't just pepper spray. The canister had been refilled with a slurry of all the anti-magical ingredients I could afford. Iron powder, garlic, salt, sage, holy water, and printing ink, just a tiny bit of silver filings, and a half-dozen other powders I didn't know the purpose of. Maggie had assembled them all for me, wearing a gas mask, heavy-duty gloves, and a leaded apron, as though working with radioactive materials, creating a noxious soup that had ended up in my pepper spray canister. I didn't know what magical substances were known to repel sirens, but something in the mix did the trick. Heck, for all I knew, it may have just been the capsaicin. Whatever the reason, the siren recoiled, screaming at the top of his lungs. Bad planning on my part. It sounded something akin to 1,000,000 trash compactors crushing 1,000,000,000 bricks, while at the same time a pack of all the feral cats in the world screamed out the tune of Baby Shark as loud as their raw throats allowed. It was rather unpleasant. The noise threw me back, leaving me paralyzed on the ground, trying to cover my ears and block it out. My eyes stung as well, little flecks of the spray floating in the air and landing on my face, but I'd take the slight collateral damage for how much I'd hurt the siren. The sonic attack, on the other hand, threatened to kill me by sheer force alone. At least he wasn't actively attacking me, even as my eardrums threatened to stage a fatal coup against my conscious mind. The beast staggered away, trying to wipe the toxic sludge out of his eyes, while I writhed on the green room floor and resisted going into a complete meltdown. I needed to recover first. Raising one shoulder, I pressed it against my left ear and used one hand to cover the right. I could not completely drown out his screech, but I had bought myself an opportunity to go for my helmet, with the built-in speakers. Fumbling, I unclipped the helmet from my belt and slipped it onto my head. Getting the attention of my virtual assistant, I shouted, "Computer, play some music, volume max." I would have to drown out the siren with my choice of audio. Music played from my general shuffled playlist, and I recognized the riff. We'll be singing. When we're winning, we'll be singing. My music was loud. Permanent hearing damage if it's used too much loud, but unlike the horrifying screams of the siren, I had control over the playlist. I could call up a sound that wouldn't melt my brain. So, as the party anthem classic Tub Thumping began blasting at full volume in my ears, I scrambled to my feet and ran like hell. Chapter 16. My escape plan had problems. I couldn't hear the siren's screams over the blasting 90s pop music, but I couldn't hear much of anything else either. On top of that, the helmet cut into my peripheral vision. I had to turn my body and crane my neck to see if the siren had come after me. He had. Gulp. His eyes were red and swollen half shut, but his mouth hung open and the air around him visibly vibrated. It took me a moment to understand what I saw. Echolocation, I thought. That just isn't fair. Shit, I yelled, though a line about whiskey drinks drowned out the sound of my voice. My leg wasn't ready for running. Not because of the sprain from earlier, though that didn't help. Being out of shape and tired was what truly slowed me down. I stumbled down the back hall, lost my stride for a moment, caught myself on a drinking fountain, and kept running. I didn't remember the way out. I didn't even remember walking in. I had to settle for getting away. The siren ran hot on my heels, and before I could cross any real distance, his shoulder slammed into my back. He stood half a foot taller than me and hit with plenty of strength, though not supernatural might. I got knocked down. Claws were raking at my back, but I'd worn my good leather jacket. Made for motorcyclists, it had been built to protect against high-speed collisions, and it worked well enough to keep my back from getting turned to confetti. I threw my elbows, more flailing than attacking, and a lucky strike connected with his chin. The blow knocked him off me. I got up again. Pumping my legs, I tried to remember the nearest public place I could escape to. I had to get somewhere with visibility, somewhere that the siren wouldn't dare attack me. A purely sonic force struck my back and my ears pulsed with pain. I almost toppled, not from the force of the attack, but because the crippling sound made my balance waver. Bits of cork flew off a nearby bulletin board, showering my back while I fled. Realizing a hard truth, I swallowed. This siren wouldn't care about being publicly visible. I'd hurt him. He wanted revenge. I ducked down a side hall. The walls were painted with bright, friendly colors that probably denoted different sections of the building, but for me, it only made the experience more surreal. Another sonic blast behind me blew out the glass of a vending machine, showering my neck and back with glass shards and tattered bags of chips. Turning again, I ducked through a doorway and ran out onto the stage of one of the concert halls. If nothing else, I couldn't have picked a more stunningly beautiful place to die. Woodwork and artistry, 1,000 little dots on the ground where master musicians had planted stringed instruments, an enormous organ looming over the hall. Art was made here. Not a bad place to die. I looked back. The siren's mouth, wide open, bellowing sound and barreling after me, was only a few paces behind. His speed beat mine, and I couldn't keep shaking him free forever. His claws would get to my throat, or finally get through my jacket, and I'd be too busy bleeding out to fight free. There were no more tools in my pockets. The pepper spray had been my only ace in the hole. At a loss for what else to do, I stopped, dodged to the side, and leapt to a higher rung of the stage. The siren ran past me, only skidding to a stop a few seconds later. A surge of excitement and triumph came over me as I realized my advantage. He couldn't see me, and the sonic location he used to track me lagged. Wheeling, the skin around his cheeks rippled with the sheer force of the sound escaping his mouth, the scream threatening to drown out my personal music. My helmet's face shield cracked and shattered, and though it didn't fall apart completely, the spiderweb of cracks occluded my vision. I moved to the side, watching him, and his sonic blast only followed a second later. It seemed that his vision lagged by about half a second, maybe a touch more. Enough. I dodged to the right, dove back to the left, and then sprinted around him as he lunged towards where he'd anticipated. A last-second rake cut open my jacket sleeve and made me stumble, but I got past him, jumping down from the stage and running up the aisle. Dodging down between chairs, I ran back and forth at random, turning, jumping a row, changing my pace, even doubling back once. Despite the siren's edge in speed, he never quite got to me. My ankle started to burn, but I ignored that pain, jumping over a folding chair lined up as extra seating and shoving off it, jumping into a different aisle. A couple chairs scattered in my peripheral vision just as I got away, and I stole a glance back, terrified at how close that last attempt had been. I had no plan once I escaped out into the entry hall, except to hope that the event center's security would save me, and that sirens had a unique vulnerability to bullets, or just a regular vulnerability to bullets. Something tugged at my sleeve. A claw, ripping through the leather into my shirt, nicking flesh. Idly, the part of my brain that couldn't sit back and shut up during a crisis tallied how expensive this ambush was becoming. The custom pepper spray hadn't been cheap, and now my jacket, shirt, and helmet were all ruined. Dodging free, I made a break for the door, only a few yards away and locked. I slammed into it and it stayed shut. I'd need to go out the way I came in. I turned and the siren stalked towards me, his cheeks rippling, vibrations racking my body. Hoping to get around him, I faked to the left, lunged to the right, and then found out that the siren had gotten wise. He ignored my juke and got in my way, stopping my weight cold. We went down in a heap. All I could do was cover my throat with my hands so his claws didn't rip open an artery on my neck. That didn't stop it from trying. The skin got cut open on the back of my left hand, lacerations cutting deep. My grip faltered and I let go. He had me pinned down, one knee planted on my belly, his face only a foot from mine as he stopped slashing at my exposed flesh, going for a different line of attack. The siren got a hand at the base of my helmet and jerked it free. The pop anthem got replaced with shrieking, and on top of that, the bellow of 5,000 organ pipes vibrated with his terrible voice, a demonic choir all singing my imminent doom. His face had become a mass of red tissue and flapping skin. Everything around his eyes had swelled up, puffy and almost crimson, completely covering his eyes. His voice had grown hoarse. Even sirens had limits, and by shrieking at full volume for this long, he'd almost reached his. Still, he stopped clawing and screaming just for a moment. The organ pipes continued to vibrate like tuning forks, a devastating chord. He leaned in, saliva and involuntary tears dripping from his face onto mine. "I'm going to make you suffer." It was a true threat, and I could do nothing to stop him. He was stronger than me, faster. My hands were free. I could punch him if I wanted to, but it would likely have done about as much good as punching the ground. Feeling around, I hoped for a weapon. A chair leg or a big old sword that might have randomly been left on the floor of the concert hall. Instead, I found my helmet. I could do worse than a hard piece of fiberglass and plastic. Getting smacked in the face with that would probably hurt pretty bad. But even then, I didn't have any muscle or leverage to put behind the attack. It wouldn't put him down. But I didn't need to hit him with it. Gripping tightly around the cracked face shield, I prayed to any deity that would listen for dexterity. If I fouled this up with clumsiness, I would die. "Just tell me one thing," I shouted. With his screams still ringing in my ears, my yell came out like a whisper.
"What?" he hissed. "Are you going to ask who sent me?"
"No," I screamed. "Do you like Chumbawamba?" The question was so absurd, so completely out of left field that it forced the siren to pause. I'd created a moment of confused hesitation, and I exploited that moment for everything I could get. Tightening my hand around my helmet, I slammed it down, jamming it onto his head. In a stroke of luck, it came down just right, better than I had even prayed for. If I'd been a little off on angle, it would have gotten stuck or glanced off, but instead, the helmet settled snugly over his face, with the music still playing at full volume. The siren had far more acute hearing than me, and the blasting party anthem blared right into his ears, drowning out all other sound. He'd been blinded already, but now he couldn't see. He slashed at me in fury, claws cutting my cheek, but he had no idea where the attack came down. My counterattack sailed in freely, a knee driven right up between his legs. This time, when he screamed, it shattered the faceplate of my helmet completely. My eardrums felt ready to burst, and the plexiglass shards drew 1,000 tiny cuts on my face. But I shoved him off me, rolled, and got to my feet. He screamed again, and then something ruptured in his throat like a busted speaker and his voice went out, from a horrifying bellow to a throaty, muted rasp. He stayed down, legs crossed, writhing on the ground. It wouldn't take him long to rip the helmet free, but I had precious seconds. I turned and ran back down the aisle to backstage. Following the signs for an emergency exit, I pushed through the fire escape door, not caring if an emergency alarm sounded. At which point, I just about ran headfirst into a counselor. He stood at my height with broad shoulders and an iconic white robe over tactical gear. I couldn't hear the siren's pained whimpers over the ringing in my ears, but I couldn't hear much of anything else either. The counselor looked at me and said something. I shook my head, pointed at my ears, trying to respond. I don't know what I said. By his expression, I was babbling nonsense. I looked back down the hall, but the siren hadn't followed me. I'd escaped the monster. Now I just had the council to deal with. I didn't know which was more dangerous. He took out a wand, holding it at me. I put my hands up. He shouted something. Trying to explain, I shouted, "I can't hear." I read his lips and got something like, "Get on the ground." He gestured with the wand and I dropped to my knees. My chest felt so tight I thought he'd already cast a spell, but he'd done no magic. This terror didn't give me an adrenaline burst. It just paralyzed me. I didn't know what he was thinking, but I had a guess. There'd been a booming noise, I was covered in blood, and the council knew me as a troublemaker. It wouldn't be hard to think of me as some kind of magical terrorist. A few tense moments passed. I had no defense. It all hinged on what the counselor did. Seconds passed. Heartbeats. The counselor waited a moment, then lowered his wand and spoke into his radio. Over the ringing in my ears, I made out the word custody. The next minutes blurred, and my heart didn't stop pounding. More counselors showed up. It was hard to give a statement when I couldn't hear the questions, but after minutes, my ears stopped ringing enough that I understood what was being asked. They just wanted to confirm my identity, my name. Once they'd done that, I was brought to a back room and held there. That only made my terror worse. This wasn't a public park, a place where I might escape through publicity. I was at their mercy. An EMT working for the Commonwealth showed up. I asked what was going on, but got no clear answer, though he cleaned my wounds with a disinfectant and a salve, which he explained would heal the cuts in about a day. The bigger ones, the gash on my arm, my cheek, and a couple of worse marks on my back, he sewed with magical thread that'd heal the tissue within the week. None of my injuries were critical, it seemed, so once they finished sewing me back together, I was just given a tab of Tylenol as pain relief. I didn't really need the painkillers. I was still numb from fear. The EMT left. The counselors came back. Chapter 17. I refused to talk. No, that's not right. I couldn't talk. My brain had become lost in a deep fog. I tried to make words come. They wouldn't. The counselors, working in a pair, asked me questions I understood and knew the answers to, but though I could open my mouth, I could not respond. They asked what I'd been doing there. They asked how I'd been injured. They asked why the building's staff had all been asleep, save for the illusion tech who'd been found in the green room. They asked if I understood that non-cooperation could get me into trouble in court. I buried my head in my hands, squeezing my head until it ached from the pressure. They hadn't bothered to cuff me after confiscating my things. I didn't know whether to take that as a good or a bad sign. Every counselor in the world had the skill to kill me without even a hint of effort, so maybe it didn't matter. They asked the questions again. I didn't even remember their names, though I'd been given them. I wanted to cry. I wanted to scream. I wanted to sleep. I wanted them to just get the preamble over with and shoot me. It's what they were going to do anyways. Without a clock in the interior windowless room, I had no sense of the passage of time. And then she arrived. Words without context rang outside the room, angry conversation and rapid speech, and then my white knight stormed through the door. Emma was furious and she was fearless. "How dare you question my client without me present?" she snapped, getting up in the face of the nearest counselor. He stood almost a foot taller than her, but took a step back. "He never requested for you to be here," the other counselor said. "We're within our rights." "He's been assaulted," she raged. "He's a victim, for fuck's sake. You have footage of the siren that attacked him." "We just needed to know the full story for our investigation. Besides," the sitting counselor rolled his eyes, "he was trespassing." "Are you charging people for mundane misdemeanors now?" Emma snapped. He looked at his partner. "No." "So, is he under arrest?" Emma demanded. "No," he admitted. "Are you holding him under suspicion of a crime?" she asked. "No." "Then we are leaving. He'll send you a statement in the mail." She walked around the table, helped me to my feet, and shepherded me out the door. "Did you tell them anything?" I shook my head. "Good work. Let's get you someplace safe." "You should have asked for me. If I hadn't had my ear to the ground listening for trouble, I might not have known you even needed the cavalry." She led me down the hall. "Next time you're in a situation like this, you call me immediately, okay? Don't say anything else, just ask to speak to me, specifically. If they offer you another lawyer, you say no, you only want me, okay?" I nodded. "Nobody but me. For serious." I nodded again, and we stepped out into the night. The bright light outside made me wince back, blinking as my eyes adjusted. The moon was nearly full, and the city lights were brilliant. Ben waited on the sidewalk by his truck, pacing and biting his fingernails. When I emerged with Emma, he whirled, running to me. "Levy, are you all right?" I nodded, then shook my head, then nodded again. I didn't know. "I'll be right back," Emma said. "I need to get his things." She left me with Ben, who wrapped me up in a tight hug. I was so worried, and then Emma couldn't tell me what was going on. There was a siren? That, at least, I answered with a nod. Binary questions were all right. "But you got away." I nodded again, wishing I had my phone. He looked at me, frowned slightly, and asked, "You want to sit down?" One more nod. I got into his truck, sitting in the passenger side. He let me have a moment of silence and peace, recovering. I leaned against the window of Ben's truck. The cool glass soothed my injured cheek as I stared up at the sky, watching the almost full moon. It felt strangely appropriate to be in Ben's truck after being attacked by a supernatural monster. Familiar in an uncomfortable way. "Thanks." He smiled, pleased that I'd started talking. "Of course." "My bike is around the corner by the parking garage," I added. "Or it was. Is it still there?" "I saw it when I pulled up," Ben said. "Thanks. I'm glad you're okay." "Did the counselors find Lydia?" I asked, fearing the answer. If they hadn't, my conflict here had been a waste. If they had, she would be sent off to the asylum for wayward werewolves. "I don't think so," he said. "What happened? Why were you here?" "I came to poke around and found the siren. He attacked me," I said. I need sleep. I can tell you more details tomorrow." "Your backpack's in the back seat, by the way. You left it at Garrett's. I'll drive you home once Emma's back, he said. No, I don't want to leave my bike here. I can load it up in the back. No, I glanced at him and shook my head. I want to ride my bike home. I'm fine. Really. Right. He looked away, gazing at a nearby stoplight. At what point do you stop? I tilted my head. Stop what? The siren nearly killed you, Ben said. You're shook up bad, obviously. You're not going to back off? No. I took a breath, drumming my finger to the side of my head, struggling to phrase my response accurately. Even if I wanted to give in to the pressure, I can't give up on Lydia. Besides, they aren't going to be content just coming after her. If I keep digging, they'll hit me eventually, and that isn't going to change whether we rescue her or not. If I was going to give in to pressure, I would have done it last summer. But it's more than that. You're working, 75 hours a week right now? He looked back at me. Give or take, I hedged. It was more on the give end than the take, but I didn't want to feed his point. And that's after you started taking a deliberate day off. Levy, you work yourself to death under the best of circumstances. Don't make the expression literal. I can handle it. I'm getting enough rest. I'm not letting my health suffer, I said. Barring monster attacks, which aren't really within my control. You need help at the paper, Ben said. I've got help, I said. Lily's column is a half page, and she's handling a few other logistical odds and ends for me. The demon? Yeah, that's real help. Ben sighed, the sarcasm slipping from his tone. Levy, you can't just run off and do stupid shit like this on your own without help. Right, I'm sorry, I'm just stupid. I shook my head. I shouldn't have done any of this to begin with, but now I'm committed, so what do you want me to do? I didn't say you were stupid, Ben ground his teeth. I don't want to see you get hurt. Ben, I'm fine. Trust me. Spotting Emma leaving the side door of the concert hall, I took the chance to end the argument and opened the door. Thanks for coming to get me. Levy, he said. I stopped halfway through leaving the truck, turning back to face him. Get some sleep, okay? I nodded and turned, walking over to Emma. She handed me my phone. Before you ask, no sign of Lydia, and the siren got away. I told them you'll send in a written statement of what happened within the next 4 days, but they don't plan on pressing charges. Thanks, I said. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I need my bed. Sure, she said. Good luck. Of course. 2 hours later, I still had not found sleep. Every time I got close, my brain slowed down, stopped buzzing. The barrel of a gun formed itself in my mind, pointed right between my eyes. I would sit up, pace, drink some water, lie back down, but I couldn't put the idea out of my mind. I'd almost died. There was no rest to be found, but when I tried to write, opening my laptop, staring at a blank screen, I made no progress. I wanted to go out and gather clues, but well past midnight, everyone would surely be asleep at home, and I couldn't just start making cold calls. As a compromise, I sent out a couple texts. One to Garrett, asking how the locator spell had gone, though if it had been successful, Ben would have told me, and one to Maggie, saying I needed another batch of that souped-up pepper spray ASAP. I didn't know who wanted me dead, and I couldn't force my tired, addled brain to work properly. The clues I had were slim, and they didn't fit together. Around 1 a.m., my phone buzzed. I expected that maybe Maggie had texted me back, but instead, the message came from a different friend in the community, Evan. Hey, Levy. Heard you had a rough night. How are you doing? I didn't really expect to hear from him, given the late hour, but I responded anyways. All right, what are you doing up? Working on a project. I'm behind on a deadline, he sent back. I could ask the same of you. Can't sleep. Someone's trying to kill me again. I typed it out, hesitated, then sent the message. It wouldn't be a secret for long, not since the council had intervened. I'd want to put out a story about the attack anyways, even if it meant that my own paper would have me on the front page. His response surprised me. Do you want to come by? As I typed it out, my answer surprised me more. Sure. With no helmet, a set of clean clothes, and with a fabric jacket to replace my shredded leather one, I got on my bike and rode the half-mile or so between my apartment and Evan's. The still, moonlit night didn't have any traffic, but I took my time. I wasn't about to make a stupid mistake and drive my bike into a building because I wasn't paying attention. Evan answered the door quickly after I knocked, looking like he always did. Friendly, inviting, the kind of guy you could just talk to about anything. He'd been the first to volunteer to help move Garrett's stuff a couple months prior, and we'd hit it off chatting while we worked. Levy, you look like crap. I feel like crap, I said. Can I come in? By all means. He stepped back, giving me the opportunity to walk over to the love seat in his living room and slump down. So, who's trying to kill you? Airkin or human? I quirked an eyebrow up at him. Airkin? Monster, Evan clarified. It means monster, basically. I stretched and shook my head. It was too complicated of a conversation to have, and I didn't want to relive the night's events. Well, I don't know. I don't want to talk about that. Sure. He stepped over to an easy chair by the love seat, picking up his laptop. I rubbed at my eyes, sinking deeper into the couch. I don't have a lot of brain power for small talk. Then don't. I just enjoy the company. He started typing, working on whatever project of his he'd been doing when I arrived. I eventually broke the silence, glancing up from the love seat. What are you working on? Oh, a book report, he said. I've been reading about human-fae relations. I'm just reviewing a few things in my notes. I nodded, relaxing deeper into the cushy love seat. He typed away, pausing every few minutes to read the text on his screen. An idle thought struck me at his mention of Faye, and I asked it out of the blue. Hey, you know Maggie. Did you ever hear if she got in trouble after that mess last summer? Evan's gaze drifted up from his work, thinking about the question. Not really. Business for her's been slow, and she thinks they've put her on a blacklist somewhere, telling people not to buy from her. But that's as far as anyone dares to go. Even if the council tried to hit her legally, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on since they aren't allowed to regulate her shop. They're not? I tilted my head, looking over at him upside down from my lying position. Why not? Faye, they've been doing magic way longer than any of us, he pointed out, setting his laptop aside. When our Commonwealth got started, they tried to make the various Fae nations join, but they were here first. Eventually, both sides agreed that the Fae would be sovereign. We don't mess with them. They don't mess with us. That sounds like a good deal for everyone, I said. He hesitated. From what I hear, it had its downsides. You know the stereotype of Fae as greedy tricksters? I bobbed my head in a little nod. Humans made that up pretty much out of whole cloth. Humans made bad deals with the Fae, thinking they could just run to the Commonwealth and renege on their side of the deal. When the Fae collected what they were owed, we humans cried about it. It was, how can I afford to feed my children when the Fae are taking all my money? At first, and then, the Fae are killing my children, and it just got more outlandish from there. He paused, trying not to sound mad. We were trying to cheat them, and we failed, but somehow that made them the bad guy. We flipped around the aggressor and the victim. It was all a story. We made up lies while we stole from the Fae. Well, not me, personally, I objected, largely as a joke. Evan paused, leaning over to glance at me and to make sure I saw him do it. How many crystals did you pilfer from Maggie's shop again? I smiled sheepishly and sank deeper into the couch. I paid her back for that. It doesn't count. He chuckled. Take your shoes off if you're going to put your feet up. I did, rubbing tiredly at my eyes. Still, I get your point. We, humans, that is, pretended that our victim was really the aggressor. Pretty much, he confirmed. They're straight shooters. We humans typically have more to worry about from our so-called friends than from the Fae. I considered that. It seemed profound, but I couldn't place exactly why. My sleepy brain didn't want to solve puzzles anymore. And lying here, near Evan, it just felt safer, more comfortable than being alone at home. He kept working. I checked my phone a couple times, idly, just to be doing something with my hands. For the most part, it was quiet, save for typing and small sounds of thoughtfulness. At some point, I dozed off and finally got some real sleep. Chapter 18. I woke to the smell of Folgers. Blinking, I sat up. A blanket covered me that hadn't been there when I dozed off. Huh? It's almost 11, Evan said, passing me a mug of coffee. I need to go to work soon. Doing the math, I tried to guess how much sleep I'd gotten. 7 hours? Maybe 8? Almost a full night's rest. More than I had expected. Thanks, I mumbled, taking the coffee. I wasn't in any trouble, was I? Not at all. He'd gotten dressed for the day in a pressed shirt and clean pants, and looked a little distracted. I checked my phone. It had died. I hadn't charged it all night. Do you have a charger I can borrow? On the coffee table, he said, pointing. Standing, I wobbled for a moment and limped over, plugging in and pressing the power button. I'd already fallen way behind on my day's schedule, though I could at least catch up on a little investigating now. I'd missed a lot. A message from the Commonwealth's main office, probably Kennedy, a couple texts from Ben, 4 from Garrett. I took them in order, listening to Kennedy's message first. Levy, what the shit did you do this time? I came in this morning and found that the night shift had been working basically nonstop to cover up cryptid bullshit at the Kaufman, and then when I go through the paperwork, I see your name listed right on the goddamned report. Why the hell didn't you call? Shit. I hadn't thought about contacting Kennedy. Obviously, I should have, but my brain hadn't been working at full speed the night before. I made a mental note to call them back once I'd gone through my other messages. Ben's texts were on the same vein. I hadn't responded. I had missed his call. He was worried. I texted back explaining that my phone had died and I'd overslept. Added a little blue heart emoji and then moved on to the next voicemail. Garrett's weren't urgent, just checking in with me, showing increasing frustration that I wasn't responding. I considered pointing out that without sleep I wouldn't be any use as an investigator. I held my tongue and just texted that I'd been up late reviewing my research. While I did all this, Evan was upstairs. He came down with an old, cherry-red motorcycle helmet. I noticed you didn't have your helmet when you came in here, he said. You broke it? A siren broke it, I explained. And, well, stole it, I guess. I don't know where it is. You can borrow this old one then, he said, setting the helmet on the desk. Till you get a replacement. Thanks. It wouldn't have any audio functions, and it wouldn't connect to my virtual assistant, but it'd keep my head intact. I liked having my head intact. You're welcome to hang out here as long as you want, but I've got to get going, he said. I've got some phone calls to make, I replied. I might do that here before I head out. Thanks for having me over. Of course, Evan smiled. Always happy to help a friend in need. I need to get him something for Christmas, I thought as I got ready to go. Something big. The coffee and the sleep were hitting me. I still didn't have any answers, but my brain had begun coming up with good questions. A major improvement. Taking Evan up on his offer, I settled in at his coffee table and removed my laptop from my bag, plugging it in next to my phone. I created a text document and started arranging my questions into bullet points, same as if I were preparing to write an article. What were counselors doing in Kansas City? Why did Wand Design bring a siren to their event space and put everyone working there to sleep? Why didn't Lydia tell us she'd broken into Wand Design? The first question had a simple answer. Someone had called them, probably in response to the break-in at Wand Design's offices. They had to have already been downtown when they heard the siren screaming, or at least close. If they'd arrived because of my failed burglary, though, they still would have to come to town ridiculously fast. That was within their power, of course, because... Oh. I whipped out my bag, taking the book about wards that Ben had bought, and flipped through a couple pages. I couldn't find what I wanted to know, so I turned to the end, read the appendix, flipped back, and... Ha! I declared, as a piece fell into place. Snatching my phone off the table, I called Garrett. He picked up, and I talked before he said anything. Garrett, Hognose, I know how they grabbed Lydia out of the safe room. How? His voice carried tension and fear. There were only about 7 hours till sunset. I paused, almost dismissing our code, but I didn't want my words to be jumbled into a crisis. Garrett tried to muffle his curse, but I still heard it clearly. Goddamn. Garter snake or something. How? First, I said, running a finger down the page of the book. The ward you made, was it a type 3 or 4 semi-permeable energy barrier? 3, he said. Why? I pumped my fist in triumph. That ward blocks objects and prevents most direct physical attacks from going through, but it doesn't totally seal off the interior from the outside. Electricity can pass through, and your communication spell can go through, right? Skip the lesson. Just tell me what you figured out. They teleported. Excitement coursed through me. I'm right, aren't I? A portal, like the type counselors use. Could that get on the other side of your ward? A thoughtful moment passed. I think you're right. I need to check something. Come meet me here? I'm already on my way. I closed my laptop, mindful of the other 2 questions. I was putting more together in the back of my head. Putting on my backpack, I donned Evan's borrowed helmet and ran out to my bike. Adrenaline and hope were buzzing in my limbs. Hope that we might rescue Lydia yet. Gunning down the highway, I cruised above the speed limit, just in the grace zone that wouldn't quite get me pulled over. I needed to talk to Garrett, compare notes, but this had the potential to be solid. I made good time. His garage door stood open, so I pulled right up and hopped off my bike. Removing my helmet, I clipped it to my bag and set both on the ground. Levy, he said, turning to face me. Glad you're here. With your idea, I think I'm onto something. Unlike myself, he clearly hadn't slept. Dark half-moon circles had grown deep under his eyes, and while I hadn't exactly found time for a shower, he hadn't even changed clothes, smelling sweaty and ripe. I ignored his state of hygiene and focused on what he'd worked out. Awesome. What is it? We can locate her, he said, lifting a notepad to show me calculations he'd done. You're right. Teleportation could go through the ward. Okay, but how does that let us find her? I asked, squinting at the calculations. I didn't understand a single one, any more than I understood how to use a wand. Because you can't just teleport without setting it up beforehand, he said. There's 3 ways. 4 if you count supernatural beings who can blink around and teleport with their own special ways, but that's not really human accessible. First way is Counselors use ridiculous amounts of power jumping around to get from one place to another, and even then, they can only manage it because they've got a network of magical relays set up all over the world, or at least anywhere the Commonwealth's in power. Okay, I said, following along. What are the other ways? For everyone else, the cheapest, safest way to do it is to have a portal gate at both ends. Calibrate them to match each other, step through one portal, step out the other. Most cities with a decent magical community have a gate somewhere for easy transport built near a well, but Kansas City doesn't. Our well is new, so nobody's taken the time to build one yet. Is there a third way to teleport around? I asked. Yes. You can have a portal on one side, and on the other, you just get loud, metaphorically speaking. Shine a magical beacon. It doesn't matter what the beacon does, it just needs to use a ton of power, he said. The safe house ward. I smacked my forehead. We knew that they'd used the place as a trap for Lydia, we just didn't know how much of a trap. But this is good. He shook the notes, turning. I just need to finish doing the math and figure out how far away the beacon could be detected by a portal. That'll narrow the search, and you can't set up a portal without a permit from the Commonwealth. If someone drew that much magic in without a permit, they'd already be in custody, So we just need to check who's running portals within that range, I said, nodding, getting more excited. Exactly. An idea slapped me across the face. Oh, I should have seen this yesterday. Garrett frowned. What? I took out my phone, punching in Emma's number. Hello, she answered, drawing out the word so much it sounded like yellow. Emma, have you got those permits you pulled yesterday? I asked. I need you to check something for me. Sure, just 1 second. I've got 'em on hand. I heard some papers shuffle on her end. What's the question? You said Wand Design's event at the Kaufman needed permits. Was one of those permits to set up a portal for teleporting in guests? Let me look. She hummed for a moment, reading. Yep, yes sir, got it right here. They set it up to bring people from their intercontinental branches and their headquarters in California. It'll teleport them right into the Kaufman Center. Great, you're the best. I hung up, beaming at Garrett. Wand Design has a portal gate set up in the basement of the Kaufman, all ready to go. If I hadn't walked in on the siren last night, I probably would have found it. Then let's go, he said, walking over to his desk. I paused. Go where? To get Lydia, he said. You said it's in the basement of the Kaufman. I nodded, but we'd overlooked an important detail. Garrett, I don't think they're holding her there. Why would they? With an available portal, they could spirit her away to anywhere in the world. Garrett gritted his teeth together. Damn it. Damn it. You're tired, I assured him. It's all right. This is a great lead. I'm sure we can find out where to go from here. He picked up a heavy wooden staff off his desk. It had scratches and scuffs all down its length. Sloppier work than I expected from Garrett. Putting that together with the sawdust on the ground, I guessed he'd assembled the staff last night. We don't need more leads, he said. You said Regina Spellman was the one at their local office, right? Right, I started. Why? He strode toward his truck. We're done playing detective. I'm going to go find her, and she's going to tell me where they put Lydia. Chapter 19. Garrett. I walked beside him, tripping over my steps to keep up. Garrett, wait. I've waited enough. He stormed to his truck, utterly interminable. I should have done this the moment we learned it was Wand Design. No playing, no tricks. I didn't even know for sure if Regina knew anything. She didn't seem to know what I was talking about. Listen to me. I stepped ahead of him, planting my body in his way. He grabbed my shoulder and shoved me to the side. I tried to resist, but he was 200 pounds of mostly muscle, and I habitually avoided the gym. I fell sideways, tossed into the dirt. Reaching his vehicle, Garrett opened the door, stopped, and turned to face me. I'm going. You can come and help, and maybe I won't get overwhelmed by security on the way out. Or you can stay here and let whatever happens to Lydia fall on your head. I don't care. It was intensely unfair, but I couldn't say no. Without Garrett, the odds of getting Lydia back were negligible. He had forced my hand. I got to my feet, brushing off dust. Fine, but let's talk about this first. At least come up with a plan before you go all holy warrior on them and blast down the door. What does that staff even do? Fire, he grunted. Easy to put together, strong, and scary. Crap. Okay, just take a breath. We know Wand Design has security, right? How are you going to get past them? You can distract them, Garrett said. Or I'll deal with them myself. I don't care. I'm getting Lydia back. Think about this. I'm going, Levy. He got in the truck, slammed the door, and jumped into reverse before I said another word. Crap. I ran to my bike, scooped up my helmet, and got on. I didn't know if I was following Garrett or chasing him. Whatever he planned on doing, I needed to get ahead of it, make him stop, but there just wasn't a good way of doing that. I came up with an idea, but a bad one. Get ahead of him, warn the security guards, or Regina, or just whoever would listen, and at least stop Garrett from hurting anyone. But then Lydia would never be rescued. He'd go to jail, and I would probably meet a similar fate. I certainly couldn't overpower Garrett. I had only one option: talk him down. The drive from here to the office took 15 minutes, less at full speed. That didn't leave me much time to plan out what I'd say. I'd have to do my best. Trailing his truck, I shook my head in my helmet, a physical attempt to jostle ideas loose. Appealing to his morality wouldn't work. He was past the point of caring what he had to do to get Lydia back, and he was convinced that Regina was one of the bad guys, deserving of whatever happened to her by virtue of her employment. I'd have to convince him that his plan wouldn't work. Not just unlikely, but that it was impossible. Come on, think, work the problem, find an answer. Garrett sped onto the highway at dangerous speed, and I revved my bike to keep up. Maybe he'd get a speeding ticket and it'd buy me time. I thought about my conversation with Regina. She'd been mad at me, angry about the break-in and the fire, but was she a bad guy? We flipped around the aggressor and the victim. It was all a story. I nearly swerved off the highway as I pieced it all together, the clues slotted into alignment in my head, motivation and action all suddenly making sense. Lydia had never been the target to begin with. I needed to stop Garrett now more than ever. I poured on the speed, barely keeping up with him as he sped down the highway to Raytown. Preparing what I'd say, I went over the idea in my head, ensuring I hadn't cooked up something wild and unreasonable. But everything fit. It all made sense. And by the time we were pulling up to the alley behind Wand Design, I had scripted out exactly what I would say. First, I parked between Garrett's truck and the building, tearing off my helmet, raising my hands. Garrett, I need you to listen to me. Give me 30 seconds, and if you're still not convinced, I'll go along with whatever you need. He glared at me and took a step forward. I stood my ground. 30 seconds. I stared him right in the eye and didn't flinch. The alleyway penned us in. He couldn't leave without passing through me first. He blinked first. Fine. I put my headline information first to make him listen. Wand Design didn't take Lydia. His face darkened. Don't be ridiculous. Let me finish. The subtitle next, the detail that my whole theory hung on. I'm not trying to trick you into backing down. Wand Design isn't the perpetrator, they're the target. Garrett showed confusion, or maybe surprise, possibly incredulity. Regardless, I had his attention. He grunted for me to continue. Think about it. They sprang up out of nowhere and have been muscling out the competition fast. Some of their rivals have been around for 500 years? Longer? And then this newcomer comes along and starts throwing around sales way above their weight class. They're bound to make enemies. I raised my hands and took a step closer, placating him, hoping he'd lower his staff. Can you think of a better way to destroy a company than to unleash a feral werewolf on their board of directors? Even if some of them survived, their entire management wouldn't be able to practice magic. They might even get sent to the lycanthrope asylum. He recoiled as though I'd slapped him, but he still argued. What about the siren? The siren had put Wand Design's people to sleep when I showed up, I pointed out. The real kidnappers would have needed to hijack Wand Design's portal to take her, after all. The staff slipped through his fingers and clattered on the ground like a drum roll. Garrett slumped back against his truck, wiping his face with a grimy hand. Oh, God. I'd brought Garrett back from the brink, but I still needed him functional. We can still find her. It's hours until sunset. No, you don't get it, he snapped. They're using her as a weapon. If Lydia kills people... I followed the thought to its terrifying conclusion. Oh God, you're right. They're going to frame us as the killers, get rid of 2 enemies at once. No, Garrett roared, pounding a fist on the hood of his truck. Levy, stop focusing on how this will affect you and think about Lydia. They're going to use her to kill dozens of people. That's going to kill her. My brain, stuck in literal investigation mode, thought I'd forgotten some element of werewolf lore, or that she might be given a death sentence if she killed too many people. The truth was simpler and far worse. When she transforms, she remembers. Lydia wouldn't be at fault. Not really. But she'd still feel the blood in her mouth. She'd be forced to live out the massacre. The guilt and the shame, I couldn't even imagine it. I'd let someone die through a careless oversight once, and I still wasn't totally over it. Even though there had been nothing I could reasonably have done. Even though I didn't pull the trigger. How clear are her memories? I asked, when she transforms. She says it's like a dream, Garrett choked. Normally, she takes a potion and sleeps through the full moon so there's nothing to recall. But when she doesn't, it's more of a nightmare. Tearing apart dozens of victims with fangs and claws. Garrett, I said, I know you don't want to hear this, but we need to call the council, he finished. Tell them the truth. Set up a trap so when these bastards try to bring Lydia in, we can nab her and restrain her. I felt glad I didn't need to argue the point. The risk to Lydia was too great to leave it in our hands, and time had become our enemy. If we'd been about 10 minutes faster, maybe that plan would have worked. Garrett looked past me, eyes widening, and I turned to follow his gaze. 2 white-cloaked officers blocked the alleyway, wands out. I vaguely recognized them from the night before, though that whole encounter remained blurry in my mind. I swallowed. After our attempted burglary, they must have set a trap, and now that we were here, they had their robbers. The one on the right shouted, Garrett Bates and Levy Lawson, you are under arrest. Put your hands on your head. We obeyed. I was surprised they didn't tell us to get on our knees, but since my bike sat between us and them, maybe they were worried that we'd be too hard to see if we dropped down. Garrett shouted back. We need your help. A friend of mine's been kidnapped. Lydia Soren. They're going to. We know what you're planning, the other counselor scoffed. We've already evacuated the factory. I blinked. We'd been outmaneuvered, and the trap was already thoroughly set. Now that they'd already arrested us, we would have a hell of a time convincing them that we'd been framed. And even if we did, we'd lose valuable time. Maybe we could convince them. Maybe not. I had less faith in the council than I did in my acting skills. I wasn't going to bank on it. Garrett, I whispered, glancing at him. Buy me a couple seconds. His face was so dark and haggard that I couldn't read anything in it except desperation, but he nodded. As the counselors took a step closer, he lunged to the ground, scooping up his staff. While he twirled and launched a fireball into the air, well above our heads, I lunged for my bike. My emergency kit on the back had another cleansing crystal in it, but that wouldn't help. I unzipped the pouch, reached in, and whiteness consumed me, a restraining spell that blocked my vision. I swiped blindly, desperately. Then the white slipped into black, and I passed out. Chapter 20. They'd cuffed me to a chair. It was an uncomfortably familiar situation, one my body knew almost by instinct. I blinked a couple times, focusing my vision and looking around. We'd been brought to an isolated room. No public park, no fancy illusions. They'd even taken our shoes. After how it had gone last summer, I'd scared them. Not that it mattered. I had no fancy plans this time. No deceptions up my sleeve, no trickery. I'd been caught unawares, and all I felt was panic. Garrett sat across from me on the far side of the room, cuffed to his own metal chair. He looked better than he had before the arrest. A bit of sleep must have done him good. He blinked awake a moment after me. "What time is it?" he asked, turning his head in search of a window. Without daylight, I had no way to tell if sunset had fallen. "I don't know," I replied. The room sat 20 feet across and half that in width, a shoebox with a door. We both had tables and chairs set up in front of us. I knew what pattern to expect next. A pair of counselors waltzed through the door, wearing hard, furious expressions like a mask. "Where's Lydia?" the first one asked. Her appearance was nothing like Catherine Murray's, the counselor who'd tried to frame me for murder, except for her haircut and outfit. I still associated the two in my head. Her partner sat down, dropping a stack of files on the table in front of me. I pegged him as the Davis to her Murray, though he didn't look the part either. The counselor that haunted my nightmares was built like a brick shithouse, while the man sitting across from me had a swimmer's build and could almost be mistaken for friendly. "It'll go easier for you if you tell us. Nobody's died yet. If you tell us where the Lycan is, we'll pick her up and we'll put in a good word with the judge. I'm still facing 20 to 30, but that's better than life." "Lydia was kidnapped yesterday morning," I said. "We don't know where she is. If you just let me explain, I can tell you everything." Garrett looked up at me, eyes widening. Talking in this situation may have been inadvisable, but I still had hope that it could work. Not Murray glanced at her partner. "You take his statement, I'll get the other one." I wondered how they planned on taking both our statements at the same time if we were talking over each other. But I began to explain anyways while Not Murray crossed the room, looming over Garrett. "We're being framed," I started. "Garrett, Lydia, and I, we're all being framed." Garrett's lips moved, but no sounds reached my ears. So that was the plan. They let us see each other but not hear the words we were saying. That made things difficult. I had a probably fair reputation for being overly candid, and Garrett had seen me speak. He might assume I'd mention Mariah and Emma, though in truth I had no plans of mentioning them. But now, if he mentioned them and I left them out of the story, I swallowed. Go on, the counselor said. Who's setting you up? I don't know, I admitted. We hadn't figured that out yet. We were about to call you for help when you showed up. How much do I tell him? I wondered. It was utterly impossible that Garrett's story and mine would line up perfectly, but I'd already begun talking, and he'd followed suit. Oh, wait. I'm stupid. I want my lawyer before I say anything else, I said. I am requesting legal representation at this time. My lawyer is Emma Romero. She's barred to practice in the Commonwealth. He snorted in frustration, but he didn't totally ignore my request. Pushing to his feet, the counselor walked over to his partner, made a soundless comment, and left the room. Garrett continued talking while I waited, babbling desperately by his expression. He hadn't thought to lawyer up, and I couldn't request it for him. 2 minutes later, Knott Davis returned, bearing a wolfish grin. I called your attorney. And? I asked. She declined to represent you in this case. I swallowed. I'd been abandoned, or the counselor had simply lied. For all I knew, he'd stepped out, made a cup of coffee, and planned on striking all this from the record. Emma wouldn't abandon me out of nowhere, and I wouldn't put it past the council to fudge their reports if it meant compelling a confession out of me. Would you like me to call you a public defender? He asked. No, I only want Emma. I shook my head, remembering Emma's warning. They'd already shown a willingness to cheat by lying about Emma, so why would I trust any public lawyer they dragged in to represent me? For that matter, why talk at all? Well, Emma isn't coming, so can we move on? Fine, sure. I sat back, crossing my arms, playing the only card I had left. But I am declining to speak at this point. That's fine. I'll talk then. He opened his folder, producing a photograph of me, though a blurry, misshapen illusion covered my face. We got this photo from WanDesign's security cameras. This figure broke into their office with the help of several other individuals and attempted to steal data from one of their computers. Other than the face, he looks a bit like you, doesn't he? I inspected the photo as though I didn't already know what it showed, but I didn't respond. Interestingly, this isn't the first time someone broke in. Another figure with a similar build, hidden by an illusion, broke in and went for the same data. I'm guessing you didn't get everything you wanted the first time. Crossing my arms, I let him talk. He wasn't telling me anything new. This person was briefly apprehended by WanDesign security and had some interesting things to say. Producing a small audio recorder from the folder, he clicked play and my own voice spoke back at me. We're going to get Lydia, I said, and you're going to regret all of this once we do. That's a pretty clear threat, the counselor said, especially considering that nobody's been able to locate Lydia since that statement was made. For someone on the dangerous lycanthrope registry, she's not supposed to be hard to find on the night of a full moon. And yet, I swallowed, desperately wanting to explain the context for that comment. Knowing myself, I would probably just dig my hole deeper. Garrett, meanwhile, kept chatting away like a desperate sinner at confession. We received a call about her, you know. Yesterday afternoon, an anonymous tipster told us she'd gone missing and might present a danger to herself and others. And then, what do you know, today we get another anonymous call, saying that you and Garrett are terrorists, planning on unleashing Lydia at the WanDesign warehouses. He paused, removing 2 more documents, setting them to the side. I tried not to show my shock. Those calls made no sense. We were going to be framed for the attack on the conference, not the warehouse. So why call the council? All that would do was muddy the waters of the frame job, putting the whole plan in jeopardy. Why the hell? And then there's this. The counselor finished, taking out a sheaf of photographs. Photographs of hand-drawn blueprints, scribbled plans, and a printed manifesto against wand design. I only got a glance at the manifesto before he took it back, but the message was clear. The author wanted to utterly destroy wand design. I recognized the blueprints, and I recognized the card table it sat on. The photos had been taken in the operations center in Garrett's home. Our anonymous tipsters have been busy, the counselor admitted, making our job easy. We've got people on the property now. They've already swept the building and located the blueprints and plans pictured here. I'm assuming Lydia has your manifesto, but we'll see when we find her. Someone had found our documents, made a convincing false manifesto, and hung us out to dry. So it's this simple. We have plenty of evidence to convict. If this goes to trial, the prosecutor is going to have a field day, sending you in for a couple consecutive life sentences. Help us out, though. Tell us where Lydia's hiding out, and we'll make sure you get out in time to collect your Social Security payments. He sat back, crossing his arms and staring at me. I clenched my fists. I wasn't panicked anymore. I was angry. Emma, I whispered. Pardon? He asked, leaning forward. She was the only common denominator. She'd called the council on us as soon as I figured out the detail about the portal. She'd waited until I desperately needed a lawyer, then hung me out to dry. While I fretted over this, Not Murray stepped to our side of the room. He just confessed, said it was all his plan. Lydia's just his weapon. Did he say where she is? No, Not Murray conceded. He claims he's got an accomplice who's going to bring her to the wand design conference tonight. You didn't tell him we knew the real target? Not Davis asked. We already know he's going after the warehouse. No, Not Murray smirked. I think it's a ploy to take our resources away from the warehouse, but I've called it in. We'll have someone watching the door outside tonight just in case. I knew Garrett's play. He'd sacrificed himself in the hopes of saving Lydia. If he took all the blame and helped the counselors nab her before she hurt anyone, she'd still go to an asylum, but she wouldn't have the guilt. I couldn't blame him. What time is it? I asked. The counselors shared a look. Not Murray asked, Why? If you tell me what time it is, I'll confess, I promised. I want to know how soon sunset is. It's 5 p.m., he said. 1 hour until sunset. Garrett's ploy was costly, but it may have been the best option we had. I'd been forced into this corner. I couldn't save him. I couldn't save myself, but I could protect Lydia. I blinked. I would have sworn I saw a flash of red. Go get Garrett to sign a statement, Not Murray said. I'll handle this. Not Davis stood, turned, and... Yep, definitely a flash of red. Curiously, I whispered under my breath. Cottonmouth? The response came as though the speaker's lips were pressed right up on my ear. Hognose. If my chair hadn't been bolted to the ground, I would have fallen back in surprise. Outside the room, a sudden roar cut through the air. Both counselors stood up straight. When someone screamed, they nodded to one another and hurried out the door. After all, it wasn't as though we were going anywhere. The door slammed shut. A beat passed, then it opened again. With an air of casual amusement, in walked my personal guardian angel. The demon, Lily. Chapter 21. I'd never been so happy to see one of Hell's servants in my life. She swaggered inside, looking like she'd just tricked a child into giving away their allowance. Her skin was lobster red as though horribly sunburnt, and her sense of fashion had somehow grown more chintzy than the last time I'd seen her. She'd chosen a vintage lame jumpsuit with a deep V-neck that I would have sworn had been stitched out of literal garbage bags. That alone could almost have been fashionable had it not been paired with a violet velvet trench coat that billowed pathetically behind her. Lily flashed me a fangy grin. "Levy, how's it going?" "Not bad," I replied. "Yourself?" "Oh, so-so." Garrett stared wildly at me and his lips moved. Lily rolled her eyes, waved a hand, and said, "I don't think your pal heard you the first time." "What's a demon doing here?" he demanded. "You know the advice column in my paper?" I asked. He nodded. "She writes it." "Our paper," she corrected. "I've got a 10% stake, don't forget." "I guess that'd be a 20% stake now," I added. "My warning signal to Ben went through, right? I don't know who else would call you that knows my snake code system." It was a little trick I'd set up with some help from Maggie. If I ever ended up in need of rescue, in danger with the Commonwealth or whatever else, I had a signal flare in my kit that I just needed to slap with intent to activate. Ben and Garrett both had a copy of contract papers all signed and ready to go, promising Lily another 10% stake of my paper in exchange for the rescue. "Oh, I worked out a different price with your lover." Lily spoke in sultry tones as she waltzed over to my chair. With one slash of her claws, she broke the cuffs holding me in place. "I don't work through mediators. He had to be the one to pay." Well, darn. What was his price? "That's between him and me," she replied, walking over to Garrett and repeating the process. "All right then. Good luck." I looked to the door, then to her. "You can't, teleport us out of here?" "For the right price," she purred. "Your lover only paid for me to unbind you and buy you time. And frankly, he underpaid. I hadn't expected so many wards holding you both in place. If you'd like to negotiate, though, I'm sure we can come to an arrangement." "Would you take anything shy of my soul?" I asked. She showed her razor-pointed teeth, and I was reminded more clearly than ever that however human Lily seemed, her core remained a demon. "No." I shook my head. Garrett considered it for a long moment, jaw clenched as he weighed the options. "Garrett," I warned, "don't." "How long will the distraction last?" Garrett asked. "You've got another 67 seconds before they subdue the hellhound." At my indignation, she winked and added, "I won't hurt any of them, though they won't realize as much until the fight is over. I sent in an excitable pup that just wants to play." I could live with that. "All right, let's go. Lily?" I nodded, a gesture she returned before waltzing out the door and vanishing from this plane of existence. "So you work with demons?" Garrett commented. "When I'm desperate enough," I replied. "You have no idea how hard it is to find a decent advice columnist." Garrett didn't laugh, but he exhaled sharply through his nose. Close enough. I checked the door. I didn't even know what building we were in, but peering out the hall, a clearly marked red exit sign pointed to the building's fire escape. Creeping into the hall, I gestured with my head for Garrett to follow. Sounds of combat and shouts echoed deeper in the building, but opposite the direction of the fire escape. 44, I whispered. 43. "What's that?" Garrett asked. "Counting from the time Lily told us," I explained. "Easier out loud." 49. Garrett stuck out his head, ensured nobody was around the corner, and bolted in the direction of the exit. I'd been hoping to play things a little more cautiously, but if we were running, we were running. I followed behind, checking over my shoulder every couple seconds. Shouts of fear sounded clearly from behind us, but no counselors had made an appearance. The emergency exit door had layers of caked rust around the hinges, but the push bar functioned just fine. Garrett slammed into it with his shoulder. The door shuddered and refused to budge, so he hit it again. A loud snap twanged inside the door, and it flew open wide. "Whoa!" I shouted, grabbing Garrett's collar. I yanked back with all I had, pulling him free of the sheer drop. Well, at least I knew where we were. Downtown Kansas City had plenty of modern, new construction on its skyline, but it wasn't all glass and modernity. Plenty of older brick buildings were dotted around the perimeter, not quite tall enough to be skyscrapers, but plenty high so that a fall from the top would break your legs at best. We'd been brought to the top floor of one of those buildings. 7 or 8 stories high, and the top floors were unoccupied, giving plenty of privacy and making escape much, much more difficult. The outline of rust and decay showed where a wrought iron fire escape had been, decades before. But now nothing sat in its place. Late evening light twinkled through the city's skyscrapers, reminding me of the time pressure. Sunset would be on us soon. 25, 24. "Stairs," I said. "There's got to be a staircase around here." "Not fast enough," Garrett said, turning back and surveying the room. A metal box with a glass door had the words, "In case of fire, break glass," printed on the front, and a dusty old fire extinguisher inside. He stepped up and smashed the window with an elbow, winced, and took out the device. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Time," he replied. "You're what?" "How much time?" He yanked the pin out of the extinguisher, spraying foam onto the floor. It came out deflated, well past its expiration date. 15 seconds, I said. 14. He dropped to his knees, tracing a wide circle in the foam and marking out hatches and stars inside and out. Raising his hands as though warming them over a fire, he mumbled out a few words, calling up magic. A counselor backed into the hallway, glancing down and spotting us. Before he shouted for backup, an enormous red-black wolf slammed into him, knocking him down the hall out of sight. "We've really got to go," I urged. "We're out of time." Garrett worked the magic for a few seconds longer, stood, and said, "Jump." I blinked, wincing at the sheer drop. "Are you sure?" "I need to recast the spell on myself. You have to go first," he yelled. "Jump!" I stared in terror at the descent. I couldn't feel any magic around me, any reassurance that I'd be okay. I swallowed, building up the courage to... Garrett kicked me. I plummeted out the door, tumbling as I accelerated towards terminal velocity. I screamed as I flew towards pavement, then suddenly slowed as a cushion of air caught me 5 feet off the ground. I still landed awkwardly, but I was no more hurt than I'd been before the fall. Getting to my feet, I turned and watched, counting seconds. I'd lost track during the fall, but the hellhound distraction would be gone any second. Garrett took a running leap out the door, legs kicking in the air as if to slow his descent. He fell like a stone before hitting the same air cushion as me, landing with just a hint more grace. "That was amazing," I panted. He shook his head. "Sloppy. A good evocator could do that same spell in an eye blink." "It got us out. That's enough." "Run." I almost did, then paused and shouted at the top of my lungs. "We have to get to Raytown before they catch us." Then I ran. The flimsy ploy wouldn't trick the counselors for long, but maybe it'd buy us a little time. We turned and sprinted down the street together, turning the first corner available, desperate to get out of sight. My lungs burned after a block, and running barefoot down the sidewalks of Kansas City exposed me to many small rocks and dangerous little sharp things that cut my feet no matter how much I watched my footing and kept my guard up, dancing around anything hazardous. After 3 blocks, exhaustion began to slow me. "Garrett, I can't," I panted. "I can't keep running." He slowed to give an opportunity to catch my breath. I stared. "Car," he warned, looking up. I followed his gaze. A black minivan I didn't recognize blew through a red light, plowing down the road towards us. I doubted we could escape, but I turned, ready to give it my all. Garrett was 6 paces ahead of me by the time I started running at any speed, but neither of us were quick enough to get away. The van skidded to a stop on the sidewalk, and the passenger door began to open, slowly, with a little whir. "We're here to help, idiots," Mariah shouted from the driver's seat. "Get in." I stared, momentarily wondering where she got the new van. Then I slapped my forehead. We'd cast this exact disguising veil less than a day before on the very same vehicle. I hopped inside, and Garrett followed right after. "We were going to grab you right outside the building, but you took off faster than we'd expected," Ben said, closing the door behind us. "Are you all right?" "Feet hurt," I said, and feeling a bit homicidal. "Emma sold us up the river." "What?" Ben and Garrett asked in unison. I explained what I'd heard from my side of the interrogation room and what I'd seen. The files that only 5 people in the world had access to. Emma's refusal to come help. Heck, even the fact that she'd been the one to make us suspicious of wand design in the first place, painting a target on their back months ago. She wasn't helping us, I concluded. She was setting us up. "She probably set the fire yesterday to help the frame job," Garrett said. "I'm surprised she didn't just let the council have you last night." "Too early," I said. "She wants us to take the blame for the attack that's going to happen at sunset. If they went and found Lydia, we'd still go to jail, but wand design wouldn't suffer for it." "So what do we do now?" Mariah asked. "We still don't know where they're holding Lydia." "We don't need to," I said. "We know where she's going to be. Drive us to the Kaufman. Ben, are you up for a little more breaking and entering?" Ben nodded. "Of course." I paused and asked, "By the way, what did you give Lily to pay for our rescue?" He turned pink and glanced away. "I'd rather not say." That only roused my curiosity, but I tamped it back down. All right, it doesn't matter. We should focus on Lydia anyways. "Potions are in the back," Mariah called. "I only had time to make 2, but you only need 1. "They probably won't teleport her in until right before sunset," Garrett said. "They couldn't do it after. She'd be too dangerous." "We'll have to get her right as she comes through then." Garrett glowered, then said, "Ben, have you learned how to handle constructs yet?" "Why?" Ben asked. "Because we can use their own trick against them," Garrett said. "Teleport Lydia home before she changes. Get her completely out of harm's way. But you'll have to operate the portal." Ben swallowed. "I think I can do that. I can probably do that." "How will he know where to send her?" I asked. "I'll need to raise a flare at home," Garrett said. "Mariah, mind if I borrow your van?" "Not at all," Mariah said. I finished the thought. "So we'll break into the basement, find the portal, and wait for them to teleport Lydia through. Then we'll grab her, make sure she drinks the potion, and send her home." "If this doesn't work, we're all going to jail for life," Ben said. I paused. "Mariah, you're not a part of this yet. The counselors didn't bring you up, and I don't think Emma's mentioned you. Do you want to put this on yourself?" Thinking how to sell it to her best, I added, "If we do this, we can get proof of Emma's conspiracy and really stick it to the people who trashed your bar." "Too late to back out now," Mariah said, fists clenching on the steering wheel. Ben elbowed me, and I winced. What? You're smart, but sometimes you're an idiot, he replied in a whisper. She's not helping us for revenge. I whispered back. But she said she was... His expression cut me off without needing to explain. I'd taken her words at face value and missed the subtext. She'd shown up for Lydia. Of course. We sat in silence for a moment. If this goes to shit, I said, I'm glad I could try and help. Garrett grunted in acknowledgement. Let's go get Lydia back. Chapter 22. Mariah parked a block east of the Kaufman Center, hiding us behind an office studio space. You're all ready? She asked, unbuckling. I passed Ben's phone back to him. Kennedy knows what's up. We're as ready as we can be. While I waited for the automatic door to slowly whir open, Ben said, Oh, I almost forgot. We went by Garrett's place before I called up Lily, and I found this. He dug under the seat, retrieving my backpack. My eyes widened with pleasant surprise. I'd forgotten I left it. If I need to grab this for you again, I'm starting a courier service, Ben quipped. You're lucky you didn't have it with you when the counselors nabbed you. Grab anything you need and get moving, Garrett grunted, ending our conversation as he shifted from the passenger seat to the driver's. I need to go. Right, sorry. I fished through. There wasn't a ton that would be useful, but I pulled out the wand I'd used for the break-in yesterday, my flashlight, and my pepper spray. I had one of Mariah's potions in my pocket, to give Lydia as soon as possible. Garrett had the other in case she didn't drink it before teleporting home. My computer would just be dead weight, so I left the bag in the van. Godspeed. Don't fuck it up, Garrett replied. Before the van door shut completely, he sped off down the road, accelerating like a drag racer. He disappeared in a flash. Problem, Ben said, peering around the corner of the office building. There's counselors here. I stepped around, peering past him. 2 bored-looking security guards patrolled on the south and east sides of the event center, but they didn't strike me as counsel. Then again, patrolling in their robes would be a dead giveaway to any straights watching. The council liked illusions almost as much as they liked interrogating me for crimes I hadn't committed. While I stared, the one on the east side turned, walking around to the north face of the event center. I don't think they're expecting us to be here, Ben said. Illusion, I pointed out. We can't assume that their posture is what it looks like. Not what I mean. Ben shook his head. There's only 2 of them. The bulk of their officers are probably in Raytown, at the Wand Design warehouse, watching to make sure we don't attack there. If they really expected us here, they'd have evacuated the event center, Mariah added. This is just a precaution. I frowned, stepping back out of sight. Do you think one of us could draw their attention and buy time for the rest to get inside? That'd get us swarmed, Ben said. Once they know we're here, they'll come for us in force. I stuck my head around the corner again. We were in a valley, with the hill rising between me and the true horizon, so I couldn't make out the proper sunset. Still, deep blue had begun leaching into the sky, and soon that blue would give way to black. We don't have time for anything else, I said. Either we make a distraction or we sit here twiddling our thumbs until it's too late to do anything. What if we posed as employees? Ben suggested. Wouldn't work for you. They'll recognize you on the spot, but it could get Mariah and I in. Mariah cut in, still peering around the office building. Forget that. We go in through the front door. Huh? I asked. But the counselor. Just walked around the corner. They won't see us coming if we're fast. And if they've got event security? Ben asked. No if, I added. They've got security. Mariah grunted. Let me deal with them. I'm my own bouncer. I can handle a few guards. I go in first, you give me 10 seconds before you follow, then you run like hell and don't come back for me." I had my doubts, but there wasn't time to voice them, so I just followed her advice and ran for the door. That took Ben and her by surprise, and they needed a second to sprint and catch up, running behind me up the hill towards the main entrance. Once we got closer, I thought for a second that the building had been evacuated after all. The front of the Kaufman had been assembled all from glass panels. It offered a great view inside, but there were no people visible. Another illusion. The event would be easier to keep on the down low if it appeared as though nothing was going on inside. On the other hand, the illusion likely only went one way. Anyone who cared to look out front would see the three of us running for the door in a crazed panic. With any luck, the event would be focused in one of the concert halls, but there'd still be security and event staff who could see us. Though I'd started running first, Mariah got ahead of me. She paused at the door, caught her breath for a second, then grabbed the handle and threw it open. I counted to 10, took a breath, and followed her inside. Passing through the veil of illusion that warded the outside from seeing in, I realized I'd worried over nothing. There were security guards, but they'd both fallen asleep. "The siren," I hissed. "Looks like," she replied. "Where's Ben?" I turned, surprised that he hadn't followed me in. He stood back, inspecting the outside of the building for something. I moved to open the door and call after him, but when I pushed the bar, it stuck. I pushed again, putting my shoulder into it. "We are sealed in," I realized. "We're trapped." A moment later, Ben walked up and opened the door. "Wait," I warned. I tried to stick my foot in and stop it from closing, but an invisible barrier of power stopped me, and Ben was already inside. It shut behind him. "What?" "There's a ward trapping us in here," I said. "We can't leave." He shuddered. "Where is everyone?" I turned. The grand hall consisted of 2 floors, one at the door level, one a story up. Though light filled the hall, with a stage and catering with snacks and amuse-bouches, no guests were out. "Listen," I said. From the left auditorium, the bigger one, came a faint echo of speakers. "They're still doing their presentation." "How do we get downstairs?" Ben asked. Mariah started walking, hefting her shotgun staff. "Follow me. I know the fastest way." Another surprise from her, but we followed. "You know your way around?" I asked. "When I got my bartending license, I worked a few gigs here," Mariah explained. "Whenever the Commonwealth had a thing and wanted an open bar." "Was that part of your plan to handle the guards?" Ben asked. "No, I don't like to fight, but I can, and I would have." Mariah shrugged. "Drunks get rowdy. I know how to handle myself." As we got closer, I started spotting signs on the wall with arrows pointed the opposite direction from how we were going. Signage for the event goers, telling them which way to go to the event hall. The directions worked in reverse just as well, indicating that we were headed the right way to the portal room. I softened my footsteps, growing quiet and listening as we approached. A familiar rasp brushed my ears.
To be patient.
"I'm just saying. You've heard about attacks, right? I want to be well and truly gone by the time she shifts, and we're running low on minutes." That voice, too, I recognized. Yorkie. Mariah flinched, also catching the voice. "Hey there, don't worry. Our friend here will get us out with plenty of time," Shifty said. "I'm just saying. She's tied up, right? So bring her through. We can leave. She'll rip through the bindings when she arrives." I crossed my fingers and prayed. If they sent Lydia through now and left, we'd have time to give her the potion, then push her through the portal and get her home safe. Plus, stepping over to Ben, I mouthed the word, "your phone," and made the pinky thumb gesture that resembled an old corded phone if you squinted. He frowned and hissed, Why? I rotated my wrist. There wasn't time to explain. He passed it to me, and I swiped to the camera app, taking a video. It couldn't see anything, but the audio would be clear enough. The siren's voice ground on my ears.
We do as instructed.
I'm just saying, 1 minute's not a lot of time. I'm not getting werewolfed for this job.
She's not a... Hold it.
The siren stopped, snuffling the air. I heard it clearly, quick, sharp inhalations like a bloodhound.
We're not alone.
All right, that just isn't fair. Superior sight, hearing, and smell? I waved everyone back.
Get her through,
the siren croaked.
Now, they may try to stop us.
The hairs on my arms stood up, a surge of magic raising my hackles. Meanwhile, I did the math, trying to plan how to win the fight, or at least how to survive it. 3 of them, 3 of us. On the other hand, 3 magical warriors of various stripes versus a mixologist, a reporter, and a provisionally licensed trainee. I whispered, once they bring her through, we'll need to get to Lydia with the potion. Mariah put her hand on my shoulder. We'll cover you. I looked back at her and nodded, smiling. I felt glad to have them at my back. Don't follow me. Ben had a calculating look in his eyes. Before I asked what he meant, he launched himself down the hall, sprinting at top speed. Hey, over here. I jumped and moved to follow, but Mariah caught my arm. Wait. His distraction barely worked, but it worked. Yorkie rounded the corner, charging after Ben in a frenzy. That brought it down to a 2-on-2. I set my shoulders and marched forward. No point trying to be subtle. Let's do this. Chapter 23. The circumstances and the shapeshifter allowed me only a fraction of a second to analyze the space before hell broke loose. The room was about as large as my apartment, without any walls to break up the space. Elevators flanked the room, and a large metal ring right out of Stargate dominated the center of the space. Tables to the right had sign-in information, expensive party favors in long wooden boxes, and some stray lanyards and name tags left over. To the right of the portal, the siren stood behind a glassy-eyed woman, humming in her ear while she worked the controls. I found Shifty to be more relevant, looming in front of the siren, blocking our way. He wore a different face and tight, stretchy athletic wear, but I knew him. Time to try a bluff. I don't want to hurt you. Shifty laughed. He stood 10 feet away, far enough that I'd be able to react if he charged.
Don't worry about it.
I've fought vampires and trolls. He didn't fall for my bravado. Crouching, his legs bulged beneath his trousers, and he lunged with freakish speed, as fast as any Olympian. I didn't react in time, but a pulse of crackling purple energy shot from Mariah's staff and caught him in the shoulder. Shifty twitched and staggered, dropping onto 2 legs and 1 arm. I hoped he'd go down, but Mariah's shot only slowed him a little, and he lunged again in an instant. While he did, the sleeve of his left arm and shoulder bulged, muscles forming from nowhere. I tried to block, failed, and took a blow to my chest that cracked several ribs and sent me sprawling. The man hit like Mike Tyson, and just then I felt a deep kinship with Glass Joe. I went for my pocket, but he got on me too fast. I rolled, scooting back and getting free of his reach, but his muscles had shifted back to his legs, now built for lithe speed, and dodging became out of the question. And this was just one opponent. The siren still focused on the attendant working the portal. I ducked and rolled beneath the table, and Shifty charged through it, flipping it on its end to get to me. The table folded, wooden boxes and paper name tags scattering, and he drove me into one of the... I blinked, getting a sense of my surroundings. I'd hit the elevator doors and dented them. Once I hit the ground, I'd blacked out for a second. Shifty stalked Mariah now, approaching her with easy caution while she tried to land another stunning shot with her weapon. I briefly wondered why he hadn't just killed me, but of course, if I died prematurely, that would lead to questions with the frame-up. Better to leave me bruised and staggered for the werewolf to... The portal crackled. A white sheen appeared, crystallizing into a smooth, glassy pool. Lydia stumbled through and slumped to the ground, her arms, legs, and mouth bound up with a whole roll of duct tape, barely able to wiggle her fingers for all the restraints. I moved to get up, to do something, anything. I slipped, stepping on what felt like a pencil scattered from the table. Distracted, I looked to see what I'd slipped on. A long, narrow wand with several adjustable runes around the base, almost identical to the one I'd used to break into the wand design offices. There were dozens of them, scattered out of the party favor boxes. Free wands for every guest. It must have been the magic version of passing out iPads to show off wealth. I snatched up two and got to my feet. The portal operator snored on the floor. The siren, meanwhile, stalked towards me, fangs showing in a demonic grin, at odds with his angelic figure. "You're up for more?" I asked.
I rarely have such trouble with a mortal,
he rasped. His eyes were still puffy and red from the day before, and his voice was thin and pained like an animal mimicking human speech. I looked down at the wands. I didn't know how to use them. I could barely manage a door-shutting spell. They'd be more useful as weapons if I threw them. So I threw one. The siren sidestepped easily. Off to my left, Mariah screamed and choked. I looked. Shifty had her pinned to the wall, holding her up by her throat. The siren lunged. I stuck out the wand and poked him in the throat, but he drove me to the ground and the wooden stick snapped at the joint, where the adjustable rings met. "The council!" I coughed, hitting the floor with a thud. A sharp pang shot through my chest, growing more pronounced as I tried to suck in a breath.
What about those errand boys?
The siren hissed, pressing a sharp finger to my throat. "They can tell the difference between werewolf claws and siren ones," I guessed. Wet blood dripped down my neck, a thin trickle where he'd pricked me. "If you kill me..."
"Oh, I won't kill you,"
he replied.
"I'll just leave you helpless. So the first thing the beast eats is the tasty, helpless..."
I spat on him and drove a knee up, going for the sucker blow. He shifted, and my attack went uselessly into his thigh. "Crap," I mumbled. "Had to try." To my side, a crackle of power and a frustrated grunt cut through the air, followed by a heavy thud. "Damn it, you..." I tried to turn and see, but a deep slash on my left arm stole away my attention. I screamed, and my fingers twitched involuntarily, the arm feeling numb below the point of the cut. I wriggled my fingers, but when I tried to lift that arm, half to push the siren away, half to test its motion, it felt weak and shaky. Hot and cold currents ran down my side, blood warming my flesh while a sudden chill cooled it. The siren lifted its hand to slash my other arm, to leave me totally helpless. A static thud of power hit him from the side, launching him back, the force putting another dent in the elevator door right next to the one I'd left. Lydia stood by the portal, panting, holding the wand I'd thrown her. "Levy?" she acknowledged. "Lydia," I replied. The siren stood up, and Lydia whipped the wand at him, calling out more power. Another shock hit the monster and drove him back again. Rage filled her visage, and she stalked forward, charging another attack, the runes on the wand glowing hot. The faint odor of smoke drifted off the pine. In defense, the siren opened its mouth to bellow out a sonic scream, but the attack fell flat, his damaged throat failing to produce the power needed. It lunged at her, and I went with one of the few attacks I could perform while lying on my back. I stuck out my leg to trip him. He went down. "You!" Lydia screamed, hitting the siren with another bolt of power. "You!" "Look out!" I cried. I'd lost track of the fight between Shifty and Mariah, but he hadn't lost track of us. His arms fully muscled, he charged at Lydia, a knockout punch ready. I snatched up a wand from the ground, flicked out my wrist, and called, "Dist!" My spell made for a pathetic attack, but a gentle push of power made him stumble just enough for Lydia to react. She fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding his fist. I darted my gaze around to find Mariah. She lay on her side on the ground, groaning, clutching at her chest. Sitting up, I moved to go help her, get her back into the fight, but a sudden tug pulled me back to the ground. The siren had my ankle, and his claws dug into my flesh, drawing even more blood. By now, the floor around me was a Jackson Pollock, my blood splattering on the creamy tile floor. Mariah was down. I was down and in the clutches of the siren. Lydia was on her feet, but backed against a wall, the shifter cornering her. We'd lost. Then she doubled over, gasping, "No! No, she can't be." Lydia looked over at me, eyes wet with shame and fear. "Levy, run!" I couldn't really flee, but Shifty could. Unwilling to stick around and face the werewolf, he turned, dashing out of the room with the speed and grace of an Olympic sprinter. Even the siren backed off from me, lurching to his feet, doing the math on whether he had time to hijack the portal and escape or if he should run after Shifty. As soon as the shifter made it around the corner, though, Lydia's expression changed. She flashed a grin, whipped out her wand, and struck the siren with another blast of power. A hard one, infused with fire and electricity and pure, honest rage. He flew back, through the elevator door, and tumbled down the elevator shaft with a distant, echoing thud. "Bastard," Lydia grunted. For the first time, I had time to take her in, not distracted by the ravages of combat. She looked awful. Exhausted, dirty, her arms trembling with fear. "Probably deserved worse than that," I said, getting up. I could at least walk, and I limped to Mariah's side, bending to help her. "I don't know where Ben went. Can you operate the portal?" She got to one knee, then stood, taking shallow breaths. "Maybe. I can," Lydia cut in, stepping forward and wrapping her arms around me. I went stiff, shocked by the sudden embrace. The hug hurt, but I didn't care so much about that. Thank you," she said, letting go, giving Mariah a similar embrace. "Garrett?" "He's raising a light at your property to home in on with the portal," I explained. "And don't worry about it. It wasn't any trouble." I got the sense she wanted to hold the embrace, to just treasure a moment, not bound and surrounded by enemies, but she recognized the urgency and pulled away. "Where are you going?" "Not us," I said. "You. We need to get you home before the change." Above us, applause sounded through the floor. Some big shot had received an award. Lydia's expression grew horrified, putting together my words and the echo above. "Oh. You didn't know their plan," I said. "They wouldn't speak to me. I didn't. How much time?" "I didn't have my phone, and no wall clocks were in the room." "I don't know." "The potion," Mariah reminded, stepping up next to me. Right. I reached for my pocket, drawing out the sturdy glass bottle, thankful to whatever powers existed that had kept it from shattering in the melee. "Lydia, drink this." She glanced at the bottle and shook her head dismissively. "Not yet. I won't be able to do this if I drink that. There's a third one, a caster. He's the most dangerous of the three. If you don't get out of here and he comes back, he will kill you." "Lydia," I insisted. Lydia shot me a furious glare. "There's time. I'm not leaving you here to die for me. I looked to Mariah for help, but Mariah only shook her head. Her exhaustion made it so she could barely stand, let alone argue. We couldn't force Lydia to drink it. Not wasting any time, Lydia jumped to the portal's control panel, working dials and numbers that were unrecognizable to me. You said Garrett's raising a light. You mean a lot of magical energy, right? Yeah, I don't know how, I admitted. He's got plenty of options in his shop, but the specifics don't matter, Lydia said. I've got it. The portal swirled and opened, a shimmering view of garage doors and trees floating in the magical pool. Okay, you go first, I said. We'll come through after. On that, she didn't argue. While the portal shifted, she stepped up, reaching for the potion bottle in my hand. All right, give me... The potion bottle turned hot and shattered in my hand. I blinked, taken aback. The husky electromancer, Yorkie, stood at the end of the room, his hand extended holding a ball of crackling power. So close, he said, sending out another bolt, aimed straight at the portal's control panel. Mariah dove in the way, took the bolt straight on, and fell to the ground. No! I screamed, staggering. Yorkie just shouted in annoyance, called up another bolt, and took aim. Lydia grabbed my arm. I wanted to go to Mariah's side, to help, but Lydia tugged me back and pulled me through the portal to a sort of safety. I got one last look at Mariah's body, limp on the ground. Then the world flashed white, and the magic took me, carrying me across the world. And around my arm, gripping tightly, Lydia's hand began to change. Chapter 24. I tumbled through a weave of magic, utterly disoriented. Gravity had no hold in this space between worlds, nor did physics. Lydia's hand slipped from my arm as fingernails morphed into claws, and I didn't have a way to go after her even if I'd wanted to. She spun away and vanished from my field of view. A moment later, I slammed into gravel, wheezing for breath. Everything hurt. Blood oozed from wounds all over my body, and deep breaths sent sharp, prodding pangs down my chest. And I had to get moving. Lydia lay in a lump on the driveway, curled up with her face on the ground, trembling and shaking. Had I not known what was happening, I might have mistaken it for a seizure. Lydia? I said, cautiously getting to my feet. Are you... A sickening crack split the air and her back distorted violently. Lydia shot me a look with deep, crimson eyes, her face distorting like a wax figure in a furnace. Levy, she croaked, voice barely human. Run. She turned and scrambled away from me on all fours, loping into the woods, buying me time even as her body changed and became inhuman. I ran for the front door, pounding furiously on the knocker. Garrett? He swung it open, running out to the driveway. Lydia? I started. He saw the panic in my face and got the message. She's here, he finished, and she didn't drink her potion. About sums it up. He opened the door to let me inside, expression tight. There's something I need to make clear. What? I asked. That you'll let me die if it saves her? I figured that one out. No, Garrett shook his head. She's not. Levy, she's a werebear. Oh, that sounded worse. You could have mentioned that before. It's private and it didn't matter, he said, placing his palm on the magical panel by the front door. Energy flickered down his palm into the construct. What are you doing? I asked. I'm concentrating, he growled. I could take a hint. I shut up. A few seconds passed and he addressed me. We can't let Lydia leave the property. If she goes after any straights, they won't be able to stop her. So what did you do? Do you Have another ward like the safe house that you can raise around the property? I asked. Garrett shook his head. It's a magic dog whistle. It'll start running in about a minute. She'll come to us. Shit. Probably unnecessary, as much blood as you're dripping. She'd smell you and come anyways. Shit. Yep. A cabinet sat in the living room with a locked drawer. He unlocked it, slid it open, and took out his shotgun. After checking the safety, Garrett extended the weapon to me. You know how to shoot? I frowned apologetically. No. His expression grew more resigned. Pull the trigger to fire. Pump this slide all the way back to reload. You have to pull it hard, and you'll see it eject the old cartridge. Under absolutely no circumstances do you point the shotgun anywhere near a person. Got it? I don't want to kill Lydia, I said, accepting the weapon. Trust me, with that thing, you won't, Garrett said. Is that meant to be reassuring? I asked, because if so, not now. He stepped into the living room and kicked his coffee table, bringing up an illusory map of the property. It looked very retro sci-fi, with holographic shapes, 2 green dots in the house and 1 red dot moving through the woods. Thank you for getting her out. Garrett pulled out his weapon drawer further, producing a crossbow and a half-dozen road flares on a belt. If you run now, you can get into her cage. That does have a ward around it I can raise. You'd be safe. Will you be okay on your own? I asked. The red dot moved through the woods, slowly orbiting out towards the rest of the city. He shook his head. Probably not. I pulled back the slide on the shotgun. It produced a satisfying ch-chunk sound. Then I'm here to back you up. Garrett looked at me, then at the gun. You just ejected a good shell. Ah. Oops. A whine rang in my ears, building higher and higher in pitch, almost inaudible. Wincing, I asked, Is that the dog whistle? You can hear it? He glanced at me. Yeah, it's, I trailed off, staring at the map. The red dot had stopped circling and now moved in a straight line right towards the house. Is that right? What? He asked, glancing at the map. She can't be that fast, can she? The red dot was seconds away. He swallowed, nodded grimly, and raised the crossbow to his shoulder. Through the window, I caught a glimpse of motion, a blur of dark fur, and then the enormous werebear lunged through the window and crashed into the living room, roaring with the sort of fury I'd only heard a handful of times in my life. In Missouri, we don't have very many bears. Black bears, when they are spotted, tend to weigh a few 100 pounds and have a shoulder height of just over 3 feet. They're nothing next to Kodiaks, which can weigh over 1,000 pounds, and even Kodiaks seem small next to the granddaddy of them all, polar bears, which can weigh as much as a small car, though a lot of weight comes from insulating fat, a requirement in cold environments. Lydia's fur was jet black, and she came in on the scale of a particularly big, angry polar bear, except that she had no excess fat, only pure, hard muscle. She demolished the living room just by entering it. Her body tumbled onto the furniture, claws raking up furrows and splinters in the hardwood, and when she bellowed, I saw rows of razor teeth, any one of which would be big enough to rip my face off. My finger twitched on the shotgun and it fired, taking up a chunk of floor and missing Lydia entirely. I didn't have time to swear. I just took a step back while Garrett fired his crossbow, a silver-tipped broadhead burying itself deep in the flesh of her shoulder. Bellowing with ursine fury, she lunged, and I expected Garrett to go down in a shower of gore. He'd expected the lunge, though, and slapped his hand against the panel on the wall, bringing up a wall of pure energy between himself and the beast. She slammed into the force field, and the whole house shook, rattling with the weight of her. "Through the back," he shouted, waving me towards the hall. I ran. navigating through the slightly too narrow halls of the old house. The floor shook with every swipe that the beast took at the magical barrier, and I got a sense that it wouldn't take her long to burst through it. Garrett didn't stop running until he made it to the basement door, kicking it open and gesturing, struggling with the crank on his crossbow to load another bolt. "In!" "Are you sure that's a good—" I started to ask. He gestured more emphatically and shouted again. "Now!" I didn't want to be trapped in a basement with the monstrous bear chasing after us. I almost refused before one last quaking attack brought down the force field and the bear came after us. I glanced back. The hallway was too narrow for her to fit, but she didn't seem to care about that. Studs and drywall got ripped free as she charged, demolishing sections of the house like a wrecking ball in her frenzy to get to us. No more time for questions. I ran into the basement. Garrett came in hot on my heels, vaulting down the stairs and rounding the corner into the operations center. Dropping to a knee, Garrett pulled a bolt from his quiver, jammed it into the crossbow, and fired another bolt up at Lydia as she burst through the door, taking it apart as she came, and crashed down on the stairs, bringing them down too. The bolt went in somewhere around the belly, a particularly painful spot to get hit if I had to guess, but it didn't slow the beast down in the slightest. I wasn't going to get a better opportunity. Raising the shotgun, I pulled the trigger. Click. I hadn't worked the slide. Garrett grabbed my arm and pulled me away, running behind one of the large foundation pillars that held up the rest of the house. Enraged, the bear lunged after us, knocking over Lydia's meticulously organized filing cabinet before slamming into one of the pillars. Whatever Garrett had reinforced them with, they were sturdy as hell, because for the first time that night, Lydia met a bit of construction that she couldn't simply charge through. Hitting the pillar, it stopped her cold, buying me and Garrett enough time to run across the basement to the egress window on the far side of the house. The window was just an escape hatch to bring the building up to code. A window large enough to step through with a ladder to get up to ground level, but the escape route gave us a way out of the basement. Lydia could move fast, but she had to build up a head of steam. Shaking her big bare head to recover from the collision a moment before, she whirled, charging after us as I threw open the escape window, grabbed the ladder, and started climbing up, getting a push from Garrett to speed me on my way. I rushed, but wasn't fast enough. I took so long that Garrett didn't have time to come up after me. He ducked and jumped to the side as Lydia slammed into the opening I'd come through, leaving him alone with her. I couldn't see what went on down there, save for seeing the occasional flash of fur or yelp of terror as Garrett danced around Lydia, playing cat and mouse, seeking a moment to flee. I couldn't imagine a way that I might help except jumping back down and acting as bait, but that'd just get me killed and wouldn't necessarily even buy Garrett enough time to escape himself. Now that I had a second, I pumped the shotgun. Chapter 25. The sounds of destruction raged in the basement while I stood outside, feeling useless. Garrett's shouts still came from the window every few moments, so he wasn't dead, but I didn't know how much longer he'd last. Their difference in size and agility meant he could duck around the support columns that held up the foundation, but it'd only take one hit to bring him down, and Lydia had no restraint. He needed a distraction, but I couldn't just go back down the hatch. I'd be a sitting duck. I would have to... Slapping myself on the forehead for not realizing sooner, I ran to the front door. Utter chaos reigned inside, splintered boards and destroyed walls, but I picked through the debris and clambered through, running the exact same route I'd taken just moments before. There weren't any stairs to get down into the basement, but it wasn't far. I jumped, landing on my bad leg, fell into a heap, and then came up facing the far side of the basement. 40 feet away, Garrett pressed his back against the wall, dancing around a pillar while Lydia tried to corner him. Raising the shotgun, I hesitated to make sure I wouldn't hit Garrett if I missed, and pulled the trigger. I missed. On the bright side, I didn't hit Garrett. Less pleasant, I got Lydia's attention. Whirling, she bellowed at me, recognizing that I had a loaded weapon and Garrett did not. In a sense, I presented the bigger threat, and that's how she took it. She tensed and charged. Gulp. Backing up, I threw the shotgun back up to the ground floor, got the best footing my battered body would allow on the remains of the wrecked stairs, and jumped, grabbing the base of the semi-destroyed stairway that led up from the basement. I kicked, flailed, pulled myself up with all my strength, and narrowly avoided the beast's snapping jaws. Rolling onto the broken floorboards, I pushed myself up, grabbed the gun, and ran for the exit. I made it clear of the house, bursting out of the front door and meeting up with Garrett. He jammed a bolt into his crossbow, and upon seeing that reminder, I pumped the shotgun. "You're crazy," he said, staring at me. I faced the house, watching for Lydia. "No, I'm not. You think she's getting tired yet?" "I'm on my last bolt, so I hope so," he said. "How many shells do you have left?" Frowning, I tried to think how many times I'd fired. Twice? Twice. How many did I start with? 4, Garrett said. Then I've got 2 left. Try to hit her with at least one of them. I tried to come up with a quip, but the only coherent voice in my head kept shouting, "Holy shit, bear, run away!" Before I fought past that instinct, Lydia burst through the front door, taking it fully off its hinges. Garrett fired his crossbow, and the third bolt zipped towards her, silver head burying itself into Lydia's muscles and fur. It made her mad, but she still wasn't slowing down, and she ran towards him with a fervor. We ran, splitting off in opposite directions. Garrett towards the garage, I went towards the driveway. Lydia followed, and when Garrett dove underneath his truck and rolled on the gravel, she just bore into the vehicle and very nearly flipped it on its side. The truck rocked and slid back, leaving Garrett exposed, setting the car alarm to blaring. Seeing an opportunity, I raised my shotgun and pulled the trigger, and for once, I actually connected. Sort of. I scored only a glancing hit, but some pellets definitely made contact with the monstrous bear, along with blowing out both of the driver's side windows. She spun and snapped, and Garrett took the opportunity to roll free, come up, and run towards the woods. Feeling triumphant, I pumped the gun one last time, turned, and ran into the woods after him. Bears had a better sense of smell than humans, and almost certainly better night vision. Escaping into the trees wouldn't be a great long-term plan, but I was a lot smaller than Lydia, and the foliage gave enough cover that I could duck and hide. Or maybe lead her on a chase while Garrett went and got more weapons. Hopefully, he and I were on the same page. If he expected me to come up with something, then our luck had truly run dry. Breaking into the tree line, I found a heavy log, hopped behind it, and crouched down. I couldn't see Lydia, which meant she'd probably gone after Garrett instead of me. I ducked back down, brain working frantically to come up with a plan. Think. You're a bear, you're pissed off. What would you do? On a troubling note, I didn't know Lydia's level of intelligence while in her ursine state. I wanted to believe I could outsmart a bear, but if it had a human-level intelligence fueling its fury, that would be a lot harder. If she understood things like ammo constraints, and if she had kept count, would she know I only had 1 shell left? Did she know Garrett had no more bolts? A roar rang out somewhere deeper in the woods, and then a crash as she knocked down a tree. Hiding wasn't going to work if she just left to pick off Garrett first. I needed to get her attention and hope that Garrett would have better ideas than me. Reluctantly, I stood up from behind my log, jogged out of the woods, and made a beeline for Garrett's four-wheeler. I hopped onto the seat, turned the key that was already in the ignition, and started the quad, wedging the shotgun under my arm. Trying to handle a loaded gun while I drove was a deeply bad idea, but I didn't have a better one. Revving the engine, I turned the four-wheeler and drove straight into the woods, gunning it towards the sound of roars. The woody terrain made for rough riding, but I rode it out, headlight cutting a path through the trees as I found the source of the mayhem. Garrett was pinned to the ground, a tree over his leg. Lydia, furious but wary after taking so many barbs, stepped slowly towards him. She reacted to my approach, looking up as I blared my horn, prepared to ram. She didn't flinch. Even with the quad, she weighed 4 times as much as me, and any collision would hurt me a lot more than her. So, leaning hard to the side while I went over a steep dip in the terrain, I slammed the brakes, skidded to a stop, and tumbled free, still clutching the shotgun. Lydia rounded on me. I could walk, I had the gun, I was the threat. Growling, she stalked forward, ready to pounce. I had only 1 shot left, and I couldn't afford to waste it. So, raising the gun, I shouted, "Garrett!" and tossed it to him. Garrett's eyes widened, and he nearly fumbled the catch. The beastly bear watched this, turning on him, recognizing the threat as he raised the gun, point blank at her chest, and pulled the trigger. It clicked. Swearing, Garrett pumped the gun, pulled the trigger. It clicked again. I got a sinking feeling in my chest. 4 shots. I fired 3 times. The last shell still sat on the ground in the living room, where I'd ejected it by mistake. Lydia growled with intense satisfaction as she prowled towards Garrett, and he frantically pumped and failed to fire, as though if he just tried one more time he might find a secret shell that had been hidden in the weapon. I had only one thing left to do. Reaching in my pocket, I ran forward as I took out my secret weapon. Psst. The canister hissed as I sprayed the souped-up pepper spray, aiming for Lydia's face. It wouldn't kill her. It probably wouldn't even damage her all that much, but it would hurt like hell, and that would buy Garrett a chance to get free. I wasn't sure how much of the spray got in her eyes, but enough of it did, and she recoiled. Great. Now she's mad. Dropping the canister, I jumped back for the ATV and got seated. Lydia lunged, and I gunned the throttle, avoiding her attack by inches. She came after me, charging, and I led her on a chase back towards the house. Lydia crashed after me, and for the second time in as many days, I found myself in a situation where a terrifying monster was chasing after me, half blind, and... She had to be chasing me mostly off scent and sound. That left me with an opportunity. As we got into the courtyard, I pulled around Garrett's truck. The car alarm still blared, and Lydia turned around it, but the sound had to be disorienting when her eyes were already down for the count. I leaned hard into the turn, skidded to a stop, and jumped free of the ATV. Lydia shook her head, growled, stalked around the truck, and gave chase. Her speed vastly outstripped mine. She was scary fast. I had a 30-foot lead, but she covered that distance in a second, and in a second more, I hit the bars of the cage and squeezed through them, coming out the other side. Lydia slammed into the steel behind me, teeth gnashing as she tried to smash her way free. The gate still hung open, unbarred, but I'd whipped her into such a frenzy that she didn't think to run through the open facing of the cage. She roared and slammed a shoulder into the bars. I shouted, screamed, made as much noise as possible, staying close enough that a paw just barely missed me with every swipe. I had to keep her attention. 100 feet away, Garrett stumbled out of the woods, spotting what I'd done. "Hurry," I prayed, and he sprinted in my direction, favoring one leg heavily. He wasn't supernatural, but even limping, he was still a much faster runner than me, and he got there in moments. Instead of slamming the gate shut, he dropped to his knees, slapped his hands on the ground, and shouted a word I didn't understand. Runes flared, a magical barrier raised around the cage, wrapping the bars in faintly glowing blue energy, and Lydia let out a bearish scream, repelled by the power in the magic. Bolts of power lashed out, striking her at random, searing fur and flesh, exhausting the reserves of power that kept her going. Seconds passed, and every time a bolt of magic crackled off the cage, she snapped at it, only to be struck from behind by another bolt. The power overwhelmed her. Lydia staggered, wobbled, and then fell over in a huge, furry heap. Garrett stopped the spell with a gesture, got up, shuffled to the cage, and slammed it shut. I panted. Hot blood from the siren's wound poured down my leg, all the exertion making my heart pound. "Are you okay?" I called. "Did she bite you?" "No bites." He winced, bending to feel at his own leg. "I think something's fractured, but it's not broken. I'll live." "Are the mortal cops going to show up?" I asked, trying to think how we'd explain the enormous bear in the cage. "Sound cancellation spell," Garrett panted. "Got thrown up first thing. Nobody outside these woods heard anything." I sighed. "Will she be okay?" Garrett looked at Lydia, unconscious in a heap in her cage. "She'll live." "Not what I asked," I said. Now that the adrenaline spike had ended, I felt my body actively shutting down, demanding rest, demanding quiet. Garrett shook his head. "You need to learn how to handle a gun. Your handling of a firearm scared me almost as much as Lydia." "Never needed one before." "Never know when you will." "Sorry about your house." "It's insured." "Good." "We should call the council." "Yeah." "Best get on that." "Can you? I'm about to pass out." "Sure." "Levy." "What?" "Thank you." Chapter 26. The Commonwealth had good doctors and great painkillers. Everything after the attack was a blur. I had a vague memory of counselors showing up and then of riding in a vehicle of some kind. They got me to a hospital bed. They healed my bloodier wounds. They let me sleep. Ben was waiting for me when I woke up. "Hey," I mumbled, sitting up. My bed sheets were inexplicably printed with ponies, and a cluster of cartoon bumblebees went for an adventure on the wall, a whole childish mural filling the hospital room. I vaguely recognized the art style from around the city. They'd hired someone local to decorate the place. "Welcome back," he said. He still wore the same clothes he'd had on when we broke into the Kaufman. "How long was I out?" I asked. "It's the late afternoon," he said. "Less than a day. We're borrowing a few rooms at Children's Mercy Hospital. They were the closest place that had spare beds." That explained the cartoon mural, then. "Lydia?" "Alive. Recovering. They've got her in the next room." "Mariah?" He pursed his lips and reached out to touch my hand. "Unconscious." I furrowed my brow, sitting up and taking my hand back. "They don't have a spell that can wake her up?" "They do, but magic can't fix everything. Her body's still kicking, but her brain's not giving any signs of activity." He swallowed. "She needs time. She might come around eventually." "She saved us," I said quietly. "If she hadn't, Mariah saved everyone. That guy, the one who chased you at the start, tried to knock out the portal, and she got in front of it, and how'd you get away?" "I didn't really," Ben admitted. "He chased me right to the front doors and knocked me out with a spell, left me for Lydia. From what I gather, the counselors outside realized the danger a minute later when the portal started going off, using all sorts of power they weren't anticipating." "They got him?" I asked. "Him and the siren and the shifter," Ben confirmed. "And Emma." I couldn't help but feel triumphant. "How'd that go?" "I don't know much," he admitted. "Kennedy can tell you better. After you called them, they set up everything and got to Emma before she could do so much as finish packing. It sounds like they have enough to take her to trial. Oh, and on that subject, you're not going to be charged with anything. Yet. But you can't leave town." I let out a breath. That was some good news. Which room is Lydia in? I swung my feet over the bed, tentatively standing up. My head spun, making me wobble, but Ben's arm took mine and stabilized me. On the left, he said. I shuffled that way, still a touch disoriented. I had to look at my fingers to remember my left from my right. Brightly colored flooring flowed across the ground, more art that would probably be reassuring to any children here. Ben trailed behind me as I walked in case I needed his support again. Outside the door, a counselor stood guard. I flinched. Ben just spoke past me. We'd like to see her. The counselor nodded and stepped back. All right, she's awake. I walked past and into the hospital room. It smelled sharply of herbs and disinfectant, a nauseous medley of modern medicine and old magic. Her mural depicted a family of bears with big, expressive eyes and soft features out for a walk in the park. Lydia lay in bed, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. An IV line fed her arm, but she otherwise had neither bandages nor restraints. Hey, I said, walking up to her. You're looking better. Magic, she said. Once they dug the silver out of me, it wasn't hard. I swallowed. Sorry, I'm responsible for some of that silver. Her chest lifted in a laugh, but it didn't make it to her mouth. Not much of it. I'm bad at violence, I conceded. I don't mind, she replied. Not everyone needs to be good at violence. I glanced back at the wall, inspecting the smiling bears. They couldn't have picked a less ironic room for you? That got a real laugh. I don't think anyone was thinking about that when they rushed me in here. Even so, it's a bit insensitive, I'd say. I stepped up beside the bed. She reached out and squeezed my hand. I squeezed back. Garrett never stopped advocating for you. Where is he, anyway? Getting food. She laid back, shutting her eyes. Levy, I need you to promise me something. Of course. They're going to take me, she said. The Commonwealth. I'm going to live in their asylum. I'll get you out, I started. Even if... No. She turned her gaze on me and opened her eyes. Her face had a sunken cast to it, though I saw no sign of tears. I'm going to let them. It's safer. We can protect you. We got you back, I started. They had me for 2 days, she howled, sudden grief infecting her words. Levy, they didn't just leave me in a room. They wanted me mad and hungry, full of emotions that'd feed my beast. I didn't sleep for a minute of it. They didn't let me eat. And the siren... She squeezed my hand so tightly that it hurt. I wished Garrett were there, or that Ben had followed me in. Someone who would know the right words to comfort her. It won't happen again. No, it won't, because I'm going to do what the Commonwealth wants, she said. Take myself off the table. I will not let them use me as a weapon. I nodded. I didn't understand, and I couldn't comprehend what she'd gone through, but I could accept her choice. What's the promise, then? Help Garrett, she said. I haven't told him yet. He's not going to take it well. He'll blame himself. I need you to save him. You're worried he'll self-destruct, I realized. I didn't know the bond that the two of them had, but I wished I could. I'm going to talk with him once he's back, and... When who's back? Garrett asked, stepping through the door with 2 trays of food. I turned to glance at him. He'd finally slept, but probably not much. His odor had less sweat and more coffee now, and his expression shifted from pleasant reassurance to horror as he gathered Lydia's meaning. No, Garrett said, setting down the trays. Lydia, no, you can't. I swallowed and stepped back. Should I? Go, Lydia said. We can talk later. Garrett, this is my decision. I backed away, escaping the emotionally fraught conversation as quickly as I could. Stepping out of the room, I looked at Ben. He looked past me. "There's someone here to talk to you." A man in a suit waited for me, carrying a briefcase. I didn't know his face. "Levy Lawson?" "Am I about to get served?" I asked. He shook his head, extending his hand. "I'm Henry Rathbone. I'm an attorney with Smithwick and Brown. Is there a place we can sit and talk?" "Right here's fine," I said, glancing at the counselor a few paces away. "What do you want?" "To represent you," he explained, hand still extended. "I can't afford any law firm that's got an ampersand in its name," I said. "It's pro bono." "Then I definitely can't afford it. My last pro bono lawyer tried to frame me for murder." He lowered his hand. "A woman by the name of Regina Spellman reached out to my office this morning. She's the one paying my fee. She seemed to be under the impression that you'd need a good attorney in the coming months, and according to her, you saved her life and quite a few others. If you say no, that's fine, but I'd at least like to go over what we can offer you." I glanced back at Ben. "What do you think?" "If it's a trick, it's weirdly blunt," Ben said. I weighed my options. "I'm on drugs," I said finally, "and I've been running so hard lately I haven't had a chance to think. Can you come by my office tomorrow?" He nodded. "I can make that work." I gave him the address to my apartment. I'd only called it my office to make it sound more official. He said goodbye and left us be. "Ben," I said, "what room is Mariah in?" "She—" He hesitated. "End of the hall. Right door." "Thanks." I paced down the hall. I had to see her. Ben stayed behind me to give me space. I was glad I didn't need to ask for it. The lights were off when I stepped into the room. Of course they were. She was asleep. But for some reason, I had expected something more. A window had the curtains pulled back, but the gray afternoon sky gave little light to cheer up the room. She just lay on the bed, breathing softly. I didn't say anything. There wasn't any point. She couldn't hear me, and neither could anybody else. I just stared, emotions welling up in my lungs so that when I let out my breath, it came out in a sob. She'd saved my life. She'd saved it a couple times, really. Whether she knew what the consequences of her sacrifice would be, or if she could only guess but protected us anyways, I didn't know. Maybe she'd thought the blast would only stun her. Eyes red, sniffling, I turned and wheeled out of the room, stalking down the hall. My hands hurt. I'd squeezed them so tightly into fists that my nails drew blood. I followed the sign hanging from the ceiling to locate the elevator and ignored Ben when he ran to catch up with me. He asked me a question. I didn't hear it. "Hey," I called as the elevator dinged. "Lawyer guy." He'd been about to leave, and when I called, he simply reminded, "Henry Rathbone," turning to face me. My last lawyer was homicidal, but she pretended to help with a lot of issues above and beyond keeping me out of jail. Probably to gain my trust, but still, she did a lot. I looked him up and down. "If I take you on, can you do that?" He paused to consider the question. "What sort of issues?" Explaining contract law, filing information requests with the Commonwealth. I marched towards him, getting close enough that I could speak under my breath and still be heard. "A lot of people almost died yesterday, and I intend to find the people responsible and make them face accountability for it. Can you help me with that?" Henry nodded. "I can." I stuck out my hand. There'd still be work to be done on my end. I wasn't going to take someone on without thoroughly vetting his history to ensure he didn't live in someone else's pocket, but his word would satisfy me for now. You're hired. Chapter 27. That Sunday's paper had a record response, a result I took pride in even as I cringed. Much of it was sloppy. I'd crammed 5 days of work into 2 to get it finished on time, and as a result had skipped most of the editing and polish I typically put into my work. Typos abounded. More than that, I disliked writing about myself. Even when I reported objective facts as I'd observed them, it always sounded like I was editorializing, even coming close to the voice I'd use in an opinion piece. Nobody else seemed to care. I did, regardless. I put the article out anyway and resolved to write more articles in advance so I'd have a better buffer next time. There would be a next time. I was relieved to see few complaints about the quality. Most responses focused on the content. People liked Lydia and Garrett, and they especially liked Mariah. A blow against them was an attack on the community. My subscription count spiked. Not nearly as much as it had over the summer, but I was approaching a saturation point where I would run out of people to sell the paper to. I didn't mind the smaller growth. This had always been my goal, to reach the whole city. The council didn't arrest me, but I still had to go through a lot of hoops. Henry Rathbone had his work cut out for him. I had to sign a half-dozen papers just to get my phone back, and my motorcycle wouldn't be returned for another week. Until then, Ben had volunteered to give me rides. I felt bad asking, but he'd offered first so I wouldn't have to. "Thanks for the ride," I told him, buckling up in his truck. "I get my bike back soon, so I promise I won't make a habit of it." "It's cool," he said. "I saw your last paper, by the by. I'm surprised you managed to stuff that many keywords into one front page." "Kidnapping sells papers," I said. "Kidnapping, werewolves, terrorism, murder, and espionage sell a lot of papers. Did you have time to read it?" "I figured I'd get the scoop from the source," he replied, pulling onto the street. "As best I can tell, Emma was a double agent from the moment she started working for me," I said. "Kennedy filled me in on a few details they'd got out of her. She won't admit who she's working for, but they found all the permits for the wand design event on her computer, along with a lot of edited photos she had taken from Garrett's basement." "So why didn't she try to stop us when we were working to find Lydia?" Ben asked. "I mean, she did. She set a fire in the wand design office, even though pulling the alarm would have worked just fine, and she never volunteered any helpful information unless it had a chance of blowing her cover. She sandbagged us from the start." I paused, considering my next words carefully. "She's the one who called the council, too." "Well, that almost helped," Ben said. I wouldn't have noticed the pause before he spoke if I hadn't been watching for it. "If they hadn't been called after we broke into wand design, they wouldn't have been around to rescue you from the siren, right?" "I meant the next day," I corrected, eyeing him cautiously. "When Garrett and I got arrested. She sold them a story, sent them fake documents that made him and I look guilty. I don't think she called them the day before. When the council showed up early, it threw a wrench into her plans." "Well, if she didn't, then who did?" he asked, with perfect innocence, as though he didn't know. Maybe my suspicions were unwarranted. Maybe I was wrong. I didn't press the subject. It could be that someone who works for wand design brought them in. I called Miss Spellman and asked. She likes me well enough now that I saved her life, but she didn't call the council. Might still have been an employee, though. "Probably," he shrugged. "I've got some other news you'll appreciate," I said. "I'm hiring some help for the paper." "Good," he beamed. "Taking some pressure off yourself?" I'd finally decided to get more help, so I'd be able to put less time into work, sure, but not to take the pressure off. "Yeah, something like that. I can't spend 80 hours a week working on one thing." "Are you going to actually rest?" I let the question hang. We both knew the answer, whether I said it or not. We talked a little more on the way, but not about anything that mattered. We got to Garrett's property just before 7 p.m. I got out, let Ben through the gate, and hopped back in the passenger seat. "So, are you going to tell me what this is about?" Ben asked. "I know you're planning something. You're not as good at hiding things as you think you are." "I'm not trying to hide it," I said. "I just need to talk to Garrett before I fill you in." "Okay." We pulled up to the garage and parked outside. The front window of the house had been boarded up with plywood, but the front doorway still hung open, just covered with a sheet of plastic. I walked up and knocked on the splintered frame. "Garrett?" I called. He didn't respond, so I walked inside. More plywood covered the floor, parts of the walls. The living room sat in utter disarray, torn, shattered furniture still littering the place. I heard Garrett downstairs. Walking forward, I maneuvered over splintered boards, worrying that the unsecured plywood might shift or break under my weight. It held, and I got to what had once been the stairwell. Now, instead of stairs, a ladder went down, so I climbed it and got Garrett's attention. Garrett sat against a wall, breathing heavily. He wasn't hurt, but he looked exhausted. I saw parts and pieces from a construction project spread throughout the basement, replacement floor joists lined up and ready to be installed. As I got closer, I wrinkled my nose. Garrett hadn't showered in days. "Hey," I said. He stared up at me. "What?" "It's Monday night," I said, walking over to the filing cabinet. Lydia's filing cabinet, with her handwritten notes and her organization system and the stickers she used for highlighting. It had been set back up right, though a dent in its side showed where Lydia had knocked the cabinet over. "Time for our meeting." "Levy," he sighed. "Yeah?" I asked. I opened the drawer, putting a little effort into it where the warped metal fought me. Everything had been tossed and shuffled about when it got knocked on its side. That'd be our first order of business then, putting it back in place. He looked up at the ceiling. "What's the point?" I stopped, walked over, and sat down next to him. I didn't say anything, I just sat. A minute passed. "We would have been married, you know," he said. "If not for her curse, but that would have factored into the Commonwealth's risk assessment profile. I'd be less fit as a caretaker." "That's bullshit," I said. "It's the rules." We sat a little longer. He wiped his face with a hand. "I don't know what I'm going to do without her, Levy. I don't think I can live here. I just keep waking up, expecting that she'll be there, and she's gone." "You can visit," I said. "Once a week," he said. "And there's no stable portal in Kansas City to get there. The asylum's someplace in England." "So we'll make one," I said. "A portal." "Levy, I know it's not a perfect solution," I said, "but it's a step in the right direction. There's not a problem we can't fix with enough time and effort. Levy, the bad guys won." He stood, walked away from me, shook his head as though trying to shake something off. "They came after us, and they hit us where it hurts. How many more friends do you even have for them to take away?" That hurt. I responded in kind. "What, and moping is going to set Lydia free?" "This is your fault," he snapped, whirling on me. "They wanted to go after her because of your ideas. If you hadn't come to us, if you hadn't convinced her to get involved, she'd still be here." "Maybe," I said, "but I don't think so. They still needed a way to attack Wand Design." I took a step closer to him. He took a step away. "They could have used a bomb, or I don't know, poison gas. It doesn't matter. They had options, but they used Lydia because she was a threat. Because of you." "Not because of me, because of her," I said. This time, when I walked up to him, he didn't back away. "If you had the choice to protect her and let everyone at that conference die, would you have let that happen?" I stared him in the eyes, and for once wasn't the more uncomfortable person in that exchange. He couldn't answer me without lying. I spoke truth, and I didn't blunt my words in the slightest. Lydia's a better person than you. He looked away. I know. I'm not done, I said. Lydia's not dead. She took herself off the table because it is too dangerous to be free, when someone else can come after her and try the same trick. But there's no reason it has to stay that way. Garrett's face shifted. I wasn't sure if it grew harder or softer. You think we can get her back? I think it's not about getting her back, I said. It's about doing the right thing, making our city safe, stopping the bastards that are still out there, that are still probably plotting to hurt us right as we speak. I walked back to the filing cabinet, searched for a moment, took out our master document. 6 companies. 6 enemies. Despite their near destruction and Regina's aid, I still counted wand design amongst their ranks. Garrett, I suck at magic, I said, turning and walking back to the card table. I can count my friends on one hand. I don't know how to keep a work-life balance, and the only reason I've got anything like a successful business right now is pure luck. I'm bad at everything that typically makes a person, but what I've got is that I'm stubborn. You give me a lead, I will not stop until I've tracked it down. I'm a dog with a scent. I set the paper on the table, turning it so the words faced him. I faced him. There are 6 monsters in our home. Monsters that would let us die for a hint of profit, when they're not actively trying to kill us. If we leave them be, if we roll over and show them our belly, they won't let us have peace. It's not how monsters work. They're going to suck us dry till there's nothing left in Kansas City to take. I took a breath, pausing to let my words sink in. Garrett stared at me, so I walked back next to him and continued. But I've got their scent. I'm done playing by the rules. No more hiding in the shadows, searching for scraps we can use to protect ourselves. It's time we strike back and hit them where it'll make them suffer. Are you with me? I offered him my hand. Garrett took it. The end. This has been Captured, Book 2 of the KC Warlock Weekly. Written by M.N. Jolly. Narrated by Nicola Hamilton. Copyright 2022 by Max N. Jolly. Production copyright by Max N. Jolly.
This is M.N. Jolly. I'd like to take a moment to thank my supporters on Patreon. Amanda Jolly, hi Mom, Core, Miranda Coulter, Tanja G, Ma Regal, T.K. Vincent, Jennifer Singleton, and Kevin Dillmore. I'd also like to thank Althea and Leo Groff for their additional support, as well as Chumbawamba, and you.